Welcome back to Crossfire Week, Crossfire League West. This is week 6, day 16. I'm your host Kushari. You can call me Kush. Joining here in the analyst desk is Penguin, very close friend of mine, very experienced Crossfire player. He was in the Elite League and whatnot. Tell me a little bit about today's games and the standings that's going to be coming on the screen shortly.
Well, as you said, week 6, so we are getting closer and closer. It's only 1 week left.
Yeah.
Yes, this is week 6, only 1 week left. I guess the other week is going to be only one match is going to be played.
2 days, yeah.
Only 1 day. I guess
think,
1 day, maybe 1 or 2 days. So that
Mm.
means that we're getting very close.
Yeah.
Maybe around 5 matches only left into the league. So kind of things are getting maybe more clear than what it was before. So looking at the standings and seeing, definitely ROC Esports is going to be securing their place. GG, InnerCircle, those two teams also very close of securing their spot in the playoffs. But now the fight between PingPongPals and Anubis, and both going to be playing today. Anubis versus GG and PingPongPals versus Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, GG has one more game to play, so does PingPongPals. The teams who've already played 12 matches are ROC and InnerCircle, so it's going to be quite interesting the result from the best of 3 series as we usually do. I'd say the main event for today, in my humble opinion, is between Swamp Gaming, PingPongPals, or GG versus Anubis.
Yeah, definitely. Those are the two games that we're looking for because they are deciders for both. If PingPongPals lost today and Anubis win, maybe they get a higher chance of going to playoffs.
And qualifying,
but if PingPongPals won and Anubis lost, that means that Anubis' chances for going into the playoffs,
Slim.
yeah, it's gonna be slimming more harder because they're gonna be playing GG. They're gonna be playing GG, and I guess also not an easy opponent. And then they will be playing versus InnerCircle, I believe.
All right, let's jump straight away to game 1, which is Swamp Gaming versus PingPongPals, man. What do you think is going to happen between these two titans of Crossfire West?
Well, it's going to be a very good game because we know that PingPongPals, they are having good times right now and the guys are getting the wins that's needed and they have a very good upsets, especially that looking into their performance on Split 1 was very, very good. And now maybe they started slow on Split 2, but then they started winning back. Playing versus Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming now needs to be revenging the loss that they took from PingPongPals in the Split 1 because it was not an easy loss for Swamp Gaming. They lost 10-2 in the second game, was compound. So now they have a chance of playing it again, and maybe Swamp Gaming needs to show a dominant performance. Talking about Swamp Gaming, the guys started very good in Split 1, especially when the meta shifted and we've seen new guns, HK, EBR, TRG. They started very good and they had a very good start. But then, when teams started adapting on those weapons as well, Famous and his crew are not doing the same as they did in Split 1. So it's quite tough opponent for them, especially that they are having a very hard times in the last games. But looking at PingPongPals, these guys coming here hungry for the win because it means a lot for them to be going on the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, in Swamp Gaming, with respect to that, they did have a small roster change, if I'm not mistaken. Now we're looking at PingPongPals, Gainer, MKZ, Petro, LSY, LCR, and HDZ, man. Honestly, I've seen these teams play. I've seen their individual performance. This is not going to be a 2-0 for either team, to be honest. It's probably going to be at least a 2-1, but I can't pinpoint who I would think is going to win the first game. I'm going to have to wait to see who's going to win the first game and then decide who's going to go 2-1.
Yeah, especially that we are having server sites. That means that PingPongPals, they're going to be playing on the North American server. And for Swamp Gaming, also they're going to be playing on the EU server. But looking at the both rosters, yes, PingPongPals, they all going to be having high ping on the inner servers. But Swamp Gaming, 2 players, going to be having a normal ping on the EU servers because they have HZZ and Snox. Snox is having like 9 or 10 ping, I guess, on the EU servers and HZZ
so
as well.
Usually game 1 is probably NA, then game 2 is EU, and then game 3 it's half the round is in NA and half the round is in EU.
Because Swamp Gaming is the
half, sorry.
half and half. Yeah, because Swamp Gaming are now at the home. That means that they will be picking the first map and server. So that means that PingPongPals, if they be able to win the first map, that means that they have a high chance of getting it 2-0.
Speaking of maps, what do you think are the maps that are going to go through today?
Well, there are no Eagle Eye, no Mexico. There's 2 teams, they don't play those maps. Yes, maybe they're playing, so they're not going to be playing it. We might be seeing Black Widow because both teams, they know how to play Black Widow. Port, they both be playing Port. Compound and Ankara, it's 50-50 because PingPongPals loves Ankara. But from what I've seen, no, I don't think they're going to be sub-base because Swamp Gaming is not going to be playing sub-base. That's in my opinion. So Swamp Gaming should be banning maybe sub-base, maybe Ankara as well. And the Eagle Eye Eagle Eye usually also Swamp Gaming. It's not
Yeah,
that good
it's
in
not
it,
the-
so yeah, they might be scared of facing PingPongPals in Eagle Eye because they are very good in Eagle Eye,
Yeah.
and Petro has a lot of experience
And
in
his
Eagle Eye.
macro is insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'd like to see the maps to compare. Honestly, when I look at this compound, Black Widow, and Port, that was kind of what you said, to be honest. And they did ban New Mexico, Subbase, Ankara, and Eagle Eye. How do you think this is gonna pan out?
Well, actually, Ankara banned by PingPongPals is kind of surprising for me because I thought maybe it's gonna be banned by Swamp Gaming, but still. Ankara ban is an Ankara ban. Now we are having Compound, Black Widow, Port. And it's very challenging because last time these guys meet on Compound, PingPongPals won 10-2.
Really?
I know they're gonna be playing Compound again, but this time it's Swamp Gaming's pick. They picked it. They want to be playing it. They want to be revenging their loss 10-2 in this map.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be played on any servers. So if, and it's only if, PingPongPals be able to win the first map, I guess it might go 2-0 in favor of PingPongPals because these guys are very good on Black Widow and we've seen how good they are on Black Widow when they played InnerCircle and won them 10-4, I believe, I guess. So, PingPongPals having a good V2. In my opinion, this V2 kind of biased around PingPongPals.
Yeah, there's a lot of insight that you highlighted that I have to agree on. I mean, if PingPongPals manage to beat Swamp Gaming in their map pick, then yeah, the morale is definitely gonna turn off
on any servers as well.
for the opponent team, and they're just gonna struggle in map 2, to be honest. So I'm kind of curious how this is gonna unfold because you have players like Famous, Petro, Gainer, all these guys battling it out. It's just gonna also include the IGLs and how they choose to play the rounds. Is it gonna be fast pace? Is it gonna be slow pace and wait for the last 30-40 seconds to execute a side? We're gonna have to wait and see, to be honest.
Talking about how the gameplay is gonna be going, I guess it's gonna be a very slow biased game because we know that Petro is not that guy who's trying to play very fast, and HCZ is actually one of Petro's students in the IGLing because he was one of his teammates once before. So he definitely learned a lot from him while he's maybe IGLing in Nights because he stayed 2 years for Nights and he even went for the CFS Grand Finals 2024 and he beat Swamp Gaming. HZZ was one of the rosters that the guys beat Swamp Gaming on 2024. So he definitely maybe gained a lot of experience from Petro, but now it's the matter of how Swamp Game is going to be adapting on compounds because Swamp Game is because PingPongPals compound is very good. Petro is very good on compound.
I mean, I've seen Petro play compound in this team and in his previous team, and to be honest, it's not just him making the plays, it's the information that's being relayed, right? Like post-smoke, if the smoke disappears, he can get a nice pick or a peek at least to see where the other team is and to get more information and to use that to utilize a secure in the win.
Yeah, this is definitely an experience by Petro. The guy knows how to macro the game, as we can say. He knows how to get the information, as you said, how to close the round, when to close the round. This is actually in compound is very important, when to close the round, because if you play very fast, it's a global risk-sided map.
You can get destroyed.
Yeah, definitely. But if you play also very slow, that means that you might get stacked on. Maybe someone is getting information on one side. Maybe he's just pushing along like Horus. How we see Horus is pushing along, getting all the information in the world, and then asking his teammates to stack beside. And also we've seen from Dipsy how he's this guy, for example, pushing beside pillars, getting all the information needed and letting his teammates stack aside. So if you play very slow, it's really tricky. And if you play very fast, also it's very tricky. So you need to be mixing both.
You need to do something in the middle, right? In the beginning of the round, you kind of go real quick, try to get a peek with the arm or something like that, then smoke it out, rotate back, and then hold and wait. If you have an advantage in the map, then you can possibly execute.
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I guess it's going to be a very good game to watch.
Yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see what the casters have to say. Our colleagues, New Kai and Elfish Guy, take it away, please, to game one.
Thank you very much, guys. We're looking forward to this, heading into one of the final weekends, the final few days of Crossfire action here for the West League. Of course, one is Nerkai, joined by Elfish Boy for this one, as we look forward to some probably actually quite close games all throughout today. I mean, today, Jordan, could actually be a bit of a long one.
Yeah, this is what we were just saying when we were discussing things ahead of the broadcast. You know, what are we expecting out of today's matches? Well, Swamp and PingPongPals, that feels like a very dynamic match where really anything can happen. Kind of depends, I think, a lot on who turns up on the day. I would say I have PingPongPals as the favorite in this matchup, but we know how explosive this Swamp roster can be when they get going. And it would be no surprise to see them take a map away. Gaimin as well have been a little bit up and down, though. You'd probably back them to get the 2-0 over Anubis.
Yep.
And then 999 TBI. I mean, God knows what's going to
God
happen.
knows. It's
That's going to be a mess.
It's going to be one of the games of all time. A good one.
Yeah.
Maybe I can't guarantee that one for you. But we're on the way here. Swamp taking on PingPongPals. And do you want to remind me, are Swamp playing NA on their map pick, or are they playing NA on their... Okay, there we go.
Yes,
so
this should be NA. This game.
Yes, okay. This should be NA. But then again, of course, two of their teammates being non-NA too. I wonder how that spices things up.
Yeah, it's one of those things. End of the day, you kind of just have to make do and deal with it.
Yep.
Something that I think all of these players are pretty familiar with. You know, it's been a facet of CrossFire for a very long time, so... Snox certainly not having any problems. Nice double kill on the entry there for Swamp, and LSY and Gainer go down. B-side goes down, and, well, I mean, that's pretty much the perfect start to this series for Swamp. By the way, I just want to mention, since this round looks like it's going to be a bit of a nothing round, it was a 2-0 last time PingPongPals and Swamp played against each other, but a very, very close 2-0. PingPongPals did actually get the win. They ended up actually winning Compound 10-2, and Black Widow was the close map. That was 13-12. So I wonder if, you know, maybe if Swamp can pull off a win here on Compound on their map choice, and then we move into Black Widow, a map that they've already had a fairly close result on, what could potentially eventuate here? Because this is actually quite an important game. Right? Like, where they're sitting at on the standings, 6-5 at the moment, that could be seriously under threat if they have a bad finish to the season. Now, they play Swamp today. They should win that. If they play ROC tomorrow, they should probably be losing to ROC. So, let's say you lose here. Then all of a sudden, you're 6-7 as PingPongPals, and Swamp, if they win out the rest of the week, well, then they're also 6-7, and that may be you getting dropped out of the top 4 or out of the top 5. Either way, not good. So pretty important for PingPongPals just to win this one, to make sure that they can kind of lock it down.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's actually a really interesting time in terms of the middle of the pack, where it's so closely matched that a couple of upsets here or there swings things in quite a drastic fashion. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of these sort of games play out today and how it has that effect on the table. But Swap off to a good start, of course. First round for them. PingPongPals, I hope we see that consistency after this side. Of course, I have my reservations at times. I look at someone like Pietro, who's, you know, a wealth of experience and a very, very solid player, but he goes down so early. And this has been, you know, for me covering the last couple of weeks, a real consistent factor that can be sort of tough to deal with. So we'll see. LSY is the first to fall, however. Already Swap looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real problem for PingPongPals. Swamp come out the gate strong, particularly someone like Kai's. You know, you got a map or two, or actually 3. This entire map pool could really be dictated by Kai's with the sniper rifle. Always have to catch myself here and not say the Orm. It's not the Orm.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Just so much easier to say Orm than TRG, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really want to say TRG. I want to say Orm. It sounds nicer.
Yeah, TRG doesn't
it even
roll
almost
off
looks like an Orm, you know? Whatever.
Yeah, it's close enough, but yeah, the sniper.
Yeah. Ooh,
Speaking of, nice DC, nice work.
Yeah, it'll be a start. B-bomb site is going to be the option of choice though for Swamp, and they're not really wasting too much time about it. Gainer to try to defend will fall once again to the entry frag of Snox. Famous is in there for another, as HTZ just tried to sort of lurk his way out through that smoke to assist the defense. And they're clearing up his life to make the retake much more difficult. Nade stack in from Swamp will clear out that position. Pietro's on the long flank. He's obviously going to have to win his individual duel, and then somehow MKZ is going to have to pull off a miracle here.
Feel very likely Kai's dropping Pietro, and like you said, MKZ, no chance in this one. 1 versus 4, a bit of damage there, of course, but unbelievably unlikely from this spot. Fantastic. Again, you know, really setting the tone here. This Swamp side, not pulling any punches, looking really clean and effective in terms of how they're approaching their executes, and they're just not fumbling the post spawns. This is something that, you know, me and you have talked about quite a lot at length, even at the international level, about how a lot of these sides really seem to be a little giddy when it comes towards these post spawns. They don't buy enough time, but Swamp, at the moment, they just shell up there. Really well played.
Yeah, super easy. Really looking quite solid so far today, Swamp. And I suppose it is easy when you get in the first round a double entry on B, and then in the second round an opening kill to start off 4v5. It makes the rounds, you know, much cleaner. But obviously, this being the BL side of Compound, they're already progressing along pretty nicely. You know, we'd expect sort of 3-4 rounds at most from the BL side here. So you're pretty much halfway there. And maybe even you can go a little bit deeper if you're Swamp. Big setup here in Pillars, though. And Kai's been the one to essentially entry into this position. Ideal setup, but the trades are pretty good. Famous that was the one that went down early. Kai's and Snox getting the jobs done with the pistols. And now HDZ just trying to lock in that position, but looking a little bit tentative about it. So we'll take a more safe setup.
Holding MKZ does well. He was just a little nervy there on that peak. MKZ punishes him for it. That's exactly what we want to see. At that minute mark now, 2 versus 3, but Josh is so low. So expectations have got to be relatively tempered here for Swamp. How do we actually try and make this one stick? Smoke down short in terms of front main, and that gives him the opportunity to wrap. Where do you even go from this? You know, getting on towards B is kind of equally as hard because HTC is lurking somewhere.
Just got to see if they can set Kai's up for a pick, which is essentially what they're doing. You can see he's, you know, being the guy that's trying to entry, have a little bit of a look. He's obviously clearing the angles with that TRG. Hasn't spotted anything out, so they have done well to at least get onto this B site. But can they find themselves a plan? It looks like they want to continue to try to clear. They're almost caught in transition there by Pietro. Josh lucky to be alive, but they know they've got to bring this back to a 2v2 before trying to plan. They have been able to do it now. This is going to start to get awkward for PingPongPals. Kais is still watching main. He needs to turn around. Or maybe he doesn't. Josh is just getting it done himself. He talked about Josh being low. Or he has put up some numbers there. And this is now super easy for Kais, with MKZ being a one-shot. Although he just didn't get the memo, it seems. And that'll go the way of PingPongPals. So I don't know if maybe Josh didn't realize how much damage he'd done, or Kais just made the decision to hold the line with the sniper rifle instead of pull the pistol out and maybe play for time. But that actually looked like a super winnable round for Swamp that ultimately doesn't go their way.
Yeah, somehow. A real weird one. I think they'll be kind of kicking themselves a little bit for it, but throwing yourself back into it. Bit of a mid-control once again. MKZ. A little tempted by the idea, but sort of opts against it for now. Gotta look at sort of the way this has been approached by Swamp in terms of the pace they're setting. And for PingPongPals, I really wouldn't mind them getting a little proactive. Just having a look and seeing if they can sort of set the tone a little bit themselves. And get up in their face, try and make them feel a little bit uncomfortable. Looks like Pillars control. It will be the priority. There's 2 players here to meet them. HDZ, right idea. He's posted with that sniper. Nice shot. Falls away as well. Gets given that luxury and just about makes it out alive. Smoke will come down. That's actually really well executed there by PingPongPals.
Yeah, much better start for them this time around. MKZ going to work his way out into middle as well. As that smoke starts to fade, a couple of players in middle. That's information. I think PingPongPals just a little bit overstressed about the B-bomb side at the moment. Wisely starting to move HDZ and Gainer back across. They will lose one. That is to Famous, but Gainer may have just been able to swindle his way through back towards A. See if that ends up being a good decision or not, because Swamp ultimately do look like they may want to finish on B. Famous has been able to take. Gainer looking for a fight. Gonna look for some more and goes down to Kai's over aggression. That may well cost PingPongPals as LSY very scared about the possibility of a B hit. Is going to call the players across to try to find some more information, and just one by one PingPongPals go, I guess, hunting for info on multiple sides of the map and end up losing players to the default setup of Swamp.
Yeah, not what you want to see. Down goes Pietro as well, even all down 2-1, man. LSY, no chance. I just think PingPongPals made that a little too easy. Just too comfortable to find a round of that kind of caliber. LSY, of course, he'll give it a college try. Why not? He got nothing to lose in this sort of situation, but nothing's going to come from this. Fantastic work. Seen off in the end there by Famous, no less. Swamp, back to winning ways, back to a bit of control, back to looking strong to the level that we expect of them. But a similar thing, we want to get Swamp guaranteeing a really healthy lead in this first half, sort of as a bare minimum. And go from there, see what else we can build upon it. Early damage. Let's control once again a priority. This time, PingPongPals a little bit more standoffish.
So far, so good, though, for Swamp. Maybe a little bit of a mishap in that 2v1, I guess, for Josh and Kais, but otherwise, it's all gone their way. I mean, the possibility of this having even been a 4-0 seems kind of ludicrous, to be honest, given how close these two teams were, at least on paper, but it's the way it's been so far. Swamp have definitely been the better team here on Compound. Dana does have his eyes. He's going to come through from Josh. This should be traded every day of the week, and it will be. Decent enough setup from Swamp. However, they lose another one to HDZ. So again, numbers deficit for Swamp. And again, it's a round that you really feel PingPongPals do have to convert on.
Yeah. It was like, for now, numbers advantage. Of course, we can make narratives and conversations about ping all day, but from where we're at, it should be a simple one to see over the line. MKZ, yeah, he's going to try and move through that smoke. That's risky, but it's a risk that pays off. Finds Famous, then gets traded, but keeping the numbers advantage, that's basically all that matters. ACT pop shot that doesn't connect. Snox trying to find a bit of an opener, and he actually got a bit of space here.
Yeah, he does. They could plant the C4. HCC's going to wait and see if there's going to be a push on through. He might get cleared, and he will. And that's now the C4 that is going to be dropped. So it's on to Snox, 1-on-3. Give him a chance there for a sec, and the spray though is a little bit too wild. Just a missed chance, make that an impossible clutch. So another one for PingPongPals. This one looks, I would say, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more comfortable. So finding their feet. Double setup from the snipers of PingPongPals. HTZ and LSY having a crack again. This time, Kais will draw first blood for Swamp.
Oh. Feels like an audacious swing there from Gainer. Not too sure if that was necessary. And, of course, ends up being ultimately quite costly, too. 3 remaining for PingPongPals. Don't expect a hell of a lot on this one, if I'm being honest. Should be a pretty easy one to see over the line for Swamp.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to close a round out when you essentially get scissors, paper, rock like that. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're going for the mid hit. They're set up to protect against the mid hit. Kais hits the first shot with the DRG, and then, you know, it kind of snowballs a little bit from there. So it's a bit of a nothing round, I would say, here for PingPongPals, but Swamp are certainly not going anywhere quickly. They're more than happy to use this time that's available to them and kind of hang out in mid.
Yeah, a bit of a waiting game. Sox. Just having a double check over towards pillars, a real world in which one could have pushed. And I think, honestly, that probably would be the right play here from PingPongPals. You're at a point where this round, if played as a default round, you don't really have a chance. You actually got to get proactive, but Famous, good reaction for the first. Josh for the second as well on towards MKZ. This one should be done now. LSY, no chance in hell. It's only a matter of time. Does get himself one. A nice little shot, no less. Kais with the quick trade will settle it. Swamp, another round. Great to see.
And that puts them up to 4, which is already starting to get beyond par. The L side of Compound. So if they can push this any further, it's going to be a really, really tough second half for PingPongPals. Almost essentially asking PingPongPals to win out the half now. Have a fighting chance in this map. Which, based on the way that Swamp have been playing so far, seems like a tall order. And they're going to push their way in the direction of Pietro, who's now 0-6 for the map. He is having a real roughie. That's A long cleared out. So options open for Swamp, and it has drawn a bit of a transition from PingPongPals. You've got 2 players pushing into pillars, out of pillars actually, even into the BL spawn area. That is, in a sense though, being watched. Got a couple of guys just keeping an eye on things here in middle.
1 minute 30 to work with as well, so not under too much pressure in terms of the time just yet. Say that swing and a find, and that's why looking for 2, but he couldn't quite find it. Kais, thankfully, just about reacting in time. MKC will deliver. Brings it back into a 3 versus 3, but Josh is barely alive. 1 minute 15. They're going to try and pounce back in towards his A side. And that is the right call here to gamble stack up towards A. They're going to bring over Gainer 2.
Yeah, and again, Swamp just not playing too reactively. I feel like if you see two players in middle, or you see a player in middle, maybe you try to pick the pace up there on A just to relieve a little bit of that pressure on Kais after he gets the trade. But Kais feels like he's so under pressure that he has to go for another swing, ends up giving up his life. 1-for-1 on the entry. HDZ did hit his shot. It was on to Snox. Now Josh, again, low HP warrior, is in an ideal world relying on HZZ to get these frags. There's Gainer around the corner, but the M4 is too strong in that position, shooting through the wall, and Josh gets a freebie onto HDZ. It's another one for Swamp.
Yeah, really starting to look quite good now as well, this Swamp side. They've already guaranteed the lead. That, first and foremost, is such a big benefit to have in this sort of a situation. Your map pick, you really want to get as much of a leeway as you can. Gainer opens things up and gets the big man of Famous as well. So that is an important way to, at the very least, start things off. Kais has taken fairly significant damage himself, so this is a little precarious of a round for Swamp. They would love to guarantee 6. If we can get a 6-3 heading into the second half, that'll be fantastic. Snox, he'll to back. MKZ also going to fall as well. This is getting a little awkward.
One. Yeah, Tro grabbing Kais there, but C4 down on the A side very, very quickly as well. PingPongPals going to have to try to pick the pace up here, but they've lost control in GR spawn, and Pietro now trying to go and clear that one out. Is going to have to come face to face with HZZ. Timing does not favor HZZ in this instance. Snox looking locked in. 18 seconds to try and play for time. Dueling with Pietro and expecting that swing from LSY. Takes the fight, headshot through. Snox is a monster on this map. And that is Swamp getting yet another round. It's going to be 6-2. Good news is Pietro's on the board, but hey, it's too little too late for PingPongPals.
I think you're right. I think you're right. That's a tough one. It is. Not like there was a bit of an opportunity there at the very least to make something out of that round, but letting it kind of fall away just through the fingers in that sense, they had a real hold of it. Oh my god, Gainer's gone absolutely huge though, so PingPongPals at least want to make something out of the tail end of this half, and surely they should. HGZ and Kai's a lot to do.
Yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of rounds you're going to get out of Gainer, for sure, and that's why he's in this team. We saw a lot of it last season as well. We kind of highlighted that Gainer was a highlight point of his team in the previous season. I've not really been seeing him, I would say, do that as often this season.
Yeah, I agree.
But it is here and there. That's going to be an important round for PingPongPals. Obviously, it's not locked in yet, but hard to imagine they can throw away a 5v2 here. But, yeah, a very important round just to give them a snowball's chance in hell, let's just say. 3 rounds on the R side's not great, but it is something. If you start the half well, you know, maybe you can grind your way back into it. And
Sure.
we have to just ensure that they do get to those 3 rounds as well, because you keep throwing bodies at these last couple of Swamp players, they might be able to make something happen. Kais will go down, and HCC being low, that obviously makes this a little bit more difficult. And so that'll be that. First half done and dusted. 6-3 the scoreline. Very happy with that if you're Swamp. And PingPongPals feeling like they've got a lot to be desired.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've got to really lock it in towards the second half. They've just been looking a little all over the place for me. I mean, it doesn't help, you know, Pietro really struggling to find his form and find his sort of level, but we can always kind of come back and talk about the basics of like ping and map pick and all the rest, but I think ultimately Swamp have just looked really solid. They're playing at a very good level and a respectable level, and a tough one for unfortunately Swamp to deal with right now. Of PingPongPals to deal with right now. Get a first round here though for them. Not chipping away that deficit. We might have a bit of a conversation to be had.
See how this first round plays out. If this ends up being a super clean one from Swamp, then I'm going to start to be convinced. Especially with Snox playing the way that he is. Kais is hitting his shots. You know, Josh has been pretty clutch in those like 1vx situations or 2vx situations. He's definitely had his moments, even though he's 6 and 7. I think the kills that he's got have been highly impactful.
Weird.
So, getting a lot across the board from this Swamp roster at the moment. And PingPongPals will definitely be low on the confidence. Now, I'm going to try and have a little bit of a look over towards B. That is where HCC is waiting, and you could make the argument that he's been the weakest one so far for Swamp in that first half. It goes down without too much to say, but of course, it doesn't matter because Snox is there, and if you talk about the weakest, well, there has to be a strongest, and Snox certainly, without a doubt, has been the strongest. He's going for the ace here, by the way. He knows MKZ has crossed. He wants it. Go for this, and he's going to get it. A full 5 kills from Snox in the 1 round. He's just hitting everything, man. Those spray downs are looking on point.
He is looking so damn clean right now. My God. 7-3. Surely this is a done affair. Surely we're looking at this now and just talking about it's the beginning of the end for PingPongPals in this map. They have to do something, unbelievable to kind of try and flip this on its head. They've not been looking strong really at all. And I guess, like I said, we can always come back to things talking about, you know, ping and all the rest, but this is a Swamp Gaming side that are looking unbelievably strong at the moment. So, fantastic work. See it over the line. They've got a nice 4-round buffer. We found Pietro again going down way too early for my liking. Famous too. It'll catch Josh, but still numbers favor that of Swamp. HP a little shaky though on HGZ and Famous.
Yeah, it's okay. I think you'll take that for a 4-on-3 lead. Kai's here with the TRG in hand is completely locking down the B side of the map. He's got a very strong hold on pillars. You can have the rest of the forces congregated around mid, around A. Snox has to be careful on his timing there, and he does. Nice little shoulder peek, get some information on A long, and just backs off. Play with his teammates. We're just going to come through to buy a bit more time. And in that meanwhile, Kai's, I actually like his timing here. Question is, he's going to hit the shot. Yes, he is, of course. Quickscope onto LSY. I mean, that's such a nice timing from him. Yeah. You know you've seen 2 players over towards long. Worst case scenario, there's 1 guy holding pillars, maybe. Probably not. Because he's probably in mid or probably over towards A-long as well. So you take that space, get yourself another pick here. And HCZ, well, caught napping a little bit. Allowed him out onto the A site. Snox can only get 1 this time, but that's enough. MKZ will get a plant. Famous not going to give him a chance at the round, though. And that'll be another one for Swamp, who are, I have to say, looking really good today. Yeah, agreed. They look so sharp. Swamp in a spot now where, like, we've kind of already feel that this map is concluded. They're looking fantastic. Nobody's really, in a sense as well, you know, you look at this Swamp side, and at times you always look to people like, you know, I think Famous, obviously the name that comes to mind a lot of the time. Snox, obviously, too, who can be the hard carry, and then everybody else sort of struggles behind. But we're actually seeing a lot of different people have their moments. Sure, Snox is really pulling away, but I think Famous stepping up. Kai's looking good. We're seeing some of these shots as well being here and there, which are giving them a hell of a lot to work with. Snox this time gets cut down with none as Pietro to open things up. Nice. For it on long. It's going to be a problem in a second as well. He's going to have to turn around and go huge. Gets the double. Wasn't quite huge enough. Just needed someone else to frag there. If someone else gets 1, Kai's looks like he's in form to maybe hit 3 or 4 if he just had a little bit more space. Unfortunately, not the case for him. And so probably not the case for Swamp either. HCZ would need a really fancy clutch. He is going to flash himself out a window and hope for the best. It's not going to work. So 1 more for PingPongPals, but nothing to really get too excited about just yet. As you can see, long way to a map victory for them. For sure. 8-4. 4 rounds, the difference maker right now. But I'm not going to completely discount them just yet. PingPongPals looking for consistency, and that's nice way to start things off. HDC. Sniper. Finding HDC. You're always going to take that. It's a bit of a mouthful. It's Kai's and Famous combining, though. Gainer, sure. One of his own. Colt pulled out, but not enough. Josh will find 1 at the same time. NKZ does. Josh in through middle here, though. He'll find himself a timing. It looks like he's going to go ahead and wrap all the way around through pillars. So Snox and Josh are not going to link up together. They're going to go isolated, which has its pros and cons. Given how low MKZ is, though, you'd expect that Josh should be able to win that duel. He's now spotted him out, forced him back into the site. That's some space taken. You can infer from that that there's going to be 2 players on the site here. And one of them will get the better of Josh. Now again, it falls onto the shoulders of Snox, who's clean for the first. He's got little time to work with, needs to defuse that C4 out in the open. Nade gonna chunk away at his HP. He's hoping desperately for a swing, but it's gonna come through too late. He has to sit that defuse down. Round over. PingPongPals will get another one.
Yeah, maybe this game is not over just yet. At very least, seeing these flashes of brilliance from PingPongPals. It's nice 2v2 as well, especially with how funky the HP was. Gainer, throw him towards mid, just hoping that somebody swings in towards Crate for now. I think being offered up. I mean, Swamp are happy to fight around mid, but they're not overly peeking. Just set up and hoping that swing comes through the smoke. So Pillars control looks like it'll be the priority once again. It's HTC who, again, is going to be tested here. Didn't do amazingly in that previous round. Just going 1 for 1. Situation where he goes 2 for 1. That could be enough to lock in the 9th. But for Swamp, I just think for them, this round is so important. You don't want to give PingPongPals consistent rounds on the board. You don't want to allow them to start really spiraling, which they're sort of on the precipice of.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an important one for Swamp. You don't have to look back far to see a very close loss in a series against PingPongPals, then end up being a 2-0. Now, that was on Black Widow, but first map in the series, in that series, if the same thing eventuates here, if they get off to a banger of a start here on map 1 and end up losing Compound, going into Black Widow, PingPongPals going to be obviously eye on the momentum and whatnot. You know, it's not going to be super fun here for Swamp. I think they really do need to close this one out, and they need to do it pretty soon before PingPongPals get their way back into this game. Snox will be checked by MKZ, and HCZ is also going to fall. So, B-side taken, and again, this should probably be around for PingPongPals. So,
yeah,
got to look at Swamp and say, what's going on here, guys?
Can't see a world in which they lose this one, if we're being completely frank. Versus 5, swing, and not quite a find. It's sort of there. Colt pulled out as well. Pietro just playing with his food now. Resmoke that come through, and he is given the chance at finding it. He does. HCC sees off Josh. That's PingPongPals of yet another round. Deficit is getting mighty close now. I actually wouldn't mind Swamp calling a timeout. Just take a breather. They're losing control of this game actually quite rapidly.
Yeah, no, I think a attack timeout's a great call. Might happen next round. If they don't get the win here, probably would be the time. Snox has got to be filthy. I mean, he's had an absolute banger of a game. 18-8, even after a bit of a slowdown here in the second half. And you're telling me that's not enough to win? Seems that way.
Top shots. Nothing really being found behind it. They're going to go through as well, but again, no one really close enough for that to warrant too much of a worry.
HTZ in the account. Josh going to go down. This looks like it's just going to be a straight up A hit. Massive brawl coming here. Snox good for 1. Needs more. Kai's went down for 3. And Snox barely getting enough, or didn't get enough, would be the answer, as HCZ is now alone. And PingPongPals are coming storming back into this map, and I would start to be getting worried here if I'm Swamp.
I'm with you. I'm starting to get a little bit nervy for this. Still, not the world just yet, but starting to look really quite problematic for Swamp. And like we said, having a pause and a moment, like we see here, just to have a breather, I think is the right call. They've obviously lost quite a lot of control of this game. It kind of felt like a sure thing. And maybe even to them, they got a little overconfident, a little too comfortable. Look where we are now. Under a hell of a lot of pressure, and credit where it's due, this PingPongPals started looking completely revitalized now.
Yeah. Yeah, timeout, of course, called here from Swamp. As we sort of predicted, things are starting to get a little bit too close for comfort. So what do they do to make a change here? I felt like Swamp were really, really good when they were on the front foot on that BL side. And obviously, it's quite easy to be playing that kind of proactive style when you are on the attack, right? But
yeah,
maybe throw something like that in here a little bit. try a mid take, try push pillars, try do something a little bit different, because the way that Swamp have been playing so far on GR has been very standard. You know, you kind of had like a 2-1-2 setup. You've just kind of held your sights, held your standard positions, and it so far seems like PingPongPals are able to deal with that. So try maybe to throw a spanner in the works here, because otherwise you're slowly but surely getting picked apart, and this would be a rough one to lose. The way things are going, though, that is where we are headed.
Yeah, this is looking very tough at the moment. 20 seconds left to sort of deliberate here. And also, it's one of those things, I mean, what do you even really talk about? Because the rounds they've been losing, it does feel like it's not even like they're making really egregious mistakes or doing anything that's inherently that much worse. They are just getting outplayed. It's PingPongPals who look like a completely better side now. And, you know, you've got to be pretty seething if you are Snog, especially with the game that he's been having. Thinking, guys, I'm doing absolutely everything I can to get us over the line on our map pick. And look where we are now. We're barely in a spot of feeling comfortable. Yeah, tough spot. Timeout concluded. So she'll be back on the road in just a moment. Not a hell of a lot that needs to be really spoken about for the PingPongPals side. They're loving life. Things are working well. Everything's kind of going as intended. And you can only really take it one round at a time. That's the only real way you can approach these sort of a situation.
Away through the box. Bit of damage onto Gainer and LSY to start this round off. So that is something of benefit. HCZ going to be jump spotting towards pillars. Didn't see him yet. He can actually get quite a bit of space. This is very dangerous. HCZ luckily not connected with that shot from HDZ from downtown, and HCZ is trying to hold on. And this is getting on the casting front, which all the H's and the Z's and the D's.
Yeah.
Someone's got to change their name. I'm going to call him Hazza. Hazza here from Swamp. He's going to have a crack. Let that Aussie out.
There you
Gainer
go.
will get rid of Hazza. So unfortunate for Swamp. They do get that 1-for-1 though. So that's cost a little bit of time for PingPongPals. It's a start. It's better than nothing.
Sure. Silver linings and all the rest. This one round game though. All tied square. 4 players alive apiece. So this round is, well, at the moment, it's sort of anybody's. 1 minute to work with, though. Snox, with him still alive, you always still slightly believe. One hit that comes around that corner. Under a minute, and no real decision being made just yet. A front, a site smoke as well normally indicates that they want to wrap through towards at least that area next to be the spawn.
Well, Snox is out in front of the smoke, but he's going to have to multi-frag from this position. I mean, that's probably not enough here. It is only just the one. Still gives that space over to Swamp and continues to make inroads into this round. 24 seconds, though. PingPongPals need to make a decision. They need to do it quickly. They're going to go A. They've made the right call. But, man, the timing is really problematic for them, especially now that they've lost Gainer. 2 players need to try to get that C4 down. Someone's surely getting caught on the cross here. MKZ, he just getting a bit of luck. Josh decides not to push forward. The flash came through. HDZ hits one. Needs another. Needs to try to bail Josh out of a bit of trouble. In fact, they're both in trouble. MKZ will go down, and Famous gets himself the double. It is Swamp that find 9. That was too close for comfort. But they get there, and now they have to get this over the line.
This is absolute carnage. Where we're at the moment, I don't know for Swamp. I don't know how happy they are. I think it's a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Thinking we're in a awful spot right now.
No.
Uh-oh, carnage.
Fight in mid. Yeah, this is problematic. Famous, he's got himself a bunch of kills there. HCZ holding down the fort in pillars as well. It was kind of a Hail Mary from Swamp. What we were almost talking about in that tack timeout, you know, try and change something up, try and catch them off guard, and very nearly did work, but trades are effective enough from PingPongPals. We find ourselves in that 2-on-2 very early on in the round, and this is where it gets weird. It gets kind of a bit goofy here. All the fundamentals go out the window.
My God. I'm not liking what I'm seeing, though. I have to be frank. It was quiet for now. 1 minute 20. 2 versus 2. This goes to overtime. I'm partial to believe that PingPongPals might have the advantage. Oh, nice find. Down goes MKZ.
Picks himself up 1. It's now 2-on-1. And HCZ, he's aware. Yes, he is. Shot misses, and that is Swamp's map just on the brink of death. They managed to push it over the line. It was the 11th hour for Swamp, and they do actually manage to step up and close it out. But certainly a little bit more close than they would have liked it to have been. Nonetheless, map under your belt. That's their first win against PingPongPals so far this season, considering they got 2-0 in the last matchup. And now they'll look to try to do the same thing back to PingPongPals as we about moving into Black Widow. That map, of course, 13-12 last time for PingPongPals. So there is definitely a precedent there that Swamp could actually win that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty safe to say kind of where things are at the moment. You look at this Swamp side, and I think it's a massive sigh of relief just to get that over the line. I think with how rapidly things were falling out of kind of control in that sort of map, they were feeling a little awkward. They're glad to get over the line, map under the belt. Now they go into PingPongPals, map pick. But for now, we're going to throw it back on over to the boys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Neo Kai and Elfish Guy. I don't know, like it was like 8-3 at some point, and all of a sudden it just it was really close near the end, like too close to comfort, you know.
Yeah, definitely, and especially that I guess Swamp's Gaming. Maybe technical pause was tactical pause was kinda late, but they still managed to take it. I would be so surprised if these guys didn't take the tactical pause, because usually when you lose 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds in a row, you would love to take your tactical pause and just chill a bit.
Evaluate everything that happened.
Just rediscuss what's happening in the map, because they were losing on the global side and on your map as well. But in the end, Swamp Gaming managed to revenge back their loss, which were 10-2, I guess.
Yeah.
So now coming back in such map, which is such style, winning 10-7 versus PingPongPals, which I want to highlight that these guys are not on the highest individual skills. Right now, we've seen a lot of whiffs from the players. They're like, you're coming from their back, lurking, flanking behind 1 or 2 multiple players, but you still couldn't connect your shots and get the kills. That's one of the most important things that Swamp Gaming usually have, which is their individual skills. Their individual skills, as we said, is very high. Famous, Snox, the guys are doing very well. Also Kai's, everybody of Swamp Gaming is hitting his shots. So even Josh, we've seen he's doing a very good aggressive shots and still managed to win the 1v1 duels and getting the rounds. For Swamp Gaming, that's what we made him, like, kind of had a lot of, or maybe a gap between the rounds for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. Honestly, I did see some rounds where Petro, you can tell he was trying to make like a rush for A side, and it wasn't as successful as possible, because I feel like Swamp Gaming already has a read of what PingPongPals is trying to do in this map pick.
Yeah, they studied how PingPongPals playing, and PingPongPals, they didn't change their play style. They kept playing the same way as the first split, and definitely Swamp Gaming had done their homework, because these guys, as you said, the read from their side was very, very good. HZZ this time came on top of Pietro in compound, and he was kind of reading what's everything doing. So also with the thing that we mentioned, that PingPongPals, the guys were not warmed up. That's why I'm saying that still Black Widow can be closed by PingPongPals, and we're gonna be seeing more and better performance from these guys, because the guys are still warmed up. They're not doing as we expected. The shots is a lot of shots is missing. HDZ is kind of quiet, and LSY as well, which we are not used on those 2 core players, just quiet. So
yeah, I mean, the set summary speaks for itself. On Swamp Gaming's side, it was definitely Famous, Kais and Snox who dominated every single round almost, and usually got the first pick, which put them at a very big advantage early on.
Yeah, and Famous is kind of decent, and he's consistent on these shots on compound. He's usually playing with the same way that he's playing. He's very, very accurate in these shots. So he's the guy that you rely on getting those kills for you to close the rounds. And talking about Snox, this guy, the entry and the attacker and the new addition of Swamp Gaming, he's doing very good. By the way, this was NA.
Solid roster,
Yeah, it was NA server, so he was playing on
Yeah.
high ping. Now this guy is going to be going on the EU server.
Where
which is-
Snox is more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. And he has like lower ping, I guess 10, 20 ping. So
Probably, yeah.
definitely is like having maybe 100 and ping in Snox in the Swamp Gaming. Swamp's going to pick.
Yeah, what are you expecting next map? What are we gonna be seeing?
Well, as we expected, that Swamp Gaming pick was compound, and it was surprising for us because they got stomped last time 10-2, and they still managed to win it back. So now it's PingPongPals pick and on the EU servers.
Yeah.
So how these guys are going to be performing based on the individual skills level that we've seen, I guess Swamp Gaming is kind of better now today, and they are a bit warmed up.
I think
But,
so, yeah.
but going into PingPongPals' performance in the last maybe 2-3 weeks, the guys are all starting slow. They are not hyped as the other teams. They don't go full power from the first map. So still, I can say that PingPongPals pick is going to be Black Widow. They are a bit warmed up, and we've seen that they almost came back in compound. So now maybe we can see that PingPongPals can get the Black Widow win.
They might tie, yeah. So you're expecting a game 3 as a decider.
Yeah, we might go to port if
Interesting.
PingPongPals is going.
I mean,
the
you
same.
did highlight one point when it comes to PingPongPals and Swamp Gaming. There were some moments where the individual skill was just not there, you know, whether it's missing a pick on the arm or missing a point blank shot or something like that. And I'm not blaming the players, of course. I'm blaming the fact that it's game 1 of the day, you know, people aren't warmed up.
Yeah,
They
definitely.
didn't have enough time to maybe practice or warm-ups. Keep in mind, some of them are living in NA, some of them are living in EU, so finding that midpoint where they
Yes.
can link up and play together is not as easy as it looks, you know?
Yeah, and so we've seen how Swamp Gaming came into this 1v1 duels very strong in the first game. Even we've seen 2v3 clutches. Josh was one of the clutches that we've seen. I guess it was 2-0.
Yeah,
Or 2-0
Made
where
a
Josh
comeback,
get
yeah.
3 kills. It was 2v3.
yeah.
Swamp Gaming had the numbers disadvantage, but yet Josh with the sharp shots into Pretro, into HZZ managed to get the round. And this is how you shape the 1v1 duels. You usually, if you win those rounds, you get to close the game.
Yeah, and speaking of the game, we're ready for game 2. Let's take it away to Neokai and Elfish Guy, please.
Rightio, yes, let's get into map number 2. This will be an interesting one, because, again, last series was 2-0 for PingPongPals. They did show us a little bit of something there on Compound, although it took a little while to get going. So I can really see this going either way. Analysts obviously looking towards a third map there. They think Port might be on offer, and I think that's very possible. But I don't know. I've seen Swamp enough times here on Black Widow and some good games from them that I think it is doable.
I think they've got tricks up their sleeve. You know, we've seen them time and time again where they be able to sort of punch up despite sort of what's going on with them in terms of things like internet. You know, it's always been a kind of a common talking point for this side, but I always feel like they managed to fare quite well. So I'm excited, man. I want to see what they can bring to the table here. It's a map, of course, in which all of these sides you'll know very well. It's played so often here in the West League, so let's see. That's why I'd start things off. If we can get another game like that on Snox as well, then we are really cooking. I think he might have the real opportunity to, kind of once again, prove his worth.
You're going to be looking for those entries, that's for sure. Kai's, though, has been set up on the long line with their TRG in hand. Hasn't seen anything. Nade stack at the box. It's going to do a bit of chip damage to Gainer, but not enough to really get us too excited about things. So a slow start to the map here for Swamp, but you can see it's a bit of a default setup. Just trying to probe things. You know, you set up your sniper at the bottom along, see if they can find a pick. Josh just watching the other side of the map to make sure there's no push coming through from B. Now we're defaulting back over towards the box room. And that might not be a bad call. If they can get a clean entry here onto Pietro, that's B-side open, pretty much. I mean, LSY might be able to crack up into window and get one on the entry to find a trade, but that should be a B-side for Swamp. Flash in from Pietro. Shouldn't slow them down too much. LSY is now holding the window position. So a bit of a change up, bit of a stronger hold here for PingPongPals, and that is going to be the opener from LSY, but it's the go signal as well for Swamp. 1 for 1 on the hold from Pietro is good enough so far. Question is, can Kais find that dual win in middle? He won't be able to. You'd say the round is probably done with that, as the rotation is now going to come through, and that's a pretty comfortable one in the end for PingPongPals. I think Swamp had the right idea, but they just had their timing off.
Agreed.
They would have gone 15 seconds earlier. They had that site.
I think you're spot on. I think you are. I mean, man, that could have been it. But Swamp, this could be something that plagues him a little bit. Maybe even slightly overthinking the situation. Pietro for the first. Gainer also going to fall too. So the opening double go the way of Swamp. LSY with that Colt will deliver back in response. But LSY is so low. So you can maybe even chalk this up to more or less like a 4 versus sort of 2.5 in a way. Opportunity for Swamp to tie this game right back up. HTZ, he's still posted all the way deep towards backside. Doesn't want to peek too much. Just the right call, but he's also holding 2 angles alone. So, you know, he's got a sort of tunnel vision in. Not a strong or not a super strong position to hold. And that's why doesn't get caught on the cross there by Snogs. That's information gained.
This is a much better start for Swamp. And again, it's kind of the same fashion in which things played out on Compound on those rounds that were going really well for them on the BL side. Bit of a faster play, opening the pick up early. KZ's going to have his chance here, though. They're finding it difficult to trade him down. Eventually, Kais does get that job done, but LSY will drop the bomb. And that will be a cause for concern. HCC ruling with Kais. As LSY does go down to that flank from HCC. The wrap-up short proving to be a little too well-timed. So 1-1. I don't feel those first couple of rounds really tell us a whole lot. It still feels like we're kind of hanging in the balance at the moment. Which may be the case, actually, for the majority of this map, based on the last time they met each other.
Yeah, it might actually be kind of indicative, in a sense as well, just how close these sides can be when they sort of figure each other out. Sox. Information gathering. Nadal bound around that corner. Nobody's there, so it doesn't matter all too much. Just trying to chip away. Oh, though. Not a huge amount on offer. HGZ spamming the corner of the box. Got the right idea as well. MKZ was behind there, and he probably makes the smart choice off the back of that spam just to fall away. Don't take any unnecessary damage for no reason. Sox just holding for a push out here from B. I really doubt he'll get it. It's Gator who's close in that sense, and that's why not too far behind in terms of support, but there's no need for Gator to push here, especially with a smoke being down too. So, we hit 120, and it looks like they're angling for that B setup, and you can even see now as well, it feels like PingPongPals understand this, because they're actually flanking. MKC and Pietro getting behind.
They've got the info at least, but
yeah.
Still, solo hold on B, smoke's going to come through, LSY across the reinforce, and again, you know, you think Swamp, why do you not go straight away there? You've allowed that rotation to come through by throwing those smokes. It is a couple of good trades back in there from Famous, but I think if they just go straight away, they maybe catch LSY in transition or catch that site with a solo hold. Either way, the plan's going to go down. 3-on-3. You will not be mad about that as Swamp. Kais, though, needs to hit this shot. This is a one-and-done position. What's that? Pietro hits the banger. Nice quick one. And MKZ will find the trade. And indeed, it was a one-and-done position. Famous will drop. HCC will go down as well. And Swamp just giving up another round. So that'll be 2-1 for PingPongPals. Very, very early days. But PingPongPals are definitely looking more competitive on this map. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. They've definitely just got a little bit more of an idea as well of how to sort of approach this. These are working well. HGZ's with Famous. Swing around. They actually get a lot of control sort of for free here. They don't have to do all too much, but it's all over. Gainer might be in a little bit of trouble here. Needs bounding down. He's so low, but it's not enough to kill him. And if Gainer sits still, they might even just overlook his spot. They're going to completely rotate away regardless. Just leave one over there towards long as a precautionary method.
Yeah, Kais and Snox both still holding onto a grenade, but unlikely to get used at this point. And Kais is going to go down to the sniper battle. Again, Swamper just going to decide to go towards box room late in the round again, it seems like. And we haven't really seen them probe mid at all. They haven't really been putting any pressure there. This is starting to become a little one-dimensional. Let's take long control, set Kai's up on long, and then go B. It's like, all right, well, it's all well and good, but it's probably not the only strat you want to be using. And you can see it's starting to get predictable for PingPongPals. That grenade, perfectly timed. Half HCZ's HP gone. Snox takes a bit of a chip damage as well. So it does feel as though PingPongPals have a really good read on what Swamp's up to now.
Yeah, no, agreed. Oh, swing. And a fine on towards Pietro. So still a doable round despite being a somewhat known quantity LSY. Nice shot. Same for HDZ as well. 2 versus 3, but Gainer is barely alive. It's crossing. That is so precautious. But HDZ, spam that for the box. Yeah, you are right. Flank going. They've got to pick up this C4 too.
29 seconds. It's going to be rough still here for Swamp. Famous will need to win his duel. Gainer, low HP though. And that'll be an easy pickup for Famous. He's able to clear out the entirety of mid. They're going to go A. That's actually a really bold call. They could be caught on the timing here. MKZ through the doors. He'll be spotted out. Famous hits the shots and gets it done. It's a heart-stopping round, really. But a couple of timings do go the way of Swamp. I still think they've got to do better than that. You know, that is really starting to become a little bit one-dimensional. So I want to see things change up here in this BL round. Like, can't be doing the same thing over and over again. It looks like they've at least gone for something a little bit different this time.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of mid-control goes a long way in a game like this.
Yeah.
Gives you options more than anything. It does feel like you mentioned this one-directional kind of approach here by Swamp that they are calling a little loose. It feels like things maybe don't seem that deep on this map, which would be so surprising because the map which everybody plays, we already spoken about these two sides playing it too. So, yeah, for Swamp, I don't know, maybe we can also talk about on the flip side where you're really kind of conditioning them to what your default is. Default late towards B, but so far it's not exactly working that successfully. So I don't know if that default is inherently that strong.
Yeah, this is a bit of a change-up. Snox is working middle. See how that ends up working out. They know now that MKZ has pushed up over bridge. Interesting setup in this round. The 3-2 split from Swamp. I wonder if they're going to try and put a little bit more pressure here onto B again. You've obviously been conditioning PingPongPals into expecting a B finish. It's not a bad shout to try and put some, util onto the B bomb site and actually go into mid, go into A. But again, ultimately, it looks like we're going to continue to follow that same formula. Kai's set up at the bottom along. 4 players defaulting back over towards B. 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to try to hit the B bomb site. They're going to try to go in through box room. It's, again, not a surprise here. I'd say for PingPongPals, they're going to start to make their move, but Kai's is also moving here as well. He may be able to cut one of them off in transition. That's going to be the linchpin, the X factor for this round as the entries starting to come through. There's that kill from Kai's as he pushed his way up long. I feel this is actually how this round was supposed to play out all along. And they haven't actually been able to do that because Kai's has gotten picked at the one along. Gainer, in with a chance here. We'll get Famous. Still in the 2v1 though, with 10 seconds though to hold. He could actually get this one done. Gainer through the window. Gets one, but no more. Kai's coming across just for that trade. And man, it's a little bit too close for comfort, but Swamp do get the round.
My God, they get it, but again, it's similar to kind of how that map maybe ended in a way. Are they happy about how it sort of was got? I don't know. MKZ, that's so risky, but he gets away with both. He has no right to get 2 kills there. I can't believe Josh doesn't trade him first and foremost, or even get the opener. Yeah, he spotted him.
There's literally 0 damage done at all. So just a massive whiff from Swamp, I think, in general. May not have been a bad call necessarily, but a failure in execution, I think we can definitely say. So, back to the drawing board here for Swamp. And I dare say this is going to end up being a pretty slow round. Swamp are going to try and give time to Kai's to see if he can even these numbers up somewhere. But some pretty safe lines being held at the moment. LSY, if he would go for a pick on short, that could potentially start to be the undoing for PingPongPals. Famous going to have a crack in through middle as well. You just need someone to activate. Someone's going to have to try and take this round into their own hands, and it might be Famous. Shot in there onto HDZ. Now looking for MKZ. But no shots presenting themselves, and Pietro will find a nice timing for that swing. Drops Kai's, finds the C4, and that should pretty much be the round done and dusted.
Yeah, I think you're right. Famous ATZ, what have you got for us? Constellation kill might be all we really get. Down goes Famous to the hands of HDZ. HZZ might follow momentarily. He's dueling at range with a sniper. Tells you that might not work out too favorably for him. Down he goes. That's another 4 PingPongPals. It's a little back and forth. Neither side have really got true control over momentum right now, but man, what a weird game. 3-all so far. It's much more kind of back and forth and close in that sense, rather than being such heavy on the swings as map number 1 was.
Yeah, a bit back and forth, that's for sure. Bit more of a standard round to play things out here. No quick aggression out of the B bomb site for PingPongPals this time. In fact, it seems like Swamp are almost expecting something out from long, which they're not going to be getting. But you've got 2 players dedicated to watching that for the moment.
Gosh. Just the insurance policy here, really, on the push through box room, but only HE followed by a smoke, not a lot behind it. Famous slight tag onto him with the C4 on his back. Nation Gain is lucky to cross with his life intact there.
Just waiting for this storm to open back up. HDZ is going to have to hit this shot. Going to be difficult though. Through the smoke, can't see anything. Gainer, center of Snox. HDZ down, Gainer down as well, and MKZ also falling. Josh has just popped off in mid for a double. He's also spotted out Pietro. He doesn't even really need to be taking this fight. That's a good nade. We'll soften the target up a little bit. Runs out of bullets. Oh my word. But I think it shouldn't matter. A 3v1 here now for Pietro with only 30 seconds. That time ticking away very quickly. It was a fast bomb plant down from Swamp, and they're going to put it to bed pretty comfortably. So that will be another one. And Swamp now take the lead.
Oh, I mean, again, they take the lead, but a bit of an asterisk in whether they can kind of build upon it. If they can actually take a lead heading into that second half, then we've got something to work with. Just having some sort of kind of uniformity in this game would go a hell of a long way. This back and forth nature right now, I don't think it's serving a real purpose for either of these two sides. They're still feeling a little janky, a little bit at unease, but PingPongPals not playing at the level that we want from them. They're still really struggling to find the level that they actually have at some of the games throughout the previous weeks. Seems like Swamp have kind of got their number at the moment.
That's a play from Swamp this time. They're losing a lot of HP to this util. Famous HCC, Kai's all tagged up. Stuck behind a smoke at the moment. They're kind of waiting for that flood from PingPongPals, which is inevitably coming. And it seems to have gotten the better of Swamp. That timing working out. 2 for 3, but it gets brought back. Josh in with another important double. Kai's going to take the position on the short hold. Oh, this is so ballsy from him.
Yeah.
Pietro going to smoke it off, but this could actually be huge from Kai's. If he hits this shot, it'd be a round-winning shot, and he does. Big one to start off the 2-on-1 clutch.
He's just looking. The bomb yet to go down as well. There's no real information to work with at the moment. Oh, and there it is at the end. Nice work coming through. Super calm and patient, waiting for the opportunity to arise for him. He sort of, in a way, knew it wasn't on him to make that move. That will tie things up. This game continuing to deliver.
Yeah, 4-4. Swamp will be looking for the 5 for sure. Both teams looking a little bit more comfortable on the BL side so far today. I mean, Compound to sort of take that as the data set. That's an awkward swing, but he doesn't get punished for it. He gets away with his life and actually does technically out-trade, but hangs around too long and just eats a grenade for his trouble. An unnecessary death that Swamp may not be able to afford.
I'd love to have see this half in their favor too. So now with Josh going down, it's not going to help. He's not actually looked too bad. It can't be said for Snox though. You know, the big man from that previous map is not looking as lights out here. Win 5. Minute 20 though. So far from over, and if we can get Snox kind of rekindle what we saw from that previous map, we might be able to talk about recovering a little bit at the tail end of this half, this final round. Gainer. Bad idea, just looking for information. What's the head? Oh, and he takes a lot of damage, down to 6 points of HP. So lucky to stay alive.
Yeah, still not sure where Swamp want to end up. HCZ looking to clear out BL spawn. Got to find an entry somewhere. They've got to find something, and maybe Gainer's going to present that. This is an interesting push. Kais was not prepared for it. Trade should come through. It won't. Famous can't see him. Gainer's low on HP. He'll eventually be brought down. HDZ from the box. Playing safe from Famous, and that is wise. The rest of the job is pretty much being done across the board, and that is 5-4, favoring PingPongPals. So it does seem we are following the trajectory of the last series. This map, a very close one. 5-4 here. It was 13-12 last time. As close as it can get at the halfway point.
On the way. I'm enjoying it. Early fight. Damage dealt. Down goes Famous. Not the person you want to be losing this early either. That's got to hurt a little bit. The fall away. I actually like the way you've played that as well for PingPongPals. They've got that initial kill, and they've immediately called for a pause and a rotate.
Oh, Gainer getting himself a 1-for-1. It's not really going to be enough to open things up just yet. Or Swamp. But it's better than the alternative, I suppose. Do just have Josh kind of holding the A site solo, and frankly, he's not even really holding it. He's more so playing for the retake. This is going to end up being the incorrect call for Swamp. It is going to allow PingPongPals out onto A for free. I don't see how you retake this site with the numbers deficit, with the health deficit, time ticking against you. It's not going to be an easy round to get through here for Swamp.
Throw down as well to make it all the more awkward, just blocking off one of the main points of trying to get back in towards this site. I like this one, trying to use the time as much as possible. Sock swinging a fine though. That is not bad at all. It's such a risky P. Pietro finds Josh, and guys, the Sox have all to do. I don't know what they do from this. Into that 2 versus 2. That's always going to help. He's got the right idea. Pietro's still waiting for the fight to come to him as well. Stock's doing well. He said time, but they've got enough of it. They've just got to get on the ball.
Oh, no way.
Have they got it? 4 seconds. I think they've just got it. Just about. Oh!
Not quite. Yeah, not quite. He was just a bit too far away. So close. I mean, to get it that close surely had to be a bit of a wake-up call for PingPongPals that this is by no means done. But they do get the round and start to dig their heels in for a potential win here on map number 2.
That's close, man. That was so close.
Yeah.
Not close enough. Doesn't matter. It's still that lead being extended by PingPongPals. That's ultimately all that really matters in this sort of a spot. 6-4, and Swamp are going to find a way out of this pretty dire spot that they're in currently.
Yeah, it could be worse. Double sniper setup is certainly something that can work here in Black Widow. So I think we've got a couple of options and chances to play with here before things really start to become problematic for Swamp. A 6-4 deficit, though, is obviously not ideal. A bit of damage to start this round off onto Pietro.
All right. Well, plenty of time as well to decide what they want to do in this spot. EP. Glad they're setting up for an A hit once again. It worked last time in the post spawn due to the time. It's Gainer to find the first Snox. Try something proactive. I don't even hate the idea. I would have just liked a little bit of support with him in that endeavor, not going in alone. HCZ. Does he know? Does he know? No, he's so tunnel vision in. He had no idea. Kais gets one, but he's in no man's land, so it's such an easy trade.
Yeah, this is just a bit of a nothing round, unfortunately, for Swamp. And that push out on B, it doesn't work, and then it sort of is like a house of cards from there. One card tumbles and the rest topple as a result. So not even close that round, and that's starting to look more and more comfortable here for PingPongPals as they get themselves up to a 7-4 advantage, and that's a far cry from the 6-4, which felt, maybe not too threatening for Swamp, and I think now it definitely is starting to weigh on them.
Yeah, this is looking like it's set up for that third. Same as got the ideas. He'll get one. Kai is going to get caught, though. Gainer just tapping away, baiting him into a fight that Kai shouldn't have taken from that spot. GG. Looking to try and deny a bit of presence as well. Caught by a flash. Smoke thrown on top of it as well to make matters all the more worse. So he's now stuck in a sense as well. Josh can't really get out from window. This is a good spot. I think PingPongPals are in.
Snox looking to try to pull one back. Hasn't been able to. C4's not yet gone down, though. And someone's been able to kind of pre-rotate. So they do have the time to play with here. I mean, Famous is going to try and get out in front of the play. LSY through the smoke will catch Snox. And it's still kind of just going back and forth, isn't it? C4 has dropped in no man's land. HCZ, I feel, is going to be the key factor here. But Snox, Josh rather, is able to slip his way through onto Gainer. And a touch and go round for sure, but it will go the way of Swamp.
Okay. Not just yet, then. Maybe there's still a couple of tricks to be had. Only a 2-round game. That is recoverable if played effectively. Nice Swamp. It's Famous on the little pixel peak. He's waiting. He's patient as well, but should get overwhelmed in due time. Going 1 for 1. Not terrible there. Actually considering the horde that came in front of him. Smoke down behind it. Kais is still backside. He could be the real difference maker, but he misses a freebie. Can't be affording to do that. That's going to hurt. Down he goes eventually. Kais really had to get one there. Thankfully, looks like it won't be too big of an issue. It's all down to get 1v3, but he does have the C4.
That's one of those shots you miss, and you're like, God damn it, I've just thrown the game. Like,
yeah.
That should be a freebie, and you know in that moment, you miss the shot, you're like, I've really cooked it.
Yeah.
But luckily, there was a couple more chefs in the kitchen that were able to salvage the meal. See what Gainer can do, though. He's actually low-key kind of cooking on this map, 13 and 9, so this round might not be over. Josh losing a lot of HP, and Snox losing his head. HCZ has to come through in transition up through short. Josh just trying to buy that time. C4 is in the hands of Gainer here, so it's not unbelievable to imagine a 1v3 could happen. Josh just taking the swing will win the duel, but man. Bit close for comfort again, though. Swamp put another one on the board, and they bring it back to a 7-6 deficit. Starting to look better now on this GR side. Rotations are coming through. They're flowing a little bit better.
There's definitely a bit of worry there when you're against Gainer. I think he's obviously looked so good this map, but I think just this season as well, that worried me for a sec. But it's okay. 7-6. 1-round game. There's probably a bit of belief to be had for Swamp. I think if this does go to 7-all as well, I would like PingPongPals to call for a pause. Try and rein it back in. Gainer spotted, overwhelmed there. Famous was there for support, but he gets traded. It's actually a 2-for-1 in favor of PingPongPals.
Yeah, not good. Not good for Swamp. Bit of another scissors, papers, rock kind of moment. Josh wants to look in through middle. KC spotted. LSY also spotted. And again, another sort of 50-50 almost that will go the way of PingPongPals, and Swamp have got to be kind of fuming a little bit that this round has played out this way, because with a sharper shot or two, this was their round.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, HCZ, unfortunately. Not much you can offer up in this one. Tagged. He'll deal some damage, but behind me, flanked out. That is that. PingPongPals back to a somewhat more comfortable lead.
Yeah, 8-6. Pretty stable, but not enough to breathe a sigh of relief just yet for PingPongPals. This ain't over until it's over. Now, I'm just going to try and walk their way out onto long. Now, you got Famous at the back of sight alongside Kai's. I think what they're going to do here is just wait for Snox to take contact. Well, so far, he hasn't seen anything. So, PingPongPals with just a little bit of pressure applied to A, but nothing that would seriously indicate an A hit yet.
All right. Guys, this time can't afford to miss the freebie if it's offered up. 120 though. Still nothing really on offer. I don't know what the decision really is to be made here.
This decision could be everything for PingPongPals. Looks like a good one.
Oh, there could be a flank maybe from MKZ if he pushes forward. If he gets the right timing here, he could actually be the insurance policy to cut off rotations. It could work really well. It's still going to be a numbers advantage. They're swinging in, bounding around the corner. Down goes Josh as well to the hands of Pietro. A smoke and a flash to stop HEZ. That's a sight. I mean, do you even retake it? I don't know if you can. Like, obviously you give it a college try, but it's a fantastic execute from PingPongPals.
It's important that Snox has been able to clean up MKZ on the flank there, because that at least ensures this is a 4v4 without anyone behind to worry about. But the setup is looking so good for PingPongPals that it's hard to imagine Swamp are going to be able to get back in here. HDZ as well, hitting that shot onto Kai's will make matters worse. He's popping off a double kill. Pietro will fall. Famous, a nice double himself, straight back on in, but time becoming a factor, and with HDZ going down, this feels impossible. Famous can't get it done, and that is PingPongPals up to 9. And I have to say, I really much prefer the way PingPongPals take that B site over the way Swamp was doing it on their BL side.
Agreed.
The way that Swamp was taking the site was layering smokes in, waiting a good 5 seconds, kind of really telegraphing their take, whereas PingPongPals, they don't hesitate. They pop a flash in and just bust their way onto the site. They completely white Josh. He's stuck behind the box, can't see anything. He's done, round over. There's no time even for the rotate to come in. So, much more stable take from PingPongPals. They've started off what might well be the final round of this map really, really nicely as well, with a big nade stack onto Snox. And 10 is very much looking like it's on the board. Yeah,
I think you're right. It just feels like PingPongPals have figured them out now. It feels like they've got the idea of what's sort of required. Taking this to a third out of port would be kind of interesting too. Hard to predict because both maps have been played out so differently. The first one was massive bouts of momentum, but not loads of, I guess, back and forth, where this one's kind of felt the other way. Very scrappy, very unorthodox at times, and it's very difficult to predict, and unfortunately it's not worked out for Swamp in the way that they would like. 9-6, and with Snox already gone, all signs point to PingPongPals pushing us towards that third map of port.
Port hold here from HCZ. Needs to get at least one. Has been spotted out though, and it's pretty much impossible to get out of this position safely. So he's going to have to just go down swinging, which is not going to happen. Pietro lurks past his sightline. Blaze gets one on the entry, but that's pretty much all you're going to really be hoping for from an angle like that one. He's now alone. MKZ in behind will lose his head. USP doing some damage, but it's not enough. And PingPongPals will force a map 3. It felt like a bit of an inevitability, actually, in that second half. You just kind of got the sense that Swamp fell off a little bit. So, once again, we're getting a close series. This time it's reflected on the overall map score as well.
Yeah, right idea. I just think a really decent understanding coming through from PingPongPals. It was like we did a little scrappy, little back and forth in that first half, but they started to figure out, and we even saw bits of this in towards that first map where they understand just what Swamp are bringing to the table. But good for them, taking their map pick, pushing us towards Poor. And I think this is a series that feels like it deserved 3 maps. I mean, these two sides have actually been relatively evenly matched all the way throughout. So we head towards Port now, and sort of reservations maybe about the Swamp side in particular. They fell very flat, and it was quite indicative how much they missed Snox there in towards map number 2. He could not get going for a long time, and well, we're going to need him in towards Port. But for now though, we're going to throw it back on over to the boys over on the desk.
Thank you, Neokai and Elfish Guy. Yeah, I have to agree. After the second half, I feel like Swamp Gaming fell off a little bit, and PingPongPals warmed up, and they managed to get enough game sense from game 1 to utilize it and make a pretty substantial gap in the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, I think that maybe the first half, PingPongPals, they didn't fall that much because the guys played Global Risk on Black Widow, which is kind of the hardest side on the Black Widow. But still, they managed to get, I guess, 4 rounds, maybe 5 rounds. So
approximately. Yeah.
But the thing is, that's what we said about PingPongPals. The guys start very slow. We've seen, this is not PingPongPals that we've seen on Compound. That's why I said if PingPongPals were able to beat Swamp Gaming on Compound, it definitely is going to be 2-0 for them. But now, they are pushing themselves to map board in a very good style, to be honest, because the guys, the guys are back with their individual skills. We've seen more hitting shots from the guys. HTZ kind of more connecting the sniping shots now, and still Swamp Gaming, they were kind of clueless, and we said that this team is kind of maybe they are relying on individual skills more, and we've seen that if Famous is not popping off and getting the multi-frags, Swamp Gaming usually they struggle in closing the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they managed, PingPongPals managed to control the peak players of Swamp Gaming in this specific game, especially early on in the rounds. They would go for picks and manage to secure a kill or 2 before actually looking to either push site or stack on a site.
Yeah, as we can see, look at this. All the PingPongPals guys are on 1 point KD. They definitely, everybody stepped up from the first game because we haven't seen this performance in the first game. As I said, it's a warm-up game for PingPongPals, and we got used on how these guys are usually starting very slow and then warmed up. You go on the second map, you get destroyed by PingPongPals. We're going for a decider, and it's usually a very close game for PingPongPals.
Yeah, I mean, Elfish Guy did highlight 10-6 is not as good as 10-8 or 10-9, you know. Travis Law wasn't in the picture here.
Yeah.
So honestly, I really am excited to go to the next map, because this is going to decide a lot of key factors, especially where both teams place in the standings.
Yeah, well, PingPongPals, they need this win. If you're going to be talking about the standings,
100%.
PingPongPals, they definitely need this win, and they're coming back now, winning their own map pick. As we said, it's fair enough. Swamp Gaming won their own map pick. Now PingPongPals won their own map pick. That means that the game is very close, but PingPongPals, they are desperate to go. Yeah, they are desperate to go for the map 3. So why? Because the guys are very close in getting the playoffs. They need these wins because they have a very high competition with Anubis.
Level,
so I guess they're very close in getting the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how map 3 is going to pan out. But anyways, before we get to map 3, we're just going to call a short break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ah, sick. I'll.
Right, welcome back on in. Nao is having a chill. I mean, we're all having a chill. I'm having a chill as well. Well, you know what we should lock back in for?
I was having a look and seeing how each win, well, I guess each result here in this third map affects the tables. It's a little interesting. This middle of the pack is super awkward because a win here could look good on paper, but they require somebody else to take a loss or somebody else to take a win, kind of heading down the line. So I'm really keeping tabs on this as each game progresses. I think, you know, when we look towards the final game of the day, 9-9 TBI, that one doesn't really make too big of a difference. Unfortunately, those guys are sort of too far out of it. But even like Gaimin Gladiators, they pick up a loss, especially if it's a 2-0 loss. That could be really funky in terms of how this top four ends up rounding out.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look, if you're PingPongPals and you want to make a serious run in for like a top 2 or 3 position, you definitely need to be winning this series. If you want to, in a sense, like lock yourself in for a top 4 or top 5, you probably also need to win this series. Because if they were to lose and then they lost their next series and Swamp won both their series and this and that, like, you know, you go through all of that math. I think there is definitely a world where PingPongPals could fall off the pace. So, yeah, very crucial final map coming up here for both of these two teams. Noting that for both teams, actually, their next and final game of the season is against ROC. And you'd look at that on paper and say, well, that's just
chalk it up.
Auto loss, to be fair. So this might be maybe your last chance to actually get a win on the board, which could be a really big deciding factor for PingPongPals. They would be 6-6 at the end of this match, and obviously then your next best competition would be Anubis, who have a tough game today. They do play 999 tomorrow, though. Then they have a game against IC later in the week. So, look, yeah, I mean, Anubis also thinking about making that run in. Haven't quite got as difficult of a run. I mean, it's obviously still a little bit too early to tell where all of this is going to end up sitting in, but kind of must win for Swamp if they want to be in the conversation, and very, very high importance for PingPongPals in just kind of locking their position in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get Port underway, mate. In towards map number 3, and tough one to predict. Both map 1 and 2 played out very differently. It's Gator being the first to fall, and Snox is back. It took him a while to get in towards map number 2, and he's kickstarting things quickly here.
Yeah, that's a strong start from Swamp. Straight out of the gate and into that B bomb site. I'm just going to go down, and LSY going to lurk through it. Will go down as well. Now, I do have to wonder if this first half is being played on NA or not. Because that could make a big difference. If Swamp gets to start on NA, they're going to be playing that Blacklist side. You can just see the pace at which they attack that round. Maybe there's something to be said for it. With Famous, Josh, and Kai's all being over in North America.
Josh. Bam. And a miss. Famous, though, will answer back and see things off. Swamp, fantastic start from them. And it's really, really positive signs to see Snox out the gates. Really comfortable, really confident. Swamp, if they are to an NA in this first half, if they can start things off really strong, I'm talking like 6-3 kind of minimum, they give us a really good chance on this map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're already looking pretty solid on the Blacklist side. I appreciate the pace that they bring at the start of this map. Just able to catch PingPongPals off guard a little bit with that one. They'll slow things down here, though. We're not going to get constant aggression out of Swamp.
He's just holding the gap in the fence there, but nothing really offered up. One of the tense to start these rounds as well, as neither side really want to overextend. I think it's very fair enough. Is he having a look? Smoke down. He was tempted to play out in front of it. Has a little check for information. Then does back to safety. I think it's probably the smart way to play. You just, again, similar thing. You don't need to be doing any sort of overextending this early into a round.
Once all of this util does start to fade, though, that'll be the go signal for Swamp. Smoke dissipating now, and Josh will be on the entry duty. Hasn't seen anything. Warehouse control's going to go the way of Swamp for free. Going to check out the mid-con as well. That's also being cleared out. So this is just screaming B finish. They're going to back away from that. I always do find it a bit interesting the way that CrossFire teams take map control, because you know, it's all well and good to now have taken that map control, but how do you know that PingPongPals does not just push back into warehouse already? That you know, they take the map control as a group and then move away as a group, but they don't leave someone there to ensure that that map control is held onto. Anyway, Ellis White, his way down low, will find a perfect timing, and it seems the comms just came through way too late. And Swamp have just been absolutely owned on said timing. So that's probably the round just done and dusted. There's no hope in this one at all. Famous on the ladder gets blasted too. So pretty uninspiring round, actually, all things considered, from Swamp in the end. Rightio, well, to start this round off, things have gone pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
Fouls, trades coming back again, but not enough from Swamp. And a 1v3 for Kais is what's on offer. C4 dropped in an awkward spot, smoke in his face, flash in his face to make the job more difficult. MKZ is just waiting on the other side of this smoke. Now, Kais does have a bit of util to work with, but I don't see how he's going to win this round. Just gonna have to try to walk through the smoke.
What do you even do? Guys, in a 1 versus 3. A lot of scores. It feels relatively safe to say. But 1 minute 10 to try and figure something out. I got this spot, just a pixel, it's enough. It's a bit short. And a punish one at the end there by HDZ. Simple work. That'll be an answer back. 2-1. PingPongPals looking bad.
Yeah, 2-1's a good start. Certainly better than what it could have been, given the way that things were going initially there, with Swamp winning that first round so cleanly. But these subsequent couple haven't looked quite as good. Maybe time to go back to that faster play for Swamp if things stop working here with this kind of more split and pick take map control style. Not really finding any openers at the start of these rounds, are Swamp. There's one. Took a good 40 seconds to get there, though.
Alright. Josh, if he stuck around for half a second more, he's either winning or potentially even losing a fight there, in all honesty. It was a swing out from mid. Didn't seem like he was too aware of it, so it might have actually worked against them.
Player down now for PingPongPals. Important one to pick up here as Swamp are trying to fight for A control. They're working their way up long. C4 is not with them, though. That would indicate this is not a committed A push. Going to still try to utilize that timer and see what they can do.
Under a minute. Only the one casualty so far. Where do we go from here? So tentative it feels, Swamp, in terms of the decision making. We saw this in the previous round and the round before that where they went for that rotate. It does feel like it works against them. Gainer for the first, gets it. Second is prime for the taking, but he only deals damage.
Metro will try to hold on to B. He does at least have a helping hand from MKZ. There is a player to cut off the rotate as well. Josh here trying to catch up with LSY. It's all looking good for Swamp, but the entry is not quite coming together. The setup was great. The execution, not so much. And that is a solid hold in the end from PingPongPals, and that's got to be a round that is going to make them quite confident in their abilities of shutting things out here on the GR side of port, because frankly, that should have been Swamp's round, but just fell apart.
Oh, man. It really, like we were saying earlier, it does feel like Swamp are overcomplicating a lot of these situations. He's taking the first points of damage. A healthy chunk. Taking out, but NKZ held a bit himself. Pietro. A jump peak. Not a huge amount behind it. HTC setting up for a smoke here.
There's not really a whole lot happening on this BL side either for Swamp, is there? Like, they're taking a lot of time in these rounds, but just in terms of pressure that you'd be wanting to put onto PingPongPals, you're not really seeing too much of it. Like, Kai's is not setting himself up bottom and long, trying to take the duel with the player on top A, or, you know, trying to draw a rotation into middle or over towards B or anything like that from Swamp. It's kind of just like, we're going to hold our positions, take our spots on the map that are supposed to be given to us as the BL side, and then with a minute left on the clock, decide, all right, we're going A, or all right, we're going B. And that's exactly what's happened here again. We're going A is going to be the call. PingPongPals haven't had to move. They haven't had to shuffle anyone over. They're not really feeling the pressure. Pietro, info comes through a little bit too late. He's lucky to be alive. And hopefully he can make something out of that life, as Gainer is still fighting for his life as well. 2-1-2 with Pietro sliver away from death. But a quick wrap into long, and HCZ may not be prepared. If he continues to swing aggressively from this ladder position, Pietro could find a timing, catch him in the side. Gainer trying to draw that distraction with 20 seconds left. They've got to start to move, and Kai's pretty much shut it down. That'll be HCZ to finish it off in the end, and so Swamp will get themselves another round.
Thank God. Well, it's good at the very least that they're getting some level of rounds on the board. They're still not the most convincing. And also, are they the most replicable? I don't know. HZ first to fall to the hands of HDZ. Followed by MKZ. Also getting a kill. It's all the names that are so similar getting all of the kills. It's Josh to break that. And he drops MKZ.
Yeah, still not the ideal start for Swamp though, is it?
No, not at all. Numbers disadvantage now as well. I mean, really, what do you do in this sort of a spot? It doesn't help LSY going down. That might change things.
Guys, really under pressure here, but it looks like he's going to be punished for it. We allowed the opportunity to back away. It might not matter though. Josh going down, and Famous nearly eating a grenade. We'll be able to at least scurry back for that C4. We got the dynamic duo of Swamp back together. Famous and Kai's, who try to clutch this round out. Doesn't look like the objective is going to change too much. It'll be back towards A. Famous missing the jump in middle. Down below, and Pietro prepared for it. Is going to leave Kai's alone. Who is good for one, but no more than that. And PingPongPals go up to 4.
Still quite muted celebrations. Job far from over, but starting to put themselves in a really decent spot. PingPongPals in this first half. My assumption it's first half's on Ping that is sort of preferential to them. Not 100% sure, but they are looking a little sharper, a little bit more on right now. Potentially that could lead to something quite special into a second half for Swamp, but I'll have to see. For now, PingPongPals looking good. Guarantee a lead. Like I said, if you can guarantee and also make it pretty extensive, 6-3, it's a really nice spot to be in. Socks, U to be set up. Smoke down in front of him. Actually, B's being left relatively undermanned. This is quite an interesting move here by PingPongPals. They're leaving that site completely open. Just one. And then a Gainer to stop the cross. Even that, he's going to have to fight hard for this. Oh!
Doing a good job of it. That's the better of Famous. PingPongPals starting to look better and better on this GR side, and starting to think about closing out yet another series against Swamp. 5-2 is lurking. Gainer low on HP, sure, but they have a 5-on-4. And Swamp, outside of, I would say, the very first round of this map, have actually looked relatively toothless on this BL side. Oh, he hits the jump and catches MKZ off guard. That's what Famous was trying to do in the previous round. 4v4 now. Someone's got to take matters into their own hands. It's nice to see Snox getting that kind of pizzazz back again. That's a bit more like what we saw on Compound.
Yeah, lovely work on that movement as well. Not always the easiest to see a lot of people fall flat on that last jump. Easy. Checking that close corner, nobody there, but there is one man here! Oh, Pietro for 3. That is so well done. And a 1 versus 3, which Kais cannot come up on top of. Brilliant work from Pietro. So Snox, unfortunately, that was all for nothing.
It's a nice little bit of a renaissance from Pietro, who's been having, I would say, a pretty quiet series.
Yeah.
Before he got off to a really bad start on Compound, but that's a huge hold from him. He's going to get PingPongPals their 5th. And the way things are going, they're going to be looking for 6 or 7. Swamp's just decided to throw caution to the wind and go for an A hit right here, challenging HDZ. He's been good on this map, good in this series. LSY in behind the smoke. They're not aware about Josh creeping up the ladder, but he has not capitalized on that timing. Ends up going down. Trades are through. Rotation is in. There should be a PingPongPals round. Double swing onto Famous makes it impossible for him to win that duel. And Kai's back at the end. Oh, he might be getting a chance in there, actually, but not for very long. As a 6th through for PingPongPals, and 7 very much on offer here, which would be a punishing blow for Swamp.
Yeah, absolutely. They get up to 7. Even if Ping is preferential to Swamp in that second half, that's quite the task ahead of them. It's quite the resurgence required. So, we'll see. MKC spamming the close corner. Nobody that far forward just yet. I'm just going to go take a look. Crossing the box and cautious in towards top ladder. Maybe quite rightfully so. There has been movements there from PingPongPals in the past. 6-2, man. Where they're at the moment. They can make a 7. I can't see a world that Swamp get back into it.
No, that would be quite a number to pull back. 63 though would feel a little more doable. We'll just have to see how this last round is end up playing out. That grenade timing looked great, but doesn't actually do too much damage in the end. A progression smoke out here from Swamp, another nade over the top, and it's pretty obvious that PingPongPals have a good read that this is going to be an A finish. They are starting to rotate their way across, but I don't know if they're going to be there right in time to help out this site hold. It is going to come down to the players on the site to make the difference, and Swamp have not decided to contest them yet. LSY will go down. Nice cheeky jump up there from Snox. Gainer pulls it back, and HCZ, if he can hit one more, could be the difference maker. Caught with an 8 in hand. It's on to Gainer 1v1. Oh, huge pop-off round from him. HCZ exiting will be prepared for Gainer. So a 3rd through from Swamp. And it is still a map that is somewhat hanging in the balance. That's not an awful first half, actually, in the end from Swamp.
It's not awful, but it still requires a lot from them. They've got to lock in a lot heading in towards the second half just to really make sure. I mean, this first round of the half goes a long way as well. If they're able to overcome and kind of take that, then we can start maybe believing a little bit. But still, we're at for now. Liking what I see from PingPongPals, even if it is quote-unquote only 6-3. Still quite a decent lead that they're holding for them. It's a similar-ish lead in terms of what they had in map number 2, where things ended up being quite good for them. They ran away with that second half, so not convinced just yet by the Swamp side, but 100% no, but I'm assuming Swamp now get the ping advantage heading into the second half.
I'm not sure. It's going to take a little bit longer to swap at the half-time here because we do have to swap servers. So kind of the nature of the beast when you've got a team comprised of a majority North American players in this league. But yeah, either way, kind of getting the series that we expected, right? Pretty back and forth, close enough. There is a conversation to be had, which I think both teams will be reasonably happy with, just in terms of where they're at this season. I think Swamp, especially considering some of the previous iterations of Swamp that we had seen in the past, coming into CFWL, just kind of getting blasted, to have them in a position where they might actually be pushing for a playoff spot. Probably not, obviously, if they lose this game. But had they won this game, or if they do go on to win this game, that is a conversation. I think that's an improvement, definitely. you've still got kind of like the core of that roster with famous Kais and Josh, plus obviously their two newer additions. It seems to be working out. It seems to be the strongest that Swamp has been in a while. So I'll give them some credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real revitalized side. We look towards last season, and you know, we're talking about a Swamp side who kind of felt more or less guaranteed to get instantly eliminated last place, and they never really had that much of a look in. So from 24 to 25, a completely different looking side in terms of the feel and the approach, and also maybe some positive sides. I mean, we generally expect this to be the side that represents North America at kind of the grand finals, and they look far more competitive than they did last year. So it could be quite exciting. Now, sure, talk about anything like playoffs is very, very kind of out there just yet, but at least a side that can maybe push teams a distance, really be kind of awkward to kind of come against, and maybe even pick up a win or two in the groups.
Yeah. So going through the motions of this server change.
A little longer than expected, unfortunately.
Yeah, it happens.
Can't talk in these as well, am I right in saying?
I'm not sure.
Actually, I'm not sure, yeah. But I'm not seeing anybody talk, so... Well, I'm still waiting for the server to be ready to go. I think we're now heading in towards a North American server, which favors Swamp a little bit. 6-3 down. So yeah, a lot for them to do in terms of recovery, but they have got at least that one Stark advantage.
All right.
It's like it. Well, I'm hearing noises, so good signs.
Running it back.
Maybe he spoke too soon.
Yeah. It's getting reset again, I guess. Oh. What can you do?
What can you do? It happens. It happens. We already knew we were potentially in for a bit of a long day anyway today. You know, TBI 999 later, not really too sure what to expect out of that one. Even with Gaimin Gladiators, they've been at times world beaters, and other times, you know, they underperform at kind of a somewhat concerning level. So, yeah, who knows what to expect for in today's Crossfire action.
All right, here we go. Back in for the second half between PingPongPals and Swamp. And of course, PingPongPals, sizable lead at a 6-3 scoreline, but pushing themselves over onto the BL side may cause a few more problems. We'll have to find out as this second half does begin to play out.
Wow. Early work. Ian set here for what is the possibility of a B-pop. I don't have to commit to it, but it looks like they will. They got my thing. Yetro. In the charge as well. First corner's clear. Nothing there as well. Second flash that comes over. Catches everybody involved. Pietro going 1-for-1's not bad.
Could be better, could be worse. Plant attempt in here from LSY. Looks like it is going to be given over. No shooting in there from Josh until it's a little bit late. He gets a 1-for-1. Guys, though, with one more, starts to pull things back. Now, the big question is MKZ. What can he do from this position? He's got the timing nicely, but HCZ just covers it off. If there was one more player still alive there for PingPongPals, it could have been a big difference maker, that flank, but just came through a little bit too little too late. So, a decent start for Swamp.
Yeah,
They
that's
begin their campaign and attempting to close this map out from a deficit.
Alrighty. 2-round game, as he just touched on, and pretty decent spot, all in all, for Swamp. I mean, it basically started as good as it possibly can get, so no complaints there at all. Still always looking for that elusive word, consistency, but long control seems to be the priority. Heading towards A. The third player of HGC is rotating over to support. There is essentially a 4-man setup towards A, leaving just Snox alone as that singular B hold. He is thankfully now starting to get a bit of support coming over late.
Slow and steady approach from PingPongPals, which I would say you would come to expect from this team under Pietro. His teams have traditionally always been one of the slower teams in the CFWL. Thanks to use all of that time. Smoke over towards the A side. That might not be telling any porcupines, as most of the info has now been spotted out by Swamp. Josh down low, flashed out, can't see anything. Gainer gets on top of him. Trades are still coming through though. Numbers advantage is still remaining here for Swamp. PingPongPals have a nice post plant. It's up to LSY to lock in this kill on the warehouse, which he does do, but quick shots in from HCZ. Over the top though, goes a bit early, leaves it on to Kaiser, the 1v1. Luckily, that is going to be wrapped up by Swamp. And now 5 on the board, so it is getting a little closer.
It's kind of unfortunate. That was sort of there for the taking, but just fun with that at that last moment. Not a chance, but to be 1-round game. Swamp looking better second half, and you know, Ping in their favor too. It's obviously making a world of difference right now. PingPongPals. She's not looking too good. That's a nice nade that comes through as well. That's really, really going to help. But it's Josh. Getting the opener. Gainer quick on the trade. They're flying out in towards B. This HCZ here quick, but he's actually relatively alone in this endeavor.
Is he doing well? Double kill. The round that starts to open it up for PingPongPals. They don't need many on this BL side, but that is one of them. 7 on the board. LSY looking like he was ready to give us a flex. Might have to wait until after the game for that. That might not be too far away, judging by that round.
Well, that's why around that corner on the elevator position. 2 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Still a decent spot, but these rounds are still semi-worrying, I think, for PingPongPals. You can see they're looking just a little bit more on edge than they were in towards that first half. Nice. Big off for us. Information spotted. Can't hit the shot as well. That's why be the first to fall. Famous quick on to get traded out by that. And Pietro, he gets 2. That's big work from him, leading by example. Colt trying to deliver, and it cannot find the shot. It's Gainer for the last. PingPongPals. That is a much, much better round.
8-5 now. Yeah, it's starting to get worrisome for Swamp. PingPongPals look like they're moving with confidence. I thought they were just going to swing around onto long there. It's not going to end up being the case. It doesn't seem like it's going to take them too long to make that decision. Famous! Just a bit of a delayed response from him. Maybe down to Ping. But either way, it's going to be the end of him. Potentially the end of this round as well. A 2-for-1 trade is a really good start for PingPongPals. They are not opting to go towards A, so all this util that Swamp are tossing in for that, I guess what you could call a retake attempt, ends up being wasted.
It actually worked quite nicely for PingPongPals as a sort of little addition to what is already a strong position that they're in. no commitment being made just yet as well. I mean, the C4's still in the direction of A, but they're 2-2 split, and they're waiting to see whether there's any level of overextensions from Swamp to punish. They've got the numbers advantage, though, so all they really need to do is just stick together.
Yeah. Stick together, hit the bomb sites, don't go one by one. Pietro was spotted out there by Snox. Giving up his life, luckily doesn't. Snox is going to go have a look in towards middle. And he sees the view, he's going scurrying away. Pietro will be happy to collect that one on the flank. And in towards B would, you'd think, be the call here. Pietro can just hold on to the warehouse position. The other three can shuffle their way on into the site. And it is only Josh trying to defend, even if he gets two. Which he won't, because that grenade's going to come through. Pietro would have been there anyway. And HDZ back him up. Now it's on to HDZ.
Oh.
It's Gainer. Worried about a flank. He probably should be. There's a lot of players available.
HDZ, no chance here. He's spotted out by the Colt as well to see it off. Map series point, PingPongPals. And, you know, he spoke about how important this win would be for them for not only kind of, I guess, security in rankings, with seeding and all the rest. What does that mean so much to this side? Or Swamp. Time is running out. They're 4 rounds behind. But it's not a bad way to start off. He's spamming through the little crack in the window there.
Yeah, bit of a cheeky line. Most players seem to be aware of, but at times you can still catch people off with it. And that has prompted very much a slowing of the pace. PingPongPals try to figure out what plan B is going to end up being. What is the second choice? What's the alternative now that we've lost a player and we're down 4 and 5? True.
GG. Back over to the position which started things off. That's on offer. We're setting up for a B-pop here. There's 3 players ready to meet them. It's not going to be the kindest of greetings, so they got double pop flash to get out. Seems to be the play here. Out they come. Snox backside. He should be able to get one at least. But both him and Josh fall flat. Save for HCC. This is a crumble by Swamp. It feels man advantage down to man disadvantage. Nade bounds around that corner, but it's Pietro for the first. He's looking for the second, and he can't quite get a Kaizen. A 1v3 turn 2, and he's seen off by the sniper. It's PingPongPals too close.
Yeah, looking like they're going to close this one out as well, in pretty convincing fashion too. It's been a tough day, I suppose, for Swamp. The start to the series was really, really good, really, really clean on compound, and if they would have been able to push together any more, it would have been really nice. But you know, I think when you look at this one from the perspective of Swamp, they have to say, you know what, we did okay.
Yeah,
we pushed it through to map 3. Last series we were a little bit too far away, even from making it to map 3, just because they ended up losing that very close map of 13 to 12. But at least this time, a bit more of an effort. But for Swamp, I mean, going forward, they have to play against ROC. It's going to be tough. So we'll see what the Analyst desk has to say about their chances the rest of this season as we head back over to the desk.
Thank you guys so much. What a gap, I have to say. And Gainer cut his hair, like he's completely bald, and he seems so excited. He was like patting his head. Exceptional victory, very masterclass gameplay from PingPongPals, to say the least. Swamp Gaming, they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to find the mistakes, the critical errors they did that cost them certain rounds or even halves of a game, and actually brush up on that. But as we can say, PingPongPals, they performed really well on GR side and DL side. That's all I can say, to be honest.
Yeah, we actually came into this matchup. Maybe PingPongPals had the better chances of winning this based on the last performance, as we said, that Swamp Gaming did kind of fall in Split 2 and they did not perform as they did in Split 1. So now, yes, but seeing how the individual skills closed the first matchup for Swamp Gaming, it's kind of terrified or surprised us that maybe PingPongPals, they're gonna be looting this if they continue the same way in Black Widow, but then suddenly on Black Widow, everything changed. The way how PingPongPals played on Black Widow was very, very good, because these guys, they kind of changed 180 degree just because they started hitting their shots, winning the trades, and guess what? They won 10-6 and 10-5. The first map they lost, it was 10-7. So it's definitely, I believe that definitely PingPongPals, they usually have a very slow start and they do not perform, maybe because they are not really warmed up. But when they are warmed up, these guys are winning, these guys are getting the kills, and they started as a global comport. They got 6 rounds, that's the best you can get, and then I guess Swamp Gaming, they took the pauses and everything, and they talked between the side switch, but still they couldn't manage to get any rounds on the Black global race round except 2 rounds, and one of them was clutch. So.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the MVP and the set summary, man, HTZ and the rest of his colleagues and teammates performed really, really good. Just like you said, they needed to warm up. They needed a game 1 to... You know how some people in professional esports, when they lose a game, usually if you're an amateur, you just fall off and your mental is not reset. But no, these guys did the opposite. They reciprocated Swamp Gaming's gameplay and plan and all that they could possibly fathom, and they used that against them. So it was very exceptional gameplay, to say the least, and chapeau for PingPongPals for winning this series.
Yeah, they deserved the win and they needed the win. And actually, PingPongPals, as we said, this win means a lot for them.
Of course.
And they got it. Now they pressured Anubis so much, which is going to be playing in a while.
Yeah, I mean, now they're good in the standings. Next game, though, this is going to be one hell of a match, to be honest. Gaimin Gladiators versus Anubis. Break this down for me, please.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators coming here, the guys had a downfall, and we've seen a very poor performance from them at the starting of Split 2, and they got 3 losses in a row, but then they suddenly came back strong, and that's what we expect from them, actually, and that's what we want to be seeing from Gaimin Gladiators. These guys got the 3rd place, and now Anubis as well. These guys got the 2nd place in the last season, and now they want to be coming back. And after PingPongPal win, these guys are so pressured because they need to be winning GG in order to keep the competition between PingPongPals and Anubis going into the playoffs. Because if Anubis loses now, they are way gapped from PingPong. They are way gapped from PingPongPals. They need to be winning any of their next games. Same for PingPongPals as well. They need to just maybe wide the gap between Anubis. So that's why Anubis coming into this matchup, they definitely watch PingPongPals. They've seen how these guys played. They got the win. Now they are hungry to get the win as well in order to secure their place in the playoffs. And GG, these guys are still not 100% in the playoffs. And this is something that I want to be talking about. Usually, when it's week 6, only 1 week before playoffs, we definitely know that GG is going to be in the playoffs. Okay, we're going to be seeing them having 10 wins. Even if they lose few games. But now, it's the first time we see that GG coming into week 6 and they are not 100% securing their spot yet. That means that these guys need to be stepping up, getting the win, getting the W for the teammates in order to secure the spot on the playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the team stats of both teams, and now we're looking at the key players, which is Spoxy and Dipsy. And Spoxy, I'm a huge fan of this guy, man, and I hope he feels better. I know he was kind of ill in the past few days or weeks. This is one thing I love about how CrossFire League West sets up the entire series or the entire tournament, because you play about 13 or 14 matches and you have the room to lose a game or 2 or 3 or even 4 and still manage to secure 2nd or 3rd or 4th. Nonetheless, ROC is now obviously dominating and they have the highest chance out of all teams to reach the EWC, hopefully. But what I want to highlight for this series is GG does not have the space to lose, and neither does Anubis. So this means we're going to be seeing some playoffs level gameplay in this series. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be an insane match.
Yeah, especially that we got used that Anubis may be the kind of hide few stretches for the playoffs, but right now Anubis needs to give it all in and to play their best maps and to choose the best.
Speaking of maps, man, I know you've definitely done your homework, especially with Anubis. What maps do you think we're gonna see getting banned and picked here?
I wish. Okay, we going into guesses. We're not gonna be seeing Eagle Eye, New Mexico, these kind of maps, and maybe we're gonna be seeing.
Ankara,
Yeah, maybe
Compound,
we're gonna be seeing
Black
Compound.
Widow.
Yes, we're gonna be seeing Compound. Most likely Ankara. Maybe is gonna be banned by GG.
Subbase, possibly.
Subbase, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely we can play Subbase because GG loves Subbase, so they might
both
pick
do,
it.
yeah.
And Compound might be picked by Anubis because GG maybe kinda sometimes they struggle in Compound. But Black Widow, this is what I want to be talking before we reveal the veto, because I really don't know the veto. I hope Anubis do not pick Black Widow versus
It's gonna
GG.
be a challenge. They should not test GG. Let's look at the maps actually and compare it. Okay, so Ankara Eagle Eye is banned, as you said. Subbase, New Mexico are also banned by both teams. Black Widow, Compound, and Port for the decider, man. Is this what you were expecting?
We expected Anubis picking Black Widow, that's definitely. We just said it minutes ago before. Port is a decider, this is definitely something that we always have seen it. But Black Widow pick from GG. Anubis, again, they seem to leave Black Widow open for GG. This is kind of a challenge because GG, they play very good in Black Widow, and last time they faced each other, they kind of were winning, but suddenly GG's experience came up ahead, and
With
they won
flex,
10 to and they won 10 to 7, I remember. So now they want to be challenging these guys again. That means that Anubis should be preparing something good or cooking something that we're gonna be seeing in the stream, because otherwise GG, they usually win their pick versus Anubis on Black Widow. Compound is kind of biased, not biased map. 50-50 for both teams. Sometimes GG, they play very good and they do not struggle, as we've seen how they played versus ROC Esports when they had Dane on their roster, but yet they managed to win ROC Esports 10 to 7, and still somehow they lost to TBI also on Compound.
Yeah.
That means that they have ups and downs on Compound, and
For both teams as well.
yeah, Anubis can just crumble on this maybe inconsistency on Compound and get the win if they lose Black Widow, so they still can go for the third map.
And keep in mind, both these teams don't really have any subs. This is a solid roster that's been around and playing together for months, if not years. So now that we saw the map picks, right, I want to get a non-biased opinion about the score for all three if it's gonna go to game 3.
Well, talking about the past games and how we've seen these guys playing on all the maps, usually we see GG, they win Black Widow. So if GG managed to win Black Widow, they have a high chance on closing the series 2-0, because Compound, yeah, Anubis is very good on Compound, but GG still, as we said, they are inconsistent on Compound, sometimes ups and downs, but still, this will give them a far head start if they win Black Widow.
Yeah.
But if it went to Port, and this is what I want to be seeing from both teams, last time Anubis destroyed GG completely on Port.
Really?
They beat them 7-2 in the first Blacklist half,
first
and they
half,
get the
yeah.
win, and they beat them. So GG still cannot find any wins versus Anubis since the playoffs of West League Season 1. They beat them the West League Season 1, they beat them in Split 1, and now we have their third rematch, which is in Split 2.
What I understood from what you said is if map 1 goes to GG, then they're probably gonna snowball it and get a 2-0.
They need to snowball
They
it.
need to
because
snowball it. If it goes
Port
to
is so
game
hard for
3, then they're gonna really struggle with the decider map.
Exactly. That's what I want to be saying, that GG needs to be kind of snowballing this game to win 2-0, because Anubis' Port is kind of scary, and they beat them, I guess, 10-6, I remember.
Okay.
10-6, it was 7-2 in Blacklist, so
Interesting.
scary.
Interesting. That is very interesting. Anyways, we're gonna go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere and go straight to game 1 after.
back. We're looking forward now to our second game of the day, and we don't really know what to expect too much out of this one, Jordan, because with Gaimin Gladiators, we see the highs of the highs and the real lows of the lows. So this is a side that are obviously in a spot where they're generally doing okay. They're fine. They want seeding to be really good, but for Gaimin Gladiators, I think actually more than anything, we want confidence heading into those playoffs.
I think they have been better of late. I think the start of their season was a little bit up and down. Obviously, we know, what was going on with Spoxy, and then Dane coming in, and now Spoxy's back. I'm just looking at their results the last 2 weeks. They've actually not dropped a map over the last 2 weeks. Now, granted, they have played against some weaker opposition. Oh, sorry, they did actually to ROC, but outside of ROC, 2-0 over against Swamp, then a 2-0 against PingPongPals, and a 2-0 against TBI. So not exactly the highest rated competition necessarily, but they've been solid enough. And hopefully with Spoxy back in the outfit again after last week, should be enough to handle Anubis. You'd think it should be enough on paper to handle Anubis, but we will find out. Anubis is one of those weird teams that can sometimes just, they can sometimes look really good, sometimes look really bad. And I love and hate them for that. So they're one of the hardest teams to really get a read on. But I've got to put my money on Gaimin Gladiators for this matchup. And like you say, I want to see a good, solid Gaimin Gladiators. I want to probably see a 2-0 out from them today in the lead up to those playoffs, so that we can expect some kind of competition in the playoffs for a team like ROC.
Yeah, I mean, they're a side that can really punch up at times. So see whether maybe that today is sort of one of those times. And to start on no real damage dealt. Just try and figure out what's going on. We're holding. On that corner, the push comes through. Lot of util being set here as they look to go out. Spoxy for the first quick trade that comes through. Not bad.
Flex as well. But he'll get traded down by Jaguar, who was taking some of that mid control. Now, retake's going to be on offer pretty quick smart here for Gaimin Gladiators, particularly now that Jaguar has been taken out. That will allow the rotates in from the mid players. Most importantly, though, I want to mention that Dezane has taken long control. So this is a multifaceted retake from Gaimin Gladiators. Dezane, though, caught by Dipsy, and all of a sudden this starts to fall back by the wayside. Are they going to be expecting that wrap in from mid? Well, Raffin certainly was not. It's Lionclaw who will just look to sit the defuse here, I imagine. And that would have maybe been the right play, but either way, he's made the right play anyway to get off the defuse. And that'll be the first round on the board for Gaimin Gladiators. And honestly, didn't even feel that close, really. Maybe it's just me coming in with a high expectation for Gaimin Gladiators, but it did feel like they were going to win that retake before it even really started. And they did.
Exactly. Good work. I mean, there's a lot to like about this side now that the lineup's back. I mean, Spoxy is fine, right? His kind of health issues are kind of concluded or whatnot, or at least manageable in a sense. This is such a scary side. You look at the rifling core they got alongside of it. Lionclaw's fantastically. Flex offers up so much as well. Like, such a sick side. Doom, first of all, Gaimin Gladiators again, starting off strong. Is Dipsy. I'm going to look in towards box room. Not a huge amount of offer. I'm not going to stick around to find out any more. Just keep looking around, see if there's anything on offer. And Flex might be the first real fight for him. If he peeks around that corner, there's a couple of bodies that he can test.
Zane. Holding a similar angle to what we saw Famous try in that last matchup. Not going to be super necessary in this instance because it is just the one player pushing up through long. We're more interested in, maybe what Spoxy can get up to. His TRG in hand. Flash around the corner. We'll just push him off of that line. This is going to start to get a bit awkward, but Spoxy retakes that fight. Now starts to look toward long. Oh, the miss onto Sad could be a dangerous one. That'll start to change the narrative in this round. One plant still yet to go down. Raffin waiting from the window. Flex in on that flank on long. He's going to have to duel with Sad, and that'll go the way of the latter. So Anubis playing a nice patient round out here.
Yeah, I mean, Lionclaw, Raffin, I'm not going to completely discount them just yet. These guys have also had a couple of nice moments. Lionclaw. That first attempt, I mean, Raffin is so far away, so he's got to get really moving if he wants to be part of this. And Lionclaw's waiting for him. 25 seconds, but he does flank in and he does find Sad. That's big. That's really going to help things. Now into 2 versus 2. We've got a chance here. Dipsy going to get caught as well. This dynamic duo of the riflers are looking so solid. It is Jagger is the last. He does get one time. Ticking Colt pulled out. Then the AK as well. And that should be enough. He has got enough time as well. That is an excellent retake there by Lionclaw and Raffin.
Yeah, that's a really, really poor sign for Anubis that they're going to lose that round. And in the fashion at which they did too, again, it almost always looked like Gaimin Gladiators was going to end up winning that one. Time, you could say, was kind of getting close, but once it's in that 2v1, you have the faith that they're going to get it done. So already, on an individual basis, Anubis are a little bit outclassed by Gaimin today. At least so far.
That's not what we want to see, really. Letting one slip like that. And Gladiators, though, starting as they mean to go on. Super strong. This early portion. Still very concerning as well for Anubis side, who need wins under their belt. We spoke about this middle of the pack a lot, but they're in a really difficult spot in terms of the overall standings. But I think the main thing they're all kind of silver lining is no matter what, at least none of them are in that relegation battle. That seems like it's already more or less guaranteed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, early stages of the series so far looking really good for Gaimin Gladiators. Nice sharp flick there from Flex. Gets the better of Doom. Now the rifle's coming into play once again. It is Lionclaw with a solid first shot. He's going to be traded down. Nothing done wrong there from him. Into the 1v4. It does feel a little bit wishful thinking at the moment for Comics, and more rounds of Black Widow that we get to see, the more I'm kind of feeling like, well, I mean, this is already a foregone conclusion for Gaimin Gladiators. Like, can we get onto map 2? Because I just don't see it from Anubis at the moment. They're not looking competitive on this map at all.
No, it's so simple at the moment. So little on offer. This Anubis side, I mean, I like even them themselves losing a lot of confidence. I love this move. It's just whether the execution's there and it's not. You can't find Doom. And that makes it look a little worse, unfortunately. The idea was nice. Couldn't quite pull it off.
Okay, well, just as we say it, cast a curse style. Anubis pull off what ends up being probably a pretty comfortable round.
Yeah.
Although, the narrative could be maintained if Lionclaw and Spoxy get up to some funny business here, just like what we saw in that 2v3. Spoxy the kind of player to do it, but gets his timing wrong. If he would have just jiggled that line, he might have got one, been able to back off, and who knows what happens then. But in the end, not a single kill from Gaimin Gladiators. Anubis get their first round of the series, and they haven't had to wait too long for it. So it is a start.
Yeah. Essentially, as well, if they can make this the first of at least a few in this first half, then we can start having some sort of a kind of a conversation about this. But I think for Gaimin Gladiators, that might just be a hiccup along the road. That might just be a little bit of a speed bump, and maybe even a bit of a wake-up call in a sense too. They just were a little sloppy in terms of their opening couple of duels. For Anubis, get to get something under your belt. And Sad looking pretty good to start things off too, so no complaints so far.
They're going to give him long control. But the trade-off for that is that Gaimin have quite a bit of presence outside B, even in toward middle, and they're not seeing anything. So the information coming over to Spoxy is they're probably heading your way at the moment. Now that he's been smoked off, he'll be confirming that information. There's a very high likelihood of being correct. He's got some good damage in there. I think he gets a collat onto Doom with that shot as well, tagging him up. Oh. Dipsy will find Lionclaw in transition, and Anubis starting to make their inroads into the A site known. Dipsy with a nice double in this round. So all of a sudden, doesn't get it quite so easy for Gaimin, but that C4 has to be retrieved, and Flex unable to punish it. Maybe on the way back was prepared for it, but again, missing that shot. And that again means that Anubis surely in the advantage for this round, though. Gaimin trying to harass them on their way in. Flex causing a bit of a problem, has to turn around, won't be given that information early enough, and Dipsy will get a third for the round. So that is pretty much that. Zane can't get it done in a 1v3. Dipsy's just decided that's his round, apparently.
Stepped up in a big way. Really cool to see. Okay, you know, there's these moments from Anubis. I mean, like you said, the real kind of caster's curse coming through, but I'm liking some of these moments that we actually are seeing. There's Anubis side who are proving they're not, especially with a slow start, just going to roll over and die. They're going to say, all right, we've got tricks up our sleeves too. We're still in a spot to be able to put pressure on, and I like it. Unfortunately, following a decent round, we're followed by a tech pause, and there's no better way to kind of ice yourself out than a tech pause.
Yes.
Hopefully a brief one.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, today's already started off as a pretty long one, so we can't really be affording these long tech pauses.
Yeah, well, I guess for now it's potentially just a bit of a waiting game. We've no idea, really. No information to be gathered just yet. On towards Anubis. I did see at the end there, no camera on, so I'd assume maybe something to do with that, but yeah, we have about as much information as you guys, unfortunately, so we're just holding way over to get the show back on the road. And we can.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are pretty strict on the camera situation to have the camera on. So if there's ever an issue with the camera, it gets sorted out pretty quick smart. So you're probably on the money with that.
Oh. It is over towards Anubis, unfortunately. So yeah, we wait for now. Tough time for a pause because it felt like this game's actually just starting to heat up. Anubis finding a bit of form. Gaimin Gladiators actually being forced to kind of figure out how we now respond and can we kind of get back into a position of control. And oh, here we are. Never really what you want to see, but it happens. We're already expecting a longish day, and this is prolonging it a bit.
All right,
Hey.
welcome back. Here we are into round number 6, and Dipsy's back. He's got a nice little pink hat on there. Neo, I know you're a bit of a hat guy. You love those kinds of stuff, that kind of stuff.
I like a hat. I've been collecting a couple recently as well. Just a couple.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
It's pretty sunny as well, so stops me getting so sunburned. I'm pretty prone to sunburn, so it's been helping out. Spoxy,
I can imagine.
nice shot.
Yep. Pasty little white fella coming through from
Yeah, exactly.
from England. Yeah. I'll tell you what though, when it comes to hats, I've been using the same hat that I got when I was playing cricket back in under 10s.
Oh yeah.
Got it. Lovely hat. Says Kenmore Junior Cricket Club on it still.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, it's a bit of a replica, you know. It's like my baggy green. It is green as well, actually. So I'll tell you that.
Is it one of those as well where it's like a little bit kind of like beaten a bit? It's a bit rough.
Yeah,
in a
it's a
fashionable
bit rough
way.
around the edges. Yeah, it is. It's getting there. It's had a good life. Anyway, Lex has had a pretty good life so far as well, as he's able to clean himself up one more. There's Dipsy down, but the trade is decent enough for Anubis. 1 for 1. I don't think they'll be too disappointed by, but given the fact that they don't actually have the numbers in this situation, that could be causing a few more problems.
Through a minute as well. Decide where we want to go from here. As you mentioned, numbers advantage. As well as Gaimin Gladiators, not a lot on offer. 3 versus 4. Doom looking like he wants to lead the charge. That new M14. And he will get the first kill as well. Looking for a second. It's the AK that comes out on top. The transfer, though, is not quite good enough. It's scrappy, and it's Doom with a double.
Lineclaw with a bit of a job to do now, but he has already pre-rotated onto the site. There might have been an opportunity there as that plant was going down to try to isolate the 1v1. Instead, he's going to go for a wraparound onto long, which Doom is going to give a cursory glance to, but I'm not sure he's going to be overly committed to watching long. And Lineclaw, he's definitely found a timing here. That is a very nice timing, and he spotted out Comics as well. 20 seconds to find him. Comics just going to try and duck his way to the boxes, and he's been able to get across, but Lineclaw knows where he was going. It won't matter. Headshot connected, and Anubis have another. The series is now starting to get pretty tight.
Yeah, this is looking spicy, much more than I thought, honestly. All expectations, Gaimin Gladiators come in towards it's sort of a map and their map pick and look excellent, but yeah, there's a game to be had here. Much more so than I really initially thought. Credit to Anubis, and they've, you know, we spoke about this a lot last season as well. They've really managed to find ways to, I think, kind of step up and punch up at the level of opponents they're playing against.
Yeah, they are a bit of a wild card of a team, Anubis.
Yeah.
I feel like they're sometimes the team that can really punch up, but then other teams can punch up into them. It's hard to get that consistency through from them. On their best, though, you're going to get moments like that. Anubis opening the account again, courtesy of Dipsy, who's having a really good day. And that's a strong duel to win against a player like Flex, too. So you get a bit more of that, and then all of a sudden, it's Gaimin Gladiators that's going to be on the back foot.
Nothing. Holding doors. Nothing. Yep, on offer. Lineclaw's got the right idea, but it's Comics on either side who's just waiting his chance. Swinging that corner. Oh, good, nice shot from Dipsy. He's back, and he's back with a bang. Comics, one of his own as well. What a shot down. Spoxy and Desade with it all to do. And sure, 2 very talented players, but this is going to be so difficult in a 2 versus 5.
Impossible, one might say. Spoxy, I don't know how he's going to hope to get an entry from here. Maybe one into box room, but it's going to be more than just one. Tag down a little bit, but unfortunately that's not going to go very well for Gaimin once again. So Anubis are starting to put it together. 4-3. was a really, really poor start from Anubis. Has really fallen by the wayside now, and really looking good. So, see what Gaimin Gladiators can do about it. This time some more aggressive long control from them. That's pretty much out, though.
It was like figuring it out just a little bit. Oh, Dipsy spotted, but Foxy can hit the shot. Often we get to say that. Second time Foxy does a bit of pressure now as well. And Foxy goes down with nothing. Bit of a rarity. Not what we expected from him. Raffin, good. 4-1. The Doom on the quick response. Is Chaos' Carnage is likely around that corner with the Colt, who makes it work, but he can't. 180 in time to deliver that second. 2 versus 3.
Look at where Jaguar is. He could be such a thorn in the side of Flex if he tries to push his way out. There's no way you're expecting Jaguar there. Dipsy waiting for Dezane. This is strange how this is going to potentially play out. People going down. Dipsy. Oi, that's a big swing. Probably a bit unnecessary. If you're going to go check that line, surely you're jumping into the box room instead. Now, this could fall apart, but Flex having fallen does still mean it's a 2-on-1, which makes it no easier necessarily for Dezane. But for the fact that Jaguar and Doom are significantly damaged, and Doom may get wrapped upon from behind. Zane will claim that kill. 14 seconds left on the clock. He's got no idea exactly where Jaguar is from, but Jaguar is playing in the perfect post-plant position. It won't matter. Dezane was preempting that. Gets the shot through, and it's an important round win for Gaimin. Another clutch will go their way. Frankly, though, it seems like that's the only way that they are winning rounds at the moment, though.
Yeah, it's all coming down to that defuse at the moment. Everything seems to be in a spot for Anubis as long as they can play these post plants. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they are being made to work, and this is where we get the ups and downs of this side. I mean, this has been a map that's been good for them, but Anubis are reading them really well right now. Early in the round, Gaimin Gladiators go for a little look outside a box room, and they just rein themselves back in. They do not want to test it. It's Raffin trying to be the first contact towards B.
If Gaimin could actually pull off this last round of the half, they'd be in a pretty good spot. It's typically considered to be a slightly BL-sided map. So even though it's got a little bit wonky in the middle stages there, 5-4 lead for Gaimin out of GR would be pretty happy days. Raffin continuing to look into the box room aggressively, but not seeing too much. Anubis are taking a slow approach to this round. They've still got over a minute left on the clock, so no real incentive for them necessarily to be up to a whole lot. Oh, comics at the bottom along. Maybe this will end up being an A take. A split. Flex through the smoke. That's Jaguar. That's a nice start, of course, for Gaimin Gladiators. Fortunate, certainly.
Dipsy. Yeah, what a swing that is from Dezane. My God, just a jiggle peek and a one tap. Down goes Dipsy. 3 versus 5. This should be Gaimin Gladiators seeing off this half in their favor. Impressively so as well. Swing and a find again from Dezane. He's looking fantastic at that tail end. Confidence is flowing for him. Flex should be dead, and he will to the hands of Comics. 3 versus 3, not done just yet, but Spoxy wants to make sure of it. Quick trade, quick find, Sad left all alone, 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pick that one up for Comics. I think you have to be a little bit greedier there. You know, it's a 4-on-2. Sure, you want that free kill, but you almost have to sort of gamble that Flex is going to continue to watch that bridge position, and you just have to kind of hold the trigger finger there. Maybe try to walk into the site, get a bit more info. Maybe you can get Spoxy and Flex caught off guard, and that's a completely different round. But the second he takes that shot in onto Flex, Spoxy goes, okay, well, there's obviously a guy coming onto the site, and I know that now. So I think he could have... Like, look, if you're winning 5v4, if you're up 5v4, you take that kill every day of the week. But because you're down 2-on-4, the only way you're going to actually win that round is to be able to pull back from, you know, some kind of miraculous place, getting a 2k, getting into the site for free, something like that.
Yes.
So I think he probably just needed to take a little bit more of a risk there. That's all I'm saying. In the end, though, the round does go the way of Gaimin, and 5-4, their lead is something. It's not a massive lead, but it is a start.
Sure.
See how they go here on the blacklist side.
I'm expecting still pretty big things out of Anubis. I've just been really pleasantly surprised by their approach to this game. Very easy to be scared, I think, about the name value of Gaimin Gladiators, especially look at individuals like Spoxy, for example. Lionclaw was fantastic, especially last year too. A lot of MVPs for him, Zane, Raffin all have their moments. Flex, of course, who can be that secondary sniper. I mean, this is such a scary side to break down, and Anubis looking really good. They're not shying away from this challenge. Only one round behind heading in towards that second half, and Gaimin Gladiators, they've got to do a lot to reinstall confidence from us.
Double sniper on BL side. I know Gaimin loves that. Flex. Maybe trying to entry into mid with the sniper. I'm not so sure. Looking it up for the moment. There it is. That's what he's been waiting for. It's sort of like a battle sniper setup from Gaimin Gladiators, and Flex makes it work. He is one of these super experienced players that I guess he just has this kind of intuitive read. That's the opener for Gaimin, and that'll again be a bit of a head scratcher for Anubis. They go down 6-4. They know they're on GR side of a map where it's slightly BL favored. It's going to start to get into their mind a little bit.
Yeah. Also, kind of annoyingly, it's like for them, it's one of those deaths that it doesn't give you information to be able to punish and then try and bring things back in your favor later down the line. They're now playing a raw 4v5. For the remainder of this round, it is considerably more difficult in that sense. Raffin. He goes drive for the first, the flash that comes drive for the second. That actually does a lot to Raffin, so slows him down. Doomsad, comics all combining. Wow, what a shutdown. A 5v4 for the round, but they shut it down towards being gifted no way back in. Sad is back box, and Flex is taking pop shots, but he runs out of time. What a way to stop that execute on towards B.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a poor call in the end from Gaimin, isn't it? You go towards the stack side, and you get punished for it. So 5-5, and Anubis bring it back pretty early on in the piece in the second half, which has given Gaimin a real pause for thought. There's probably going to be another minute and a half of nothing here, guys, because Gaimin just going to set up and wait and see if Anubis will give them anything. There is a little bit of a push out over towards B. Flex, now having been spotted out, should be unlikely to get anything. He wants to go through the smoke, and he thought he saw Doom. He did. In the end, he had to back off. So nothing doing over on the B side of the map, and now Gaimin starts to think about looking towards A.
Okay. First up, for Gaimin Gladiators, not committing to too much. This is a little further forward. Trying to see if he can drag a bit of attention his way. Still not a lot. It's a hit towards B, and you know, we saw from our previous series how teams get tunnel vision in toward this site a lot. That B side really trying to force it there. So, but it's not the same case here for Gaimin Gladiators.
Shot from Sad. Double sniper setup goes both ways. Both Gaimin and Anubis can employ it. And Anubis again with decent hold here on B that Gaimin are going to walk right into. They're getting eaten alive by the util. There's no way Gaimin is getting out onto this site. This is an absolute mess. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Lionclaw for the double. On the way through, and Dezane gets 1-2. How is that possible? Dezane and Spoxy are barely walking. But they've got the site. And they might be able to get the plan. Dipsy's going to have to try to cut through a huge crossfire. No, Spoxy has to cross to the side. He had the C4. Dipsy's got to go. He doesn't go on the plan. He got to go here.
Yeah.
to make something happen. They're both stuck in the side. He doesn't necessarily know. It could be his undoing. He's gotten rid of one, but he's not expecting Foxy from behind the boxes. That should have been around for Anubis. With the damage that they had done to Gaimin in that box room, that is egregious to let slip.
They are so low in that 1v2 at the end. They're so fortunate to get away with it, but actually well played. Off the back of that trade, use contact. You see it over the line. Not quite the crossfire, but they were so low, the crossfire might not have been that strong. It's a scrappy fight out towards long, one of which does not work out well for Raffin. He's the first to fall, and he falls without really dealing any damage either, so it's definitely not going to help. Gaimin Gladiators, they do have a one-round lead, but it is shaky to say the least.
Yeah, this is still somewhat concerning for Gaimin because Anubis are really putting pressure on them in a lot of these rounds. Jaguar, not even good for one. Flex just jumping over him. He's back to 4-on-4. Are we at panic stations yet if we're Anubis? 4v4, scoreline 6-5. You lose this one, it goes 7-5. It's a pretty threatening position to be in against one of the top teams in the league.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. It feels like we're getting there. We need to work with, though. Flex. Oh, off HP. So as much as a 4 versus 4, you'd argue advantage Anubis in this spot. And most definitely advantage Anubis, Sad, with a triple. That is huge from him.
Very, very bad news for Gaimin Gladiators. If Sad's going to be able to do that. Sad was fragging with the sniper rifle as well. Flex, hang on. Hang on. Round's not over. 2 quick ones from Flex. Headshots, of course. Only got 30 seconds to work with, though, and he's got to get the C4 from short, so he's going to be not even given the chance. The grenade makes it an anti-climax. Dipsy popping off about something. I think Anubis are really sensing the possibility of an upset on this map. They know how important that could be because there is a little bit of a perceived shakiness for Gaimin on compound. So if they could get themselves the win here, that opens the door up for a win today for Anubis over Gaimin. They beat them 10-4.
Yeah.
Compound last time they played, they beat them 2-1. Who's to say it's impossible that that could happen again today?
We definitely can't count it out. That's for damn sure. We've seen these moments, and I get it. I look back to last season where Anubis really were punching up. They were a side that, you know, we come into a lot of these games and say, this is the favorite, this is the side who'd win it, and Anubis would find ways to be super, super uncomfortable to play against. And this is another one of those scenarios and situations where they are really, really uncomfortable to play against. They're super difficult to break down. They don't play the most orthodox style. And we're seeing these teams struggle. Gaimin Gladiators are once again falling into a similar sort of position. Hey, he comes to the corner, doesn't do a lot. It takes you that there was somebody at least in towards box room, though.
One minute left in this round. Gaimin have got to make their decision. It will just end up being another A split. Flex to come up short. The rest going through long. Long fairly well held, though, with Sad and Jaguar having a line on that. Sad's back over to the sniper rifle. Hit a big 3K here earlier. Can he do the same? TRG in hand. It looks like his timing is a little bit off. Just going to go check into the middle. That's going to allow the pace forward from Gaimin. Doesn't matter. Sad is hitting everything. Gets himself a double. As the rest of the forces. Jaguar playing for late. He's really biding his time, and that has proven to be the wrong decision. Needed to go earlier there or wait later. Ultimately, just kind of got stuck at the wrong opportunity, the wrong moment when there was no one else to look at for Gaimin. And now it's on to Comics 1v3. So, again, another close affair. And it's going to go 7-6. Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely very squeaky. I think they'll know it as much as kind of we've been talking about it, but even still. comics. First and foremost. Oh my god, this is scrappy, but it's Lion Claw over double. And Dipsy forced to reposition. Right choice as well, as he wants to go elevated around that box, but playing down from below on his own there really wouldn't have worked out. It's a double stack towards the A site with just Jaguar over towards B, and it's only Flex for now testing, but they can very easily pick up that C4 and rotate over to joint. Captain Fantastic for now. It looks like Anubis is going to get really proactive. Numbers don't favor them, so I actually think this is a good call.
Dipsy has put himself in a position to make a difference in this round. When's he going to go? Is he even going to go? If he moves now, it's going to be the wrong time. Gaimin are still floating around. He needs to go maybe just after they've made a committed push one side of the map. But a lot has to go right for Anubis to win this round, and Dipsy may have gone a little too soon. Raffin, has he spotted him? He's checking him, that's for sure. And Raffin gets the better of Dipsy. So with that, yes, you have the information that the push is coming over towards A. Oh, Flex, you can't miss those. Gets a second shot, though. And he gets rid of Jaguar. Also calls the team over towards B. Knows that he's completely taken that part of the map. And so, once again, we do that run back. And it will be a plan on B. Sad. It's the better of Raffin. Flex is going for some cheeky shenanigans. Doesn't want to throw this round away, but it's not up to him anymore. Spoxy waiting. Will get sad and lock it in. Another one for Gaimin. This one very, very comfortable in the end.
Yeah, agreed. Much, much more like him. Much better from this side as well. What the kind of level that we want to be seeing of them. I mean, still not fully convinced. And Anubis feel like they got a bit of a chance here in towards this map. So they themselves be calling for a tactical timeout at the moment to have a conversation. Just realizing as well, most of them, if not all, are on boot camp as well, which is pretty sick to see. I've seen as well this season, ROC haven't been boot camping, interestingly. You know, that all of last year they were boot camping. I don't know if that was maybe an org boot camp, and obviously they're a different organization now, but yeah, they're not boot camping as much. I think, if I'm right in saying, Anubis are the only team that are actually playing the season together, sort of in a somewhat LAN environment.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what ROC's situation is. But I don't know. It doesn't seem to have necessarily helped Anubis all that much this season.
No.
I think they've had I think it's fair to say they've had a worse season than last season. That may change depending on the results of this week. If they go through and win every game this week, 8-6 season, not too bad. See what happens in playoffs. But again, I don't think you can really make the argument that Anubis have been a top 2 team this season, which they were last season based on their wins in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But that feels like it's a long way away at the moment from Anubis. Is it impossible? Not necessarily. But I think they've just been far too inconsistent, which we did highlight was a bit of a problem for them last season too. But it's kind of cool to see them just kind of continue to sort of chip away and try and improve, working hard. They haven't made roster changes, so I want to see how far they can go with this.
Yeah, continues to keep being quite an awkward side to play against. Back pause concluded though. Go back on the road. 8-6, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away for Gladiators, but it's Dipsy for the first. That's a great shot.
Early on in the piece, not a bad start at all here for Gaimin Gladiators. If you're considering that a 1-for-1, they have the B site in exchange for that kill that they've given up, and that seems fine as far as I'm concerned. One plan will go down, play out the 4v4 post plant. You've got 2 players to watch either side. So Raffin reinforcing Spoxy outside the box room. Tough ask ahead here for Anubis. This is almost a must-win round for them. Going down 9 and 6 doesn't feel like it's going to be recoverable.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dipsy. Jaguar as well. Nice combination. Jaguar sees off. He's all down to the Zayn, who has to go nuclear. And that was asking a hell of a lot in a 1 versus 4 right in front of him. So Anubis, it's actually what we like to call a successful tag pause in the sense. You call a pause and you win the round immediately after. All you can really ask for. And now it's about chaining it back to back and see if we can make that work. But a really decent round, all things considered. Starts well with Dipsy. And shut things down on that retake. Make sure there is no way that post bar is set up comfortably. Really, really effective.
Yeah. Yep. Well, once again, we run it back and Gaimin have some control down the bottom along. They're going to set Spoxy up there to see if he can find any duels, which don't seem to be too forthcoming. Even though there are a couple of snipers on the other side. One of them is pushing down middle. Dipsy catches Flex. It's an unorthodox play from Dipsy, but that is kind of what he likes to do, and he's certainly doing a good job of it. Dipsy finally gets brought to heel, and I gotta say now, again, this is one of those circumstances where I look at that and I go, mate, you have done enough. You don't need to keep going. You've got 2 kills in mid. Back off.
Yeah.
Why are we giving up that kill? It's 4v3 now, and that's certainly much more recoverable than a 5v3. Obviously, it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this circumstance because Anubis just flood through into mid and catch themselves a couple of quick kills, but that is the kind of moment where I think you see it a lot. There's often this over-aggression mindset from a lot of these middle teams.
Yeah, the inherent risk around it as well doesn't warrant the reward of that potential of a third kill. I mean, just playing there from a 5 versus 3, that's statistically such a strong position to be in. But instead, pushing for another opens the door back up. So yeah, no, I think you're spot on. There's like a really unnecessary, unwarranted risk, but it's still, in the end, a round 1 there. It's now getting really interesting indeed. We're tied up now, and no surprises. Gaimin Gladiators is going to call for a pause of their own. I think they really need to.
Yeah. Yeah, what do they do? What do they change up? I mean, the answer is don't lose a 4v4 post plan on B site, actually. That's really, I think, where things start to get a little bit concerning for Gaimin. But there's only so much you can really say about that. That's kind of just like, well, we know what to do in that circumstance. But we still lost it. Like, so what is it? What does this come down to? Why are we losing rounds here on the GR side?
Yeah, big old conversation that needs to be had for them. Unfortunately, it's just really not looked strong. Far from over, that is for sure. But I do worry a lot still about this Gaimin Gladiators side. They've looked very flat these last couple of rounds. I think you can see as well on the cams that this Anubis side again, really fired up here, and that's kind of cool to see. And that is one of the real stark advantages of being together on a LAN environment. You get to really fire each other up. So things are working well for them. Everything feels like it's sort of slotting itself into place. Let's see. Pause called, and what will the response be like? Early aggression seems to be the call. Ain't going to get his way out into long. Spamming that smoke, no one behind it.
Passive approach from Gaimin. Aggressive approach from Anubis. And the aggression has worked out for Anubis in a couple of instances. We can talk about Dipsy working his way up middle with the sniper rifle in the previous round. The hold is a forward hold for the B site. Comics here alongside Doom. It is looking like Gaimin are going to test that hold. Gonna do it slowly. Raffin, a bit of a peek. They'll spot out Doom. Util getting tossed up. Doom caught out in no man's land. Are they expecting Comics tucked in the corner here? They're gonna clear him. That's really, really poor in the end from Anubis. They just get caught on the timing. Dipsy's going to miss a shot, and he'll be run down as well. Everything goes wrong for Anubis. In the blink of an eye, Gaimin should be up to 9.
Yeah, that's really not what you want to be seeing there. They fall so flat when it matters most. Sad. Does get himself one. And a 1v4 turn 1v3 feels highly unlikely. C4 planted. And that should conclude things here. I mean, he stuck his way out. That's a nice shot. I'll give him credit for that. Misses the second. Cole pulled out. Hang on a moment. 1 versus 1, but thankfully, seeing off, that was much too close for comfort.
Yeah, that would have been a real tilter for Gaimin to lose that one. And I think you can tell that they're a little bit frustrated by that, just the reactions on the cameras. But they get it over the line, they get it up to 9, and now they've got to focus in on finishing this round. Oh, flashes over the top. It's a massive battle for long. Jaguar's getting away with absolute murder. Raffen's got to hit these shots. He gets doomed. They know Jaguar's close. Raffen will clean that one up as well. Gaimin Gladiators pushing their way up long, straight into Dipsy, who's only good for 1. And it is Comics and Sad who will have to try to negotiate a 2v4. It's now a 2-on-3. C4 has been left back towards BL spawn. Gaimin looked like they were going to run over that round, but now they're going to have to slow things down with Lanclaw and Raffen low. This is by no means a sure thing.
Yeah, they got to be a little careful at the very least. And Sad's had some nice moments, some nice multi-kills, and with how low they are, as you kind of touched on, that sets up for that. 1 minute 30 though, so they're far from under pressure from time itself. Really quiet, but setting up for what feels like an A here. Long control taken. It's just like Comics decides to make a move. He can actually start to wrap in behind if he commits to it. 5, it will always be Sad, the one to try and deny this A presence on his own. In they come as well. Not the easiest angle, but he does miss the sitter. Slightly falls asleep at the wheel there. Not what you want to see. Sad now under so much pressure. Flash comes round. The Colt does well for 1, but only. Now 1 versus 2. Oh my god, HP is so low for Lion Claw. Dezane got to do a lot of the heavy lifting. They're swinging together, and Dezane sees it off. That is massive to see that round over the line. That was looking really, really nervy for a second.
Yeah, way too close for comfort for Gaimin Gladiators, but they do get it done.
They're laughing.
On map number 1, 10-8. I mean, I think they have higher expectations for themselves than that for sure, particularly a couple of rounds they lose there. The 4-on-4 post plan on B is the one that sticks in my mind as what probably would have just been the nail in the coffin there for Anubis, but it went the other way and kind of let them back into that contest. But either way, 1 map under the belt for Gaimin Gladiators, and now it's a question of can they find themselves a 2-0. Of course, maybe a little bit easier said than done, given that we are moving on to Anubis's map. Compound obviously up next. I have to hear from the Analyst desk first and see what they have to say.
Thank you guys so much. I have to agree on a couple of things. First off, that was too close. 10-8. I think Anubis gave a very strong performance and a fighting chance to win game 1, but unfortunately could not push through. But GG as well, it shouldn't get this close. Like, they shouldn't give 8 rounds to Anubis with that much ease. What do you think?
Well, as Elfish said, these guys, they had the better gameplay, GG, than Anubis in this game, especially the 4-on-4 post plant, which went the way of Anubis, where Jaguar just got 2 kills and Dipsy got 2 kills and killed all the 4 players. This should have went, yeah, exactly, this round, this should have went into GG's favor, but still, it made Anubis come back mentally. It made them kinda feeling that they still can win their game, but still, after the tactical pause that Anubis took, they got a lot of rounds, and then GG suddenly instantly take the pause when it's 8-8 and they win both rounds. One of them was B-side, reaction into the push from Anubis into the A side, and the other one was just clutch rounds from Raffin, who got the first 2 kills this round in front of us. Dezane trading also on Dipsy and still leaving Comics and Sad alone, failing to hit any of their shots, to be honest, from the cat, and making GG, making for them their first map win in this series now and putting them 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, all the rounds had some kind of clutches or letdowns, to say the least, where the shots were either missed or completely on target. And I don't know, I feel like going into game 2, this might go into a 2-1 in the favor of GG. That's my prediction, with all bias aside. I really think GG can put more gas to the pedal and push this to a 2-0, but we're gonna have to wait and see on the next map pick. Here we're looking at the set summary. I mean, even if you look at it without seeing the actual score, you'd think Anubis won this game based on Dipsy, Doom, and Sad's performance.
Yeah, also on the other hand, but as well, Flex, Zane, Lineclaw, they had a very good game. Spoxy, which we are not used to having Spoxy, getting that much frags, especially that he's playing Black Widow, but still his teammates are also performing. Zane is playing a very good game. We've seen how many clutches did. His combo kills, also the kill from the cat when he was on the fence and instantly kidnapping one of Anubis' players and putting him into death and drop him back to kill other guys on the doors. The guy's moving very good. His sharp shooting today is so hard, so it makes it difficult for Anubis to maybe match these 1v1 duels, or at least the individual skills from the side of GG.
Yeah, I mean, if I was in Anubis' place, I would take a step back, especially during timeouts. Not focus on duels. Don't fight players like Flex or Spoxy or Dezane. Play together. Even if you do have to fight them, get the trade, kill that guy, and then move forward and to a plant or a defuse. Because when it comes to GG, their individual performance and their ability to trade and get picks early on into the game and put the enemy team at a disadvantage is at the all-time high. And we've witnessed this in game 1.
Yeah, especially that GG in favors, when talking in terms of trading, these guys are very good in trading because they move as a group, they move as 4, maybe as 5 as well, taking controls together. Their firepower is extremely high because they have one hybrid player. Flex is using rifle and sniper even if it's needed. And the other players as well, they have a very high power, such as Zane, Raffen. So it's very hard for Anubis to be able to win those fights, especially that we've seen that they wanted to take a long fight, controlling 2 barracks with 2 rifles, 1 sniper. This is not gonna work at all versus GG. If you want to be taking the A-long control from GG, you need to be going at 3 or 4 rifles.
Full aggro, yeah.
You went 2 in rifles, only 2 rifles went into the barracks. They died to Raffen. Dipsy had a sniper in his hands. He only killed 1. Instantly got traded by Zane. That's the punishment of GG.
In a 2v4 situation,
yeah, this is a statement that we always seen it from GG. So if you're an Anubis fan, this is not something new for you. Especially even if you're just a CrossFire enjoyer, you're watching CrossFire, you know that GG, they take along with 4, maybe 3, but maximum 4, going rifles,
with a lurker,
shooting, rifles shooting so hard into whoever is taking barracks control. So you're going with 2 rifles, 1 sniper. This is not gonna work. Also, one thing I need to mention as well, how Anubis is switching their sniper roles. They are letting Sad to take a rifle and Dipsy to take a sniper. This is, you don't have the privilege, the luxury of doing this. You are 1 step away from not making it to playoffs. And if InnerCircle goes to the playoffs and they play for the placement and they only get 3rd place, which is applicable because they're going to be facing probably PingPongPals, and they played each other a lot, and it's always a close games between both teams. But of course,
usually InnerCircle wins that. I mean, in theory, I just wanted to ask, based on game 1's performance, what do you think the outcome of game 2 is going to be? Is it also going to be a 10-8 to one side, or is the gap going to get bigger, just like we saw in Series 1, where after game 1 it was 10-6, and then suddenly the 10-5s started showing up, and the gap just got bigger because people are more mentally there and present?
We usually see that if Anubis falls first map, losing the first map 10-4, 10-5, 10-6,
they usually come back.
They come back and they just remove it from their heads. They just reset mentally completely.
Experience.
They are very experienced. They have high experienced player. They have Dipsy, Jaguar, Doom. These guys are very experienced. Okay, Sad as well. Maybe Comics is the newest addition. Maybe he does not have such situations before. But still, Anubis is Anubis. They come back. But and I'm sure that if Anubis managed to win Compound, which I said that GG sometimes they have ups and downs on Compound. Sometimes they perform very well, and sometimes they're just kind of backed off.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Spoxy just came back. He was kind of AFK in a sense. I think he was going through something there.
Yeah.
This is something the Elfish guy did highlight, that we cannot just give it to GG, that they're going to take this to a 2-0, because I've personally witnessed sitting on this desk, Anubis 90% of the time, without exaggeration, would lose game 1 and then win the series.
Yeah, and especially that, as I said, if GG wants to win the series, they need to snowball it into 2-0, because going into port versus
Full push,
Anubis is not a good option unless these guys have changed their play style and managed to watch the mistakes that they did versus Anubis last time.
Capitalize.
Because Anubis last time, they stomped GG on
Yeah.
port. It was not a win, it was a stomp from Anubis.
Really.
So if Anubis wants to win this, they need to give us 2 perfect maps. Do not hide anything. Do not switch your roles. Just play your A game. Show us Anubis that we watch it from the playoffs
Yes.
and get the win.
That we watched last season as well, who came second place.
Yeah, exactly. And GG, all they need to do is just continue the same way. The good firepower from these guys, the good trading power, they are doing very good in such trading power. Spoxy definitely, he will going to be showing up more, even more
Because
than
of the
Black Widow.
next
Because
map, yeah.
when we have Compound, which it
Very
was one of
different.
his bests. We have a spot called Spoxy in
Yeah, and
Compound.
I think one of his games, he had a 3-point-something KD in that map, if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken. So we'll be looking forward to it. I really think the key players, I think Spoxy is someone to look out for in the next match as well. But the last thing that I wanted to highlight is for both teams, this is not the time to step back and to hide your cards. This
Yes.
is the time to go all
Put
in,
all your
put
cards in.
all your cards on the table, maximum performance, give us a show, because you're one match away from either making it or fumbling going to playoffs.
Yeah, well, Anubis, especially after the PingPongPals win, as we mentioned today, they are kind of pressured because the guys are getting wins, they are stacking
Yeah.
the Ws together, and Anubis needs to be doing the same because they are not fighting, they are competing with PingPongPals. Other teams are kind of, maybe, as we said, we are in week 6, so they are kind of behind from the playoffs. It's
Yeah.
kind of impossible for
They're like
Swamp Gaming.
equal 4 wins, 4 losses or
Yeah,
something
so
in that
it's impossible for
range.
Swamp Gaming, TBI, 999 to be able to go to the playoffs, but it's not for PingPongPals. It's not also for Anubis. GG, InnerCircle, also they didn't kind of. I'm not saying that 100% they are in playoffs, but they still have a chance to
And
top.
week 1, remember this, in week 1, I asked you which of these 8 teams is going to make it to playoffs, and I think you said InnerCircle, GG, ROC, and Anubis.
Yeah, we said
So
top
now
4.
Anubis is kind of competing, whether it's with Swamp or PingPongPals for that position. I really think InnerCircle is going to secure that position in playoffs,
same.
to be honest.
Also same to GG based on the
And maybe
the teams.
TBI gets it. You don't know. I don't know the score
It's gonna be
exactly.
so
It's
hard
going to be
for-
difficult because their next matches are not easy as well.
Yeah, definitely yes.
Yeah,
yes.
and like I think they're playing 999 today, so that's gonna be quite interesting as well. Is there anything else you'd like to add for game 1?
Well, for game 1, that's it for it. As I said, Anubis, they kind of. I'm not sure if the guys put it in all, but I still think that Anubis have better to show. And on Compound, we actually knew that these guys are actually always playing better on Compound. We've seen how good they play, especially on the global side, because they have double snipers, which pays off for them.
Yeah, I mean Anubis, if they manage to get 8 rounds from 18 rounds with GG, they can definitely manage to get more
Well,
to
starting.
win in the next match.
Yeah, if they get it and they win Compound, I guess Anubis has the better chance to win on port.
I mean, I'm here for a show, right? I'd like to see a best of 3. Anyways, I'd like to take it back to our casters, please, Neo Kai and Elfish Kai.
Well, let's see if this one goes all 3. At least for now, Gaimin Gladiators squeaked it over the line. They've done enough to give themselves, a little bit of confidence heading in towards this next map. It feels like they're warming up a little bit, but Anubis, credit to them. We always say, John, this side punch up really, really well. They've got better and better kind of season upon season until this season, where it feels like they've unfortunately plateaued, maybe sort of been figured out a little bit, and I wonder whether they can beat a side like Gaimin Gladiators on what is the most common map we see here in the West League.
Yeah, big first one coming up here for Gaimin Gladiators this first half. Got the double sniper set up once again with Flex and Spoxy angling into the TRG early on in the piece. They are starting on the GR side. It is a bit more of a favorable side, typically on Compound. They're going to want to get off to, some degree of momentum. Got Raffen jump spotting the angle here. Pretty safe position to play from. So he's happy with how things are going so far. But yeah, I think, look, very hard to say which way this one's going to go. I don't know if I necessarily agree with what you're saying there, by the way, about Gaimin getting some confidence out of that first map. I mean, they only won at 10-8, bro. And
True.
it didn't look like they were super confident in a lot of those instances. So, if anything, yeah, maybe it's given them some time to just sort of get warmed up, get the ball rolling. But in terms of a confidence builder, I'd look at that and go, man, actually, we almost lost that map. I don't know that that's going to give me much confidence, frankly.
I think I was more thinking confidence in terms of their individuals of starting to hit their shots towards the end.
Right. Yeah. One would hope, but we'll have to see how that translates here into map 2. Obviously, the map can make a big difference as well. And that's what Anubis are going to be hoping. They were a lot better on compound than Gaimin were in their last matchup. So it may eventuate once again here as well. Getting deep into this first round. Spoxy waiting for the inevitable push into A. Doesn't have to turn away from that flash. Will miss the first shot with the sniper rifle, but the pistols get the job done. And gets the chance to even swap out to the TRG again. Sad, doing damage. But the flank coming through. USP will be enough there for flex. And first round on the board. That has actually got Gaimin, I would say, even more pumped up than their map win in the last map.
Yeah. Was that sigh of relief to get her over the line, but that's much more like it. Much more to the level that we expect, I think, of a side that have always been kind of revered as, or at least up there, like top 3, if not more or less the second best. Well, again, let's turn this from into many. Raffin. Just a peek for information. A pop shot from Flex that doesn't connect, but the idea was nice. Control. Or Anubis in. I gotta set up for a Pillars play. It's being held by Lion Claw. That in itself could be a little tough. We've got to be a little careful. Lion Claw and Co. fall back towards site. So as we're creeping towards that minute mark, I think they realize it's not worthwhile fighting here for now. Let's just play a little bit more of a shelled up setup. The issue is they're sort of alone.
He's got to be careful on that little corner. There's going to be the nade stack. And Flex, well, it's onto him now. He's only good for 1. It's going to be tough to hold on there with TRG. He needed some more assistance from the riflers. It's not going to happen. Dezane in for the trade onto Raffin, but he's just no hope of retaking this site with this HP. 1v3. It's never going to happen at this level. And so that'll be another round for Anubis. DipZ is again having some camera difficulties. Hopefully that won't result in another 10-minute pause, but we'll go straight into round number 3. Yeah, I mean, a bit more explosive this time from Anubis, and that seemed to work out.
Leave it late, go for a pop as a group, and hey, it works out. A lot to be done to prove to us that they've got it in the locker, but yeah, that's nice. On all, and the Gaimin Gladiators were still not feeling 100% about this side just yet. Starting in towards me, he's got the right idea, but he's so tunnel vision in towards window. He just peered around that corner towards mid. There was a freebie on offer.
Not to happen this time. 5-on-5 will ensue. And Raffin just, again, happy to play this position. Hasn't been seen yet. There hasn't been any presence over towards A long so far. And sooner or later, he's going to be spotted out. So that'll be where he just dumps his flash, backs off, tries to get back into the A site safely. And, you know, just buys a bit of time, really, for Gaimin. I love that setup. I love that position from Raffin. And I love the way that he's played it. Very safe.
Yeah.
But still gives it over to Anubis in the end, which is what you're sort of supposed to do. 50 seconds now. And Anubis thinking about going back over towards middle at least. There's 2 players set up here. Raffin going to hunt for a little bit of info. Doesn't see too much. Dipsy spotted in the window. That's going to start to raise some alarm bells. Of course, Dezane's here as well. Neither playing anti-flash. There's no flash to come. There's no flash at all. Raffin cleans up too. The trades are actually better than they ought to have been, but Lionclaw's not afraid. He's going to go straight through and spray down 3. Well done from Lionclaw. Gaimin Gladiators will hold on to the lead.
Yeah, that's really well played. I mean, you know, sometimes we talk about teams overcomplicating situations, but I think that was too simple from Anubis. Too easy to shut down. 2 separate spray downs, which should really never have been given such ease at doing so. Really well done. And, you know, seeing them get pumped up like that as well. Good to see for Gaimin Gladiators. They know they're being worked, and those tough rounds across the line and get these kind of tough games over the line too make all the difference to them who want to make a push for a deep playoff run. Want to book their spot. In for, of course, those big lines, especially towards the end of the year. Anubis. What's the response looking like? It looks like a hot to pressure Raffin. He's alone in this endeavor. 1 for 1 might not be enough. 2 for 1 would be great. I should opt to just get out, which I respect because Boxy's there.
I mean, Foxy can be a real thorn in the side if he starts to get rolling. Hasn't been super outrageous in this series so far. And Anubis again, just going to slow things down in middle. Kind of wait it out. We'll have a look. Spots out the guys in mid, and he gets himself a kill for his trouble, as well as a bit more damage over onto Comics. You can, I think, get the feeling that Gaimin are really confident at the moment as individuals because they're taking these fights. They're choosing to take these fights, and they're winning a lot of them. Of course, that does give up middle. It does give up GR spawn. But you've still got a good 2-2 split on both of these bomb sites with only 3 players on Anubis' side. So, fairly healthy defense either way. Flex lining one up. The TRG, he will lose Lionclaw, but Flex is just killing everybody. It's not going to matter. Holds that site down solo, gets all 3. And Gaimin are indeed also up to 3.
Hey. Good work, nonetheless. Just making sure. Gaimin Gladiators, it's about building kind of bit by bit. I just want to see them guarantee a lead at the half. That's really all I'm asking of them right now. Any more for any more would be nice. Still, Lionclaw, elevated angle. Flex setting up for pop shots. Getting pretty close as well, in all fairness. Dipsy gets in towards windows. Flex just needs to be a little careful of it. Local land at his feet, and he'll drop one of his own in towards mid, just to try and slow them down. Really forward to us plenty of time to play with in towards this one. No real rush.
Yeah, no 4-on-5 this time. So the defense may be a little more difficult for Gaimin, but they have a different setup. Still 2 players towards middle, keeping an eye on that line, plus Spoxy. So you could almost say this is 3 players holding mid. It seems that Gaimin have a bit of a read that Anubis want to play heavy in that area, and they have been proven correct in a few instances so far. Zane does go down trying to get that info. It's probably the first time that we've seen Anubis really get the advantage over Gaimin in that part of the map.
Yeah. Okay, well, 50 seconds. As we hit that marker, this now becomes interesting. How we set things up. A shot from Spoxy. For a second from him as well. So much damage dealt towards Sad and Comics. They are barely alive. So, even the Colt alone could be enough. It's Flex who delivers with the sniper of his own. Spoxy gets caught though. There by Comics. Lionclaw needs to be careful. He's actually going to reposition. I think it's a smart call from him. Doesn't need to stick around here for now.
Gaimin had the C4.
Get the C4 down.
That's why that setup was the way that it was. Lionclaw now has to say no solo. He gets Dipsy.
Oh.
Doesn't know where Sad is though. So that'll be another round for Anubis. Big difference when it's not a 4v5.
Yeah. Playing time could have been really the biggest asset, I think, in that sort of a situation, but unfortunately, yeah, not to be. 3-2, a one-round game. Very back and forth right now. Neither side really getting a stranglehold of the momentum. We saw that happen in our previous series as well. Back to the first. Dipsy falls. Roof up a little bit. 3 towards A, 2 towards B. Way to play it. Just be in a position to trade. Give up pillars control. Iron Claws here holding this angle. For him, only going 1 for 1, that would be enough. He gets information, he gets out.
Oh, Iron Claw. Ooh. Actually helped out massively by Flex getting that opening kill, and that has made such a difference to this hold. If Lion Claw goes down there, if Flex misses that shot, they get overrun. Flex, speaking of getting overrun, does go for a bit of a jog himself, straight into Sad's crosshair, but it'll more than likely still be the round. Sad's got the C4 though. It's not impossible for him to win this round if Gaimin get a little bit overzealous in the same way that Flex did. Obviously not interested in any of those kinds of shenanigans, just going to be spotting the line with the sniper rifle. And Raffin and Lionclaw tucked in underneath that. I mean, it's an impossible crossfire for him to break with the TRG. Even with the rifle, it would be pretty much done.
So what do we actually do here? It was like he's delaying the inevitable, unfortunately. Flash will catch him, and a second behind it. Nothing he can do as it fades. Seen from his monitor how blind he really was. 13 seconds. Like we said, delay the inevitable, it feels like here. No chance of getting a plant down unless they royally fumble, and they make sure Spoxy sees it off. A great round to be had. Alright, well. Gaimin Gladiators. Still in a spot that is commendable, but see Flex. Some conversation being had here, so far from out of the woods just yet. We saw that happening towards our previous map. Down to the wire, 10-8 that is closed out at. I'll make it hopefully considerably easier than that.
Yeah, that'll be the target. Gaimin, like you sort of said, we were discussing at the start of this match. They want to be having a good run into the playoffs, right? Because at the end of the day, placing highly in the season is nice, but it doesn't get you that far if you don't perform in the playoffs. And that is kind of what happened in Season 1. If you remember, right? Like Anubis ended up taking second place, which I think Gaimin probably would have looked at and thought, well, that's our domain.
Yeah.
Obviously, Gaimin has no one to blame but themselves. They lost the semi-final to Anubis, and it was a 3-1 scoreline. Pretty comfortable win, actually, in the end for Anubis there, albeit some close maps. So, this is maybe a bit of a revenge arc for Gaimin. If they can win this series, then they actually go a long way to ensuring that Anubis may not even make it into the playoffs, because at that point, Anubis would be 5-7 with 2 games to play. 2 winnable games, to be fair, but if they won them, they would go 7-7. But I don't know that would be enough, considering PingPongPals are now 7-5. Yeah. InnerCircle is 7-5. Game would be 8-4, and obviously ROC's not getting caught anyway. So there may be a world where PingPongPals lose to ROC, and then I mean then you'd be relying on PingPongPals to lose to TBI in the last game of the tournament. So
yes,
unlikely. But anyway, it was attack time out there for Anubis, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to call it actually as well. You know, it's like the scoreline doesn't seem that kind of outlandish. It's actually kind of a position of where you're thinking this could start to get quite uncomfortable, especially just purely one more round from Gaimin Gladiators goes a hell of a long way. So I think that's a smart call there. Let's just try and focus back in. Last time they called a timeout as well, tail end of that previous map. Things ended up working out really well for them. A couple of rounds in a row, and they chipped away massively. Things started out well. Sad for 2 as Jagger gets one as well. This is a perfect way to come off the back of your attack pause.
Yes, indeed. Let's not forget, though, that Lioncorp can still put in some work here. He's got to put in a real shift, and he can only get 1. Yeah, how different that ends up looking, though, if that first kill goes the way of Gaimin Gladiators. You just see how quickly these rounds can, like, capitulate and fall over. It's the same thing I was saying about that previous round where Flex hit the shot on the B-bomb site. So, okay, nice round from Anubis, given the result, but still one that could fall either way. Need to see a little bit more. A rush is a rush, you know what I mean? It doesn't fill you with all that confidence that you need.
It's one of those rounds where a rush is good, but is it a round that's the most replicable in the book? Actually, probably not. So, gotta find better, more consistent ways to win. Though for Anubis, it feels like it's reinstilled a lot of confidence in this side. Just that one round alone, making it a one-round game, opens up a lot. Opportunities now to really start proving what we can do here. Raffin, that's so risky on that cross. I wasn't a big fan of that, but he does get away with it, thankfully.
Back and forth again in middle. And it has worked out again for Anubis. You do have Spoxy trying to get up to something. X-Factor kind of player, Landclaw. If he can find himself one here as well. Timing, have a look at Doom. Oh, he's caught the C4. We're back to a 2v2. He spotted out Comics as well. Now it's just down to Spoxy trying to hold on. He's in a bit of a more awkward position. But he is keeping an eye on main. And this could well be Gaimin Gladiators pulling back a 2v4. How do Anubis try to make this one happen? Wrap in around through mid, maybe Sad. He throws a flash that does not draw the distraction away for Spoxy, who puts it into a 1v1. And Spoxy's seeing Comics now as well. They know exactly where to look. This is 2 players set up, watching the perfect line. It's a huge one from Gaimin Gladiators. The 2v4. It's got to be a bit of a tilter there for Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. Anubis felt probably like they had a bit of a chance there. They let it slip away. Gaimin Gladiators, and you look at it now. Lead guaranteed at the turn of the half. Really good spot for them. Especially with them being on the kind of the defensive side with their shelled up. My God, this is pretty spicy. Make something of this GR side. When we get there, I mean, it could be difficult. But Anubis, early control. All going to be dropped. If he gets picked up again, Flex. Trading the angle. He spotted the leg of one, jumping across. Hits the shot. Nice work from Flex. Gets his, and actually just gets out. Smart play.
Good stuff. Raffin as well. And just jump spotting on that line. Not interested in sticking around as soon as he catches wind of any danger heading in his direction. It's a bit of a thankless role, really, but it's got to do it. And it's important info that Gaimin are gathering. Let's go forward. Foxy, again, good for 2. And cleaning out that push through from middle means they only have to turn their attention back over towards main. Nothing happening there either. Flex is down the bottom of mid. Oh, this round is so over.
Yeah.
Assuming Flex doesn't have an egregious... Flex would have to miss the broadside of a barn here, and it's not going to happen. Jaguar's going to go down. Dipsy's turn around. I mean, oh, where's the trade? Probably should have been traded a little bit cleaner, but either way, Spoxy gets it done. Gaimin, yeah, they're looking good here on compound.
Yeah, they really are. Really, really solid stuff now as well. I mean, already, regardless of how this half kind of would have ended, I still would have been pretty confident with them, but I like a lot from what I'm seeing. I mean, this Gaimin Gladiators have got to be pretty confident. You're in a 6-3 spot. Your shots are starting to be hit by kind of everybody. This is the kind of level that you want to see. And you can see some kind of, you know, forlorn faces over towards that Anubis side. They looking a little bit disheartened, tilted, however you want to put it. But this is a side that are struggling. It looks like we're teed up really now for 2-0 and for Anubis. I mean, that probably spells the end of their playoff hopes. There's not the kind of the spot that they'd want to be in, unfortunately. But that's how the cookies crumble. The revenge is sweet at the tail end of the regular season for Gaimin Gladiators, who want that preferential seeding. So, bit of a talk over the half-time, but it's a 6-3 and a 3-round deficit that Anubis have to respond with. It's a big ask.
Yeah. Yeah, picking up what you're putting down, this is not looking good for Anubis. Pressure definitely starting to mount. We'll move over to the GR side, though, and hopefully that can bring with it a change in fortunes. Let's see what Gaimin have to say to start things off. Yeah. Double sniper setup once again for Flex and Spoxy. I don't necessarily hate it. Flex has been very effective with the TRG in hand, as it tends to be. Nade stack to go forward. Gaimin not interested in any trickery from Anubis, but this time they won't get their nade stack right. More of a passive standard hold from Anubis.
See, gonna fall back. Probably the smart call, in all fairness. Feels slightly unnecessary to stick around front side of pillars. Claw hasn't committed it. On his own, too. He's actually just a bit of an insurance policy. Nice shot from Sad. We'll find Flex, who's not going to call for the grave. Sad sticking around as well, so still wants to fight. Spots it in the cross, but can't hit the shot.
Gaimin still have a lot of nice space here in the middle that they can work with, so even though they have lost a player, they have options in this round. Going to go over the top of GR spawn. Spoxy going to get the better of Sad on A. That should start to pull them in the direction of A, where there's actually not really much of a committed defense. They have to get past Jaguar. Doom now coming across to try to assist that as well. Up in the window, and Raffin with a wild spray down. Somehow Jaguar's not found the trade for that. Raffin wasn't even looking in his direction. We're back to 3-on-3. And Raffin gets away with another on low HP. That is a massive failure from Anubis on the hold on the A site. They need to do better if they want to win this series. Gaimin, I think it was some nice flash coverage, honestly, that got that done. And that is now 7-3 with a decisive first round out in the second half from Gaimin. They're down 4v5 and they still win that with 3 players up. Bad sign for Anubis.
It's come through. Actually do less damage than I would have thought. Spoxy bounds around the corner to find the opener on towards Sad. Nice shot. Real quick. He catches them, in a sense, just retracting off the throw of those HEs, and they get punished for it. Probably didn't expect them to be that far forward that quickly. Well done. Inside, a smoke, and both of them are going to try and play through this here, actually. That makes first contact. Doom not too far behind with Jaguar as well, so a triple stack towards A. If they can find Dipsy here on B, I mean, this round's probably done. That's so risky from Dipsy on the cross, but he does get out.
Yeah, just jump spotting. Rough shot to hit for Spoxy. Say though, if he would go down there, that would be a really, really bad player to drop. But even still, 4v5, this is looking comfortable enough for Gaimin. Getting their smokes in towards middle. Spoxy having a little bit of a look, firing off a couple of spam shots. Ooh, I thought he was going to go for another one there. What's going to happen in the end?
Okay, well. Call for a pause. I do kind of like this. This is audacious, but it's really probably sowing the seeds of doubt in Anubis, and they want to go hunting for information, and it works against them. Dude, first of all, Raffin take a lot of damage. Oh my comics, that's a nice double. Make that a triple. He's done very well. 2 versus 2.
Hang on a second though, because Lion Claw's on the wrap here into B, and all that really needs to happen here is Dipsy goes down off timing, doesn't spot Lion Claw. Let's see to Zane. Lion Claw's got to get in here. He's not there in time. Now it's a 1v2. I mean, Dipsy should surely still be dead, and is. Lion Claw has been good in the clutch as well. He's going to take the fight. No, he's going to go for a safe plant. Oh, spots out Jaguar. He's going to have to take the fight, and he does. Lion Claw headshot. I mean, you just feel so safe when it's Lion Claw in the clutch at the moment. He's shooting everything. And that gets a bit too close for comfort for Gaimin, but end of the day, even despite a really, really solid effort in comics, it's still not enough, and that makes you think, well, what is going to be enough?
Yeah, you're all right. 5 versus 3. Turn 2 versus 2 very quickly, but still not able to see over the line. Doesn't maybe fill you with that much hope. Oh my god. 8-3. This one's looking dead in the water. Still waiting anything else, Boxy. Whether there's going to be a bit of a push, but no, not to be. Mid smoke thrown there by Doom. He's met with one of his own in towards the front side of A. Mid smoke doesn't do that much as well because Flex is already out, but he's alone. I don't like that he went alone there. Thankfully, the Zane can trade quickly. He also gets caught as well by Jaguar. So, numbers favor Anubis.
For now. That's what we saw last round as well. Seen it in the first round of this half too. I think Gaimin have very much adopted a mentality of we are better in this map. And let's see if they can prove it once again. Spoxy looking for the entry. Jaguar lucky to be alive as long as he was. Raids are coming through. Now it's onto Raf and he's got a 1v3. Brought it back to 1v2. Get that C4. Still has time to do it, but just takes that face to Sad. That's not going to work out. Anubis have 4. It's something, but I mean, yeah, very slowly would have to be the case here. It's a long way to go for Anubis.
Yeah, you take what you can. The way to look at it. Line claw. Testing. I don't want to see Flex chopping down like he did prior. Keeping an eye on. I think that just got a little deep. There we go. Flex. Loves that drop down, but it just doesn't seem to work out the way that he wants. Out of the corner of the Colt, though. Does very well. Does make the second. He doesn't. And speak it off, Jaguar. That is a mean spray transfer.
I was going to say, really nice job done by Line for him. It was good. He knew he had the player stuck in the corner with Dipsy. That was a really nice entry from him. But the spacing just wasn't right there to get that kill on the Jaguar cleanly enough. And another round there for Anubis. So run it back. Gaimin Gladiators. They try something a bit faster. It doesn't work out. See where we go from here. We've still got Flex running the TRG. If things keep going poorly, maybe he swaps back over to the rifle. You try a full rifle setup. If that then doesn't work, you go in for attack timeout. There's still a lot of opportunities here for Gaimin to close this map out. But 2 on the trot is going to start to get Anubis thinking that maybe they're in with a chance still.
Alright, so. In a mid-aggression. This time Spoxy up there. Oh, Raffin waiting behind that smoke. Flash is good, but let's see how effective it can be. Raffin, lovely little reaction. What do you expect Doom? Actually pulls away from that position. So nice find, and they get out. Can't complain.
4v5. Haven't seen Anubis do well from these positions in this half. Gaimin certainly have. Let's see how this one gets negotiated. Just set Flex up to attack the rotators. Gaimin not really making much of a secret about their interest in hitting the B bomb side. That is going to start to pull some players across. Sad. Deep in middle. And line claw again. Maybe a little bit early. What's this from Gaimin? This is just too one-dimensional. You want to walk players in one by one into the B bomb site and expect that to work? Certainly not in this case. And now this really does come down to what the 2 snipers can do. Flex and Spoxy have a lot of work that they need to get through with only 30 seconds to do it in. Can't imagine that they're going to be able to get this one done. I mean, someone's got to grab themselves a rifle surely here. Got the C4. They're on their way out. They're going to try and go A with 25 seconds. I mean, they can make it, but they're going to have to scurry. Sad's going to be over there.
Yeah, they're going to have to get moving. Spoxy and Flex, though. These two have stepped up in a lot of times. They do have time. Oh, hang on. That makes it a lot more awkward. They do get it down, sure. But Spoxy, he'll go down. So all down to Flex, who has to pull off a 1 versus 3. He's repositioned. He gets caught on that reposition as well. They were just a little bit too uncomfortable there.
Yep. Yeah. It was a bold call to try to go over to A, but the time was always going to be a problem for them there. So this is, I would imagine, going to be a attack timeout coming through from Gaimin. Just based on the fact that we haven't gone straight into the next round.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out. And going to be another close finish.
This game is it's been delivering. Gaimin Gladiators, they were sitting in a lovely spot, they thought, until we're here now where they're struggling to find the rounds, the final few in regulation that's required for them to see it over the line, and it can become kind of a bit of a tilter. Yeah, as you are right. Attack timeout called, and a moment of rest and a moment to converse. I mean, attack timeouts have been pretty successful, though, in finding the round required after. But yeah, Gaimin Gladiators need to get some control back.
Yeah, it's a good time to call it. It's definitely early enough that you're not under insane amounts of pressure.
Yes, yeah. You don't want to do it as well when it's coming down to the last couple of rounds. It's putting too much pressure on those rounds to be successful. He's here. They can set up a plan and set up an idea of how we want to shut this down. What was working right at the start, which was a lot of things for them. Well, timeout concluded, and we're back underway. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away, Gaimin Gladiators. A familiar feeling in this sort of position. They've been here before.
8-6. So pressure's not really on Gaimin just yet. Certainly is on Anubis. We've talked about the implications of this for Anubis. If they end up losing here, their chances of making playoffs slim to none. Best case scenario, they end in 5th. More likely, best case scenario, they end in 5th, which would be enough to get them through to CFWL next season. But obviously, that leaves a lot of 2025 up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, you will definitely be missing out on EWC. Well, maybe not definitely, because they did get a lot of EWC points from Season 1. So there's a world, actually, I guess, where Anubis may still make it. But, you know, you're not being able to make a top placement in CFWL. It's going to hurt your chances of EWC. It's going to hurt your chances of going to CFS. Like that. Not there yet. It's probably a conversation that the analysts can get into a little bit more in depth than what we can. But 5v5. We're into round number 15, and it does look like it's just going to end up being a mid-hit, which has somewhat been smoked off by Gaimin. Got some presence there. Doom's trying to have a look through the smokes. Has not seen anybody on the push just yet. Seconds, though. They've got to go. Flex flashed in. Gonna lose his life to Doom. Raids, though, are coming through thick and fast from Dezane and Raffin. It's a lovely setup from Gaimin Gladiators, and exactly what they want to be seeing at the start of a round. I'll say the start of a round, but realistically speaking, 35 seconds left on the clock. They've got to put the pace up a little bit here. That's what Anubis almost did there. Comics just making a play in the mid himself. What's the info? Yes, but loses his life now. It's on to Sad to try to hold the site himself, which is impossible. Spoxy going to put a bullet in his head, and the bomb plant will go down. They don't know exactly where Dipsy is coming from. Now, though, with that kill on a Spoxy, information given, time working in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, now they know. I mean, Zane's still holding. He's got Raffin holding his window for him. This could still be a little scrappy. There's still a world in which you isolate fights here. The Zane, he can get that fight first. It would change things. Oh my god. It comes down to the 1v1 right at the end. But my god, did not like that at the end. That was making me feel very, very nervy. Thankfully, seeing off. And that is map and series point. Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah. Too close for comfort for sure, but Gaimin Gladiators don't mind it as long as it goes their way.
True.
And they just need that one more. Secure the 2-0 here over Anubis. 10-8 on that first map. Very, very close affair, but if it were to be 10-6 here on Compound, I think you could say that's reasonably solid of a day as far as Gaimin Gladiators are concerned. But they will once again take the slow approach here with just over a minute and a half left on the clock. Themselves up into middle, see if they can get anything given over by Anubis. Doesn't look like that will be the case. Once again, the onus is going to be on Gaimin Gladiators to progress this round in some way. Do that. Start to wait to make their way down a long. A split very much on the cards here.
Had the opportunity at 2, but the 1-4-1 still had a lot of information gathered, so it's like a silver lining in the spot with somebody falling. I knew there was at least 2 others in that spot, if not 3. Good to work with a rotate coming through. Oh, a lot of things that need to be cleared with, you know, a fair decent amount of that timer ticked away. Now, with Doom finding flex, that's not going to help either. Numbers don't favor them. They got a lot of angles to clear.
Yeah, 3 players on the A side to hold with here for Anubis. Timing will work out for Comics as he spots Lion Claw and gets the info on the other couple of players as well. Raffin's just trying to fight his way into the A side, and that's not going to work out. It's on to Dezane solo. While I said he'd been good in the clutch previously, I think this one's probably going to be too much to ask. Made the right call to go over towards B. Does clear out Dipsy. All of a sudden, maybe not impossible anymore. He's going to get the plant down. Have him more or less stuck in the site. Ooh, he's actually been able to transition off courtesy of that smoke. He's got to gamble that there's nobody here coming through from pillars, just based on the timing of this. And jumps back down into the site. Spots out Doom. It was good damage, but not enough. That was always going to be a tough one to win. He did make it interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to say fair play. That's actually a really quite commendable effort. Like you said, though, I wish he kind of did gamble and played towards that sort of window position. That really could have worked out quite nicely for him. So, mapping series not concluded just yet. We go again. 9-7 Comics. That's so risky. Everyone's quite lucky to get away with it. I think it's a matter of time before he falls. Same for Dipsy. Uh-oh, you are right. Things are falling quite quickly here.
Yeah, 5v3 going to be tough to come back from. Tried something a little bit quicker into mid this time, Anubis, and it looks like it's blown up in their face. Zane, phenomenal since the reset. 7-1. Yeah. He's been the guy that's getting it done here for Gaimin Gladiators, and now it's on to Sad to do much the same and probably then some. Smoke up. Gaimin Gladiators, yeah, they just go straight through it. It's exactly what I was going to say. If they go straight through it, there's nothing Sad's going to be able to do about it. He's got a sniper rifle in hand. He's going to get one and then get traded at best. He didn't even get one. So the job's even more difficult now for Jaguar and Doom. Jaguar, who's now been smoked off in GR Spawn. Lion Claw has spotted out Doom. Will lose his life. 1, 2 now, and Doom is getting away with way too much. Come on. Gaimin Gladiators cannot be allowing that kind of thing to happen on map point. Raffin worried about Doom's position, and it's up to Flex to try to lock in Jaguar. Raffin will get the better of Doom, and now Jaguar pushing his way forward. He'll spot out Flex. Time of the essence here. He's got 10 seconds to try to find Jaguar. Make it more like 4 or 5 around the corner. No way. A 2v5. Gaimin Gladiators. What was that?
Yeah, that's where we return to the conversation that we had right at the start of this series and said, hey, Gaimin Gladiators are a good side, they got a lot of good players, but there's been moments and there's been maps which have not been convincing, and there's been instances with this Gaimin Gladiators side are not as clean as they could be. That's it.
That's
they took their foot off the gas.
Flaw. That's a fundamental flaw in the decision making. Like,
yes,
that's
yeah.
That's a bad fight to take with, what was it, like 20 seconds, 25 seconds left on the clock. Lion Claw dies, okay, fine. But then why are the next 2 guys choosing to take that fight? You know, as opposed to setting up a crossfire in the next room, or even just backing away all the way into the site itself, playing out the 4v2. Why then are you lining up together to let him potentially spray? Like, there's no conceivable reason to make that choice apart from we think we're going to be better than him. We think we're going to be able to shoot him faster than he shoots us. It's just hubris at the end of the day. It's not the correct decision, and it has cost them in this instance. Now, how much will it cost them? We're about to find out. This could actually end up going to OT. Jaguar drops Raffin. Flex trying to progress up through A main still. Way long, I should say. The trade shot didn't come through. Spoxy missed it. Hey, this is not good. Gaimin Gladiators potentially have thrown this map away.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was in the palm of their hands, and now, most likely case is they're going to have to fight tooth and nail through overtime to decide it. Oh, man, that is such a crushing way to lose what should have been so free. Mix. End up in front of that A main smoke, but that's the fallback. Just one of his own. Flash comes over, doesn't do anything towards Flex. But it's coming to find to kill. Looks like overtime is going to be required here unless somebody can really step up in a big way. But stepping up is Jaguar. My God, Anubis take us to overtime. And we're still sat here scratching our head thinking, what were we thinking in that previous round? Overtime required. I mean, you'd even argue advantage Anubis now heading in towards
definitely.
this, right?
Look, you could see the second win that's given Anubis. Like, they're all now all of a sudden just hitting their shots, banging heads off. Like, they look like a completely different team. Gaimin Gladiators, I'm extremely disappointed by what I've seen in that post plan. I think that's actually a shocking display from them, to be honest. And that's really harsh language. And, you know, it's probably not nice to say, you know what I mean? But it is true. That is horrible. This is supposed to be one of the best teams in the West League. This is supposed to be the team that should be going to represent the West League alongside a team like ROC. You know, in the past, we've held them in that same kind of regard. To be making a fundamental error like that is really, really bad, especially considering we've got some massive tournaments coming up this year in EWC and, of course, CFS later on in the year. If you want to be going deep in those kinds of tournaments, you definitely cannot be doing that against international competition, let alone even against local competition. That's just not it. That is just not it. And Gaimin Gladiators, they know it. I mean, look at their faces, mate. They know that they have really fumbled. It's not over yet. This map it can still go the way of Gaimin Gladiators. This can still be a 2-0 for them. And at which point, if they clean it up 2-0, we will still forget about it. You know, move on, right? It'll still be a 2-0 in the record books. No one's going to look back at that and go, oh, you know, they lost a 5v2 in what could have potentially been a round-winning map or a map-winning round. But if this goes on to be Anubis wins this game, for example, if Anubis go on to win this match, right? Let's say Anubis wins this match, somehow gets the way into playoffs, ends up playing against Gaimin in the playoffs, beats them in playoffs like they did last season, all of a sudden, it can come down to that one round. That's a big mishap from Gaimin Gladiators. You know, we're harping on about it a lot, but that's a round that definitely should have been closed out.
Yeah, it's scrappy, I think, ultimately. And I think it's scrappy mistakes that a side of their caliber should not be making, simply put.
Yep.
So, let's see. I mean, far from over just yet, but I have a real feeling that this might even ultimately end up needing to go 3. And credit to Anubis, I think they're pushing this Gaimin Gladiators side of the map, in which I've actually really liked what I've seen from them in the past, previous seasons. This has been a very decent map for them under their belt, and I think they're really making them work for it right now.
Yeah. I mean, you got to give credit to Anubis for sure.
Yeah.
A huge clutch from them.
Never, like, really given up either, especially in a 2 versus 5, to, like, never put your head down at all.
Yeah.
That's very commendable. That's real self-belief.
The worst thing for me is it's a 2v5 on what should be probably the most difficult to retake map. Or most difficult to retake site.
Yes.
Anyway, 9-9. Find ourselves here. And Spoxy looks like he'll get caught on the timing, but of course he's just a little bit better. Gets himself one Raffen for the trade. Gaimin Gladiators. They find a bit of a resurgence here to start things off in OT. Round is definitely not over, but a 2v4 should be tough to come back from for Anubis. And Gaimin Gladiators, you'd think they've got the silliness out of their system now. They are going to be 100% locked in. At least I hope. Zane, he spotted out Comics, taking that fight, needs some assistance. He's getting some backup from the other player on the site. Raffen causing a problem for San, and Zane will get one. Lion Claw zooming across, and would have gotten the trade where it needed, but it ends up just being a kill. First round on the board for Gaimin Gladiators in the OT, and they are wiping the sweat from their brows. I think almost literally I saw a couple of players wiping their brow right there. So 10-9, Gaimin Gladiators breathing a sigh of relief that they've at least started with this first round of the OT and broken some of that momentum that Anubis had built up. I like this unorthodox play. Spoxy, again, activating and gets the better of Sad. Yes, he'll go down, but they know that Flex has gotten past. I don't know that they do. Comics is going to watch for it. Flex on the timing. He's been caught, but he's gotten into BL spawn. All right. This round gets very interesting now.
This does Flex. Oh my god, how's he got
that?
away with that? How has Flex got away with that? Doom has really fumbled a freebie there. Oh, might be more behind it. Oh, that's gone from bad to worse. Flex, it would have been hilarious to be able to get another over the line, but it's not his advantage now, Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, but that's taken so much time off the clock as well for Gaimin Gladiators as well. They've had to go all the way back to BL spawn to try and dig him out. He shouldn't have got the first one, to be honest. Like, if you're Doom there, you don't take that reswing. Like, again, this is like little micro decisions that are going wrong in a lot of individual moments. And Doom backs himself to get that kill because he knows where Flex is. But if he doesn't do anything, lets his mate on the other side swing first, okay, maybe his mate goes down. But more likely, Flex is watching your angle because you're the one that's just peeked. He's expecting the repeat. So, either way, Flex probably dies if Doom doesn't swing there, is the actual take.
Yes.
Right, instead, Doom decides to try to get it done himself, gives up his kill, and then, obviously, it kind of continues on from there, which, you know, is the same flaw that you can say for Gaimin Gladiators in that ninth round, or that map, okay, whatever. You get the point. Lion Claw catches Tipsy as he jumps out into middle, and this round's pretty much over. Obviously, well done to Flex. That's a heroic play from him, and that's 2 on the trot for Gaimin Gladiators going into the OT here, which just really takes the wind right out the sails of this game, doesn't it? Again, like, Anubis, you get us all excited, you get us all invested again. It looked like it was a foregone conclusion, and then Anubis bring it back, but it starts to become a question of, can they do it again? Or will Gaimin make another mistake that lets Anubis do it again? Because really, I think if Gaimin's playing to their level and playing it correctly, they win this game, which they probably should have already.
Yeah. The absolute classic, though, as well. They're struggling to hit the final 2 rounds over the line, and we get into overtime, and they get the 2 rounds that they were missing. Yeah. The classic case always seems to be, but 2 rounds of difference. Gladiators 2 away as well, and now you look at Anubis side, and they look a little deflated now. Gives up a flash. I mean, Flex taking a lot of damage. He actually go down as well. Pop shot that comes through. Swogsy, this is risky, but he gets away with it. He deals a lot of damage. They're too sad. My god, there's a huge flank brewing. And that's when Raffen comes alive. Good find for him. I get tunnel vision into the elevated angle, though. He doesn't know that he's dropped out a window.
3 on 4, Gaimin Gladiators still have the numbers, but Lion Claw under a bit of pressure right here. Answers the call well enough for 1. No more than that, but still maintains the numbers here. And it will be, again, that multi-pronged retake attempt from Gaimin Gladiators. Raffen does not want to overplay his hand here. Waiting for Zane to come across. And it's Spoxy's job just to make sure that they can't push out into GR spawn. It's a decent enough setup. Push coming in onto Raffen's position. He's not aware of it. This is where Zane now has to come into play. Get that trade. Well done. And it's on Jaguar solo. He's been sharp from this position, though. See if he can get any more done. Isolate these duels. He does. Dezane goes down. Spoxy in the 1v1, though, will catch him. And Dezane is pumped. He's even locked in, holding the microphone to make sure everybody hears about it.
Yeah.
So that'll be defused through for Gaimin Gladiators. And 12 on the board. They need just 1 more.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And a couple of smiles starting to creep through as well. The only thing is, don't get comfortable. Don't take your foot off the gas. That's the thing that cost them in regulation. I just don't want to see that happen again. Don't let it slip away for nothing. But still, they're in a good spot. Solid one to be in. And I think now it's just about seeing what is this sort of must-win game for all intents and purposes over the line. And Yeah, I don't know, for you know, when you look at Anubis, what do we really talk about here? They're in a pretty dire spot. Everything seems to slip away. That second win that we spoke of as well really has kind of eradicated it. It's gone. They're looking all over the place now and not even hitting the shots that seem to come so easy for them. It feels like their chance has really dwindled.
These kinds of games, just such confidence, mate. You know, like you play so differently when you're feeling it, when you're swinging and you're like, I'm gonna hit the shot, as opposed to swinging it because you know that it's the right thing to do, but you just don't really feel like, okay, I'm hitting my shots today. You know, it's just a completely different vibe, different mentality. Maybe you wait half a second longer, or I don't know, like you just don't, it doesn't work the same, you know what I mean? So confidence is such a big thing here, and Anubis are going to be very short on that at the moment. Gaimin Gladiators have managed to rebuild it. Raffen does go down, so does Spoxy. A lot of damage done, though, in those two particular fights, but doesn't look like it's going to be likely to be cleaned up. All right, so faster play from Gaimin doesn't work out. And Anubis maybe get themselves slightly back in the conversation with that round.
Yeah, no real question marks on that round for Anubis. Fair play to them. Whatever was said in the halftime break obviously worked wonders. Yeah, tough. That's for sure. They've still got to find a good way to see this over towards that golden round. Consistency required is pretty mammoth. We saw how hard Gaimin Gladiators had to work for it. Spoxy, that's a great shot, great find. Down goes Sad. Same for Jagger as well. This could be the beginning of the end. 5 versus 3. But we've seen them lose these before.
Don't say it. No, don't.
We've seen them lose them. We've seen them lose them.
We definitely have. 5v3 though. I mean, we saw a loss of 5v2, so 5v3 very doable here for Anubis. But insane positions though for Gaimin Gladiators to have. Like Lexus got to hold outside. Oh no, where's the trade? They're going one by one. Dezane, he's gone one by one. He's taking the fight against Comics. He's lost it. No, this is illegal, bro. What am I watching?
What is teamwork? What is teamwork? What is cohesion? What is synergy? All buzzwords that Gaimin Gladiators do not have.
Why are they walking into mid solo?
Raffinos as well, back turned, swinging in towards mid. Like, there is just like no util either. Like, not a single thought process there. They're playing that like a pug and nobody has a mic. Like, that was rough. 12 to 11.
Credit to Comics, by the way. He hit some banger shots there. Lex is about to be dead. So
on his own, by the way, as well.
I mean, I don't even know, bro. I mean, that's just a flex play though. Like that's kind of what you're going to get out of him. So kind of what you see is what you get almost. Spoxy again going to be looking for a shot into the A bomb site. Oh my god. Gaimin, if they lose this map, it's just unbelievable the amount of rounds that they've let slip. What is going on here? Well, 3v5. We're going to Golden Point more than likely. And it is going to be Gaimin on the BL side. Raffen won't be able to overwhelm Comics. It's on to Lionclaw to try to pull off a 1v5 clutch, by the way. Which, based on the way this game has been playing out, wouldn't surprise me if that's just how this ended. Anyway, Anubis confident into the site. They're going to take the fight to him, and they get it done. They've got it to Golden Point. Unbelievable that we are here.
Alive.
A 5v2 game and lose, and a 5v3 they lose as well. What is going on?
This team, man. This team. Thought process out the window, but let's see. Golden round. Still map series point Gaimin Gladiators, but Anubis wanting to push this towards a third. Let's see. When it matters most, when it's down to just this one, who's got enough in the tank, in the locker. Comes through. Dezane just tapping away. Early pillars control, but no commit here. There's a little bit of long presence by Jaguar, though. Okay,
damage done to Spoxy. And there's certainly a bit of info here for Anubis. Sad set on the line. Just to try to open up a pick. Nothing doing just yet. Ball to go B. It's a change up from Gaimin. We didn't see this in their OT rounds on BL side. Spoxy watching in toward the A site. Don't find this to be a terrible call at all. Dipsy posted on the line with the TRG. Peek out the window and actually get him in the side. Rotations come over to B. He doesn't see anything. All away. Not going to be a B hit.
Okay. And pulling back. There's a minute to work with. Comics might be the first test, potentially. Flex is...
You don't want to be testing Comics, man. He's insane at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. He's been lights out, 8-2. And the unstoppable force.
Raffin's low.
Through. Split towards B.
Yeah, entry, the attempt. Flash is going through. Comics gets himself one. They're testing Comics again, and he's hitting everything again. He's been taken down, but Dipsy's still alive on that site. Flex needs to get this kill. He will, but that fight in mid is so important. That's the C4, and Flex 1-on-3. It's not going to be possible. The crossfire is just too strong. There's no way he gets out here. Doesn't even manage to pick up the C4 on that initial attempt. They now know where he's coming from. He's just got to take the swing and hope that they miss. There's literally no other option. He has already lost this round, and he knows it. We know it. Anubis know it. There's no way you throw this. Certainly not. I mean, it's taken a sweet time, but there you have it. Anubis have pulled off a miraculous comeback on Compound. And Gaimin Gladiators, I don't even know what to say, mate. I really don't know what to say about that. That might be the most egregious map I have ever seen in my time casting Crossfire. That was truly something else. Gaimin Gladiators need to have a good hard look at themselves and figure out what went wrong there, because they could still lose this series now.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty speechless. I don't even really know what to say. That was so poorly played by Gaimin Gladiators when it mattered most. This is a side with a mental block and an inability to kind of close out this game, but that was so rough. I mean, all credit has to be given to Anubis. I love that they locked in and they found a way back in towards that game, but we should be done and move into game number 3, and somehow, someway, we're sat here talking about and setting up map number 3. Gaimin Gladiators, that was absolutely woeful, and I'm very interested to see what the desk have to say about that pretty dreadful way of closing things out. Desk, what have you got?
Thank you so much again, New Kai and Elfish Guy. I mean, it was a miracle for Anubis, but this is one thing I wanted to highlight comparing with Season 1. GG in Season 1 were closing out games with ease against some of the lower tier or categorized teams, but now you're seeing in Season 2 all these teams, including Anubis, TBI and stuff, it really is becoming more and more of a challenge for the top teams to actually secure series.
Well, GG throw this win from their hands.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not like Anubis maybe, okay, Anubis gave them a good fight, but Anubis were very lucky in this game that Flex ran down the overtime. This is never you're gonna be seeing it on the competitive scene, especially that if Flex is playing maybe in the playoffs or so, he's not in other word, he's gonna be running down the overtime, because in overtime you're winning 3-0. All you need is one round. You just play it very slow. You cannot just run it down like what we have seen from them. Yeah, they just ran it down. They just pushed everywhere. While they had the very good rounds and they lost the clutch 3v5 as well. So still, it's like GG's game. In my opinion, it was GG's game. But the miracle, as you said, from Anubis, that they kept their composure and they kept the mentality, and they will be able to come back. And actually, they're going down now for port. GG's mission now is like 30-70% for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the camera of Anubis how hyped up they were and locked in, and you could see the frustration on GG after every single round when they got when the camera was on them. So looking at the set summary here, man, I'm just like, I'm happy Anubis managed to push through, to be honest, because I like a good old like David versus Goliath kind of thing. But at the same time, I wouldn't say disappointed. I'm just surprised how GG managed to go from one round in overtime and they would have won, and they chose to rush, they chose to play aggressive and recklessly, and it definitely didn't pay off. It did pay off for Anubis though.
Yeah, Compound playing completely aggressive like this is just a default strat from the global side, and everybody's gonna be dying. As we saw, Anubis didn't need to do anything, especially that I was so maybe surprised, or I don't know, I didn't understand why Anubis kept changing their strategies. Only their default was winning.
Yeah.
Just keep playing
Just
default.
hold.
Just play 3A,
Yeah,
2B.
just hold.
That's
just
it.
Hold. Just
That's
hold.
it. So otherwise, they were doing good. GG, they were up 8-3. They couldn't close the game. Then 9-6 also they couldn't close the game. 13-9.
Trav's low.
They couldn't close the game again. So if you can't close the game 1, 2, 3 times, definitely the fourth is going to be for the enemy team.
Hey, listen, I'm happy, man. We're going to go to a game through, but after this break, so stay here. We'll be right back.
Welcome back on in. It is time for map number 3. Nao, I can't believe we're here. I actually genuinely cannot believe we're at this point. The Gaimin Gladiators have let this series go to map 3. I don't want to keep going on about it, you know what I mean? But it really was that kind of magnitude that I can't believe what I've watched. Anyway, we're on to map 3. It's Port. I still feel like this should be Gaimin Gladiators series. Like, they are a pretty decent Port team. They like that double sniper setup. It's a map where you can run it for sure. Obviously, Anubis like the double sniper setup as well. I don't know. What can you really say here? Like, I feel like you can throw any kind of analysis out the window or anything intelligent you have to say probably doesn't matter because we just have to wait and see what is going to happen in the server because who could have predicted the way some of those rounds on Compound played out?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so many questionable decisions that came through in that, and we kind of look where we are now, and we head towards map number 3, and I really do wonder actually kind of what the vibes are like over towards this Gaimin Gladiators side, right? This is a team that, you know, their day should be done, their evening should be concluded, and we should be kind of, I guess, prepping for match number 3, and here we are waiting, thinking, you know, there's a real chance they lose this. I mean, sure, it wouldn't be the end of the world if they were to lose this, but for their confidence going in towards playoffs, which kind of feel inevitable at this point, it's not exactly a highlight to have. So yeah, a really awful spot they're in for them. They've got so much to do in towards Port to prove to us, for us to essentially not be sort of negative here at the tail end of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if Anubis can get through a series or a map like that, they should be looking at this and saying, we can get through this series. Like, we can do anything. Bloody hell, if you can win that map, you can literally win any game of Crossfire, really, is what it would feel like to me, because the odds were so stacked against them multiple times, and yet they got it done over and over and over again. So that self-belief, hopefully, is going to be there for Anubis, and hopefully we're going to get into this map soon.
Yeah.
Because, look, I think that's what everyone's waiting for. I mean, I'm pretty speechless, which is really not great in our line of work now, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But
Who'd have thought?
Like, what is going on? Like, what is actually going on that we get to map 3 here? Gaimin Gladiators have got to be completely shook.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. They've got, like we said, a lot to do to prove to us that kind of we have belief in this side. I mean, it was so egregious, the loss that they've just picked up. You know, being, what was it, 8-6, I think, at one point, and then choking out, going to overtime, and then on top of that, going 3-0 up in the first half of overtime, and then choking again, going to golden round, losing the golden round. I mean, and including some of the rounds they lost as well, a 5v3, a 5v2, obviously the most egregious one. Comics was lights out towards the end there, and credit to him, Comics actually looks fantastic, and he has stepped up in massive ways all the way throughout Compound. If we get him again in towards Port here, things could be really interesting. And we're not seeing the heavy hitters hit hard. Spoxy's not been looking lights out as we usually expect from him.
I couldn't believe, by the way, that you said we've seen them lose these before in the 5v3, and then it happened, man. Like, why'd you have to say it? Like, literally, why'd you have to say it?
I mean, the way GG were playing anyway, it kind of felt inevitable. That was the beginning of the end for them, really.
It's like watching a train wreck. You know that
yes.
Analogy? It's like watching a train wreck and you can't turn away. The train is coming off the tracks, one cart at a time. You know, the first cart is the train, the engine, right? And then the next cart is like some random freight, right? Like maybe it's some steel or something like that. The next is, you know, and then the deeper we get into the train, now the passenger carts are starting to come off. It's getting worse, you know, it's getting worse now. But I have to keep watching. And that's kind of what it felt like there for Gaimin Gladiators. It was getting worse. It was getting worse and worse. I mean, look, okay, it was as bad as it was, losing the 5v2. But then I feel like losing the 5v3 on paper is not as bad. But the fact that you've lost a 5v3 after losing a 5v2 is what makes it even worse. Because it's like, you've got to be locked in at that point. I mean, I don't know. Do these guys look like they're in a mental headspace to win this game? Lionclaw's definitely not looking too happy about things.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. They all look pretty kind of jaded in a way, right? So, not where you want to be. We have been given confirmed that everyone's joining the server now, so this game should be getting underway in just a mere moment. But, man, a lot to be said, and none of us seem to have the right words to say it. That's how bad things were. So, like we said, Gaimin Gladiators, they have got to really prove to us that they've got something up their sleeve if they want a chance to take this. But credit to Anubis. I think Anubis, this second win, it really could help them spiral here in towards Port. If they get a strong start here as well, there's a world in which Gaimin Gladiators continue to get more and more tilted. But let's see, we are live.
Well, I'm just going to say I hope Anubis wins, because after that map, I don't think Gaming deserves to win this series anymore. We'll see, though, whether or not they can lock in here and change that opinion going into Port. It's a great start. They'll always take a couple of good entries on the BL side, and they are straight into the B bomb side, so not messing around. And yet to go down, but shouldn't be taking too much longer. And Gaimin, if they can come out the gate strong here on the BL side, that is definitely going to go a long way in restoring some faith. Sad. Going to try and get it done here, but won't be able to do too much. It's a pretty solid first round on the board for Gaimin Gladiators as they ease their way into map 1. Or map 3, I should say. Round 1.
They're all losing the plot a little bit off there. Still baffled by what happened. But yeah, that's much more like it than Gaimin Gladiators. Much more what we expect from them.
Okay.
Okay, this is much more what we expect from them. They're now flying into fights, and they're not taking names. It's sad. Left in a 1 versus 4, no chance.
I mean, you got to look at this and say, where was this on compound? Like, where was all 4 players jumping through a smoke together instead of going 1 by 1 into Comics' crosshair, getting headshot, a couple of seconds apart. If Gaimin can play like this, where was that on compound? They're going to do the same thing straight out onto A long by the looks of it. Sad setup on the line. And here comes the multiple man swing. There's nothing Sad can do about it. He's lost a lot of HP. Can't see anybody. And Gaimin just roaming around the map together. They've adopted a Wolfpack playstyle. And so far it's worked out really, really nicely. They're maybe a little bit unlucky not to even get that kill onto Sad.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's so low, but staying alive, at the very least, is a silver lining in itself. That shot from Spoxy catches Doom, and Gaimin Gladiators got a real point to prove, as we mentioned. And it looks like right now they are proving it. Some real nice shots being here, and they are looking so fearsome.
Lioneclaw does go down. And up the ladder. The better on Comics. Don't forget that Sad is low on HP, so he'll be an easy one to clean up. It's a 2v1 though for Jaguar, and Spoxy is pretty tagged. Flex doesn't seem to have a great idea of exactly where Jaguar is, but now that Spoxy's spotted him out, he changes up a little bit. Flex will get it done. 3-0 for Gaimin Gladiators to start things off on the blacklist side of Port. Instant timeout called by Anubis. Gaimin know they've got Anubis rattled again.
I think that's a very fair thing to do. Call for that timeout immediately. In conversation that needs to be had, that's for damn sure. Yeah, my God. Much better. This is what we expect. This is what we've come to know and love about Gaimin Gladiators, and what kind of weirdly we've not been seeing. But this is much more like it, much more to the level. And I think Anubis realized this. They have not started well into this map at all. They've got to cut this out as soon as. So I think this is the kind of the smart call for me.
Yeah, but this obviously is a bit of a tell to the Gaimin Gladiators guys that they're back on top in the mental battle.
Yes,
this
sure.
is pretty much worst case scenario for Anubis. Like you work so hard to get map 2 over the line. You even get, I would say, very lucky to get the opportunity to be playing map 3. You get that mental reset after map 2. You win it. You go, okay, we're going into map 3. It's a new map. Anything can happen. We can still win this series. You're starting on the GR side, which is supposed to be favorable. And then you go in. First 3 rounds, you get absolutely blasted. And all of a sudden, you're like, wow, okay, we're back where we began. What was the point of it all? Why are we even here? Feels like compound again. And you got to find a way to try to turn that around. So this tack timeout is going to be that. That's going to be all that they can use. They've got no tack timeouts left after that one. So 3 rounds into the game, they've already burned it. It's very early days.
Yeah, you are
This
right.
gets tight. They don't have the luxury of having that in the second half to try to make an adaptation later on down the track.
True, that would really help. I guess. Gotta take what we can. Conversation concluded. So, for Anubis, they've had quite a good success rate of calling these timeouts and pretty immediately off the back of it finding a round to work with. So, the hope for them is, can they do that once again? Right back up in their face. But we'll see. Slower approach by Gaimin Gladiators. They've been quite lights out in the way they've started a lot of these rounds straight into the fight really early, as looking very, very difficult to kind of slow down. And this time they're going to play a little bit more methodical.
Yeah, a bit more standard Gaimin Gladiator style. This is kind of what I'd expect more so from them than the first 3 rounds what we got. But I gotta say, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that if Gaimin see those first 3 rounds work as well as they don't continue with it until it stops working.
If it ain't broke,
who's
right?
to say out the gates, you throw another fast round in here onto the B site, that they don't get that one over the line, and then all of a sudden we're straight up to 4-0. And we've just got such a mental battle to try to get over as Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, you're just saying, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I feel like that's probably the way to go about it. Oh. Anyway, couple of messy shots so far. Not a huge amount on offer. The idea is still there, though, as we creep under a minute and reset. They're popping towards B.
Definitely true. It is going to be a pop. There's the pop flash coming through. Gaimin are out onto the site. They've found Jaguar. They've found Dipsy. That's kind of the last line of the defense knocked over. Flex goes a little bit too far forward, gets spammed through the smoke, but Dezane also catches Comic, so it's kind of 1 for 1 in that respect. It means numbers are solid enough for Gaimin. There should be a 4-0 on the board. Anubis are going to have a tough time retaking this one. Gone are the days, it feels like, of egregious numbers deficits getting pulled back by Anubis. This is a completely different ball game.
A new side. But yeah, Doom and Sad. Already Doom taking a decent amount of damage, spam through the wood. The window. That should come over, but Sad falls, and so does this round most likely as Lion Claw closes. Gaimin Gladiators not pulling any punches. I definitely feel like they took their foot off the gas massively in towards that previous map in how egregious it was. And of course, we keep coming back to it, but it's safe to say it's one of the worst rounds we've seen in a while, or the worst kind of ends to a map. But now they're looking so much more uniformed.
Yep. Yeah, they've really locked in here to start things off on Port. Once again, going to take it slow here. You've got the double sniper set up, so you're not going to be expecting to see anything too quick out of Gaimin in a round like this one when you've got 2 snipers to work with. They're going to be given time. Just try and have a look at the angles, see if they can find a cheeky shot to start things off. Doesn't appear that they're being given anything by Anubis, though.
As well, we look towards Comics a lot. I mean, yeah, it's such a fantastic map, number 2. He's got to be quite a strong part of who you expect to step up in a way here. Flex, lead over. Just a little careful because Comics is there. He's testing him. Risky 1-2 test as well. Hot flash. He might try and go off the back of it. He's now posted. And does Comics want to test on the flip side? I don't know. Flex, he can just keep drawing attention here. It at least keeps 1, if not 2 bodies towards A, which that in itself could be huge, because they're once again popping towards B.
Jaguar under pressure. Oh, big whiff. Huge whiff from Jaguar, and that'll be the end of him. Dipsy going down as well. So, again, disadvantageous on the entry for Anubis. That one didn't even necessarily needed to be that. It probably should have been at least a 2-for-2 trade. Jaguar just couldn't hit his shots. And you can see that pressure causing problems for Anubis now. They're going to try to make this retake. They're going to put that smoke forward. Progression smoke. Flex playing back well behind it. Just going to spam through and catch comics on the way in. Sad gets a good trade, but he's still got to find himself a 2v1. And Flex and Spoxy make it look easy in the end. This is 5-0. And you're telling me this is the team that lost a 5v2 on Compound. I can't believe it.
It's honestly, it is a different side that we're seeing right now. Look how aggressive they are, though. This time, it's not going to work out for them, though. It gets a little funky. Lionglaw will get one. He's looking for more as well, dropping down. He'll get punished. Oh, and the pistol pulled out by Doom. He's done very, very well. And put it Spoxy in a, what, it should be a near impossible 1 versus 4.
Never say never. Never say impossible. I've seen some things today. This case is correct. And Anubis get their first round on the board on the GR side of Port. It has been a long time coming. 6 rounds in, it takes them. So best case scenario for Anubis is a 5-4 deficit, which would generally be considered an absolutely awful first half on the GR side.
Yeah. Especially considering, of course, how things have started, but at least they've guaranteed the lead, right? And that is the main thing for this Gaimin Gladiators side. Big thing they'll take. Bit of a spam from Spoxy. Nothing really found behind it. At that 1 minute 40 mark, a decision to be made of where Gaimin Gladiators want to go. Their default seems right now to be finishing towards the B side, which for the most part, while that previous round has been working quite well.
Zane not going to be spotting anything. It's a nice line for Dipsy to be playing on. Should be good for 1 here if Gaimin try to creep across it, but they've actually taken the high ground route. Have a bit of a look. That'll be the go sign for Gaimin. They know that they're going to catch him out in no man's land. Jaguar having a real rough time on this B side. And the timing just not going well for Anubis at all. Is once again going to allow Gaimin in. It's a 4v2 post plan, and there's just no hope of coming back from this.
No, unfortunately, not at all. Sad comics. A real shot. Lionglaw, he is tagged up short a little bit, but 25 seconds left on that C4. Miss shot, but Spox pulls on the Colt, and rapid fire sees him to his demise. Comics going 1 for 1. He's Gaimin Gladiators another round. They're pulling further and further away. Much more likely, Jordan. And we did say they've got to do something quite special here in towards Port to regain a lot of our confidence. And so far, you know, so good. This is more like the Gaimin Gladiators
Again,
that we've come to know and love.
just going straight on in as a unit. Ooh, they cancel. They were very fast into warehouse. It looked like they were going to commit. I think some of them were almost there. The cancel call comes through in time. And that is going to give Flex the chance to get up to his own devices around middle. Yeah, I'm at a loss as to where this Gaimin Gladiators was to close out Compound.
Agreed, man. Agreed. Still. Early bit of damage dealt towards GG, but nothing in terms of the way of a kill. Something up for potentially an A-pop here too. Highest presence node. I mean, this could be a little spicy. Comics are getting close here. Might be getting right up in the action, but is that going to work in his favor? 1 for 1. Not bad. Information gained. Dipsy's here backside as well. Lionglaw and Flex are waiting to go, and Flex might actually have a decent flank going. He does. Catches Doom. So much damage on towards Dipsy. Can't 180 on towards Jaguar, but job looks like it's done here. 1 versus 3, they know where the last guy is. So C4 planted, and it's safe to say this one feels like it is over.
I would agree. Can't be going down 7-1 on the GR side of Port. That's just not it.
Still. For Anubis, we've seen them pull off some wild comebacks in rounds specifically, and of course in terms of maps themselves. I can't completely discount them just yet, but yeah, this feels very unlikely. Already at a unbelievably stark deficit. It looks so lost as well. We're not seeing the individual step up really, unfortunately, at all for them.
Once again, they're going to test the B-bomb site. Anubis have stacked it. They've got 4 players toward the B-bomb site. They've got Comics in BL spawn. They know this is not coming to A. So you have to win this round if you're Anubis. You absolutely must. And it might not happen. There's no way. You've got all of your players exactly where you need them, and you're still going to lose the round. Gaimin Gladiators are just on another level at the moment. And it seems like Anubis can't do anything about it. I mean, bomb plan's going down courtesy of Spox. That's unbelievable. This match has got everything.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 are there on that side. And they barely even scratch that game. I mean, they're laughing through it, and you can't blame them at all. I mean, what a first half coming through from Gaimin Gladiators. This is more like it. This looks like the side that we know, the side that can compete, the side that can be a real threat here in the West. We just haven't seen it in towards the tail end of map number 2. Thankfully, when it's mattered most, when map number 3's come alive, there was only one team in the server.
It seems that way, doesn't it? And you have to look at this. We've also got
to ask questions about Anubis and say where have they gone to, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just thinking the same thing. You have to look at that and go, well, what was it all for? What was the point of even being here? You know, all that effort you put in on compound to get it to this point, to go and get 1 round on the GR side of port. I mean, that's got to be killer for the mental.
Yeah, I think it's bomb. Well, not over until it's over. But it is 8-1. Makes you internally feel like it might be over. That's where you swapped over. I do wonder how aggressive Gaimin Gladiators want to play this.
I think the answer is as aggressive as they want. I think they can do whatever they want. Really, frankly. Just not lose a 5v2, basically. That's all. They do want to do that. I'm not sure what's wrong with them. There's Flex to start things off. As Comics is going to go down in middle. He knows there's another player sticking around. Facade. Might be a bit of an overreach there from Flex. He nearly gets punished for it. Loses a lot of HP. Just backs away now, knowing that he's got at least the numbers advantage for his team.
Well, Lion Claw. I'm gonna look. You had the right idea there, Lion Claw. Oh, he spotted one, but he's just gonna regroup. I guess is probably the idea, but he definitely gained some information there. This is looking like potentially even a B split.
Or just a B hit. Is it even just a B hit? They're all going to go in through Warehouse. In which case, Gaimin Gladiators, by the way, have got an insane read again. Because Flex has pushed all the way in through middle. So this is how it should be done. Is what Gaimin Gladiators is going to say. And that's exactly how that last round of the first half probably should have played out. Anubis are just miles away from Gaimin Gladiators right now on port. This is...
yeah, that was a lot more like it, I think. A lot more like it. That's the sort of kind of rounds that we expect to decide. My God. 9-1. It's been a one-sided showing, as we said. Hey, I can safely say that Gaimin Gladiators have, regained a little bit in my eyes, but I still won't forget, and I won't forget quickly.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, this is something that's going to be getting brought up at CFS 2025, right? We'll be there talking about Gaimin Gladiators. You can never quite guarantee that it's going to be their game. Flex, though, is going to hope to do that. He gets the better of Sad. He actually drops the C4 there. Quick trade comes through, though, from Comics.
Information gain, though. He has a lot of it. He saw them trying to jump up. That's why Spoxy's come over for a little look. Head spotted, and Spoxy is never missing that. That is a freebie for a guy of that caliber.
Yeah. Patience for Comics as he's just going to try to enter B himself. He's backing himself, and credit to him. Comics has been really quite good over the last couple of maps. With this HK. He's opened up B. C4's on its way over. 2v2. It is possible that Anubis could get another round here.
A believer, it feels. But yeah, you are right. Omic's got to hit some shots, and well, it doesn't start off well. That might be the beginning of the end. All down to Jaguar. He's dancing around the window. He goes up the C4 on his back, and he has 30 seconds, so he can make a rotate over. And he's just sending it. I don't even really blame him. He's flying over, and he actually will catch the gap. He'll get a plant towards A here.
Certainly will, but also not the worst thing in the world for Gaimin to let him do this, right? Like, just play this as a duo. It doesn't really matter if he gets the bomb plant. All you're really trying to do is get a trade on one kill. At the end of the day, whether it's him coming into your site or you going into his, doesn't really make much of a difference. Oh, Jaguar, he spotted out.
Wow.
Trade does not come through. So, is this the start of something for Anubis? Is the question we have to ask ourselves, because it feels like a long shot. But then again, Compound felt like a long shot as well, and that's where we are. So,
yeah. Hey, I mean, at the very least, that's a bit of a singular confidence booster. You'll take that. But yeah, long old road. 7 more take us towards overtime, and safe to say that feels like that. I honestly just think Gaimin Gladiators were just a little bit too lax in their approach there. Util out in a couple of cases. They could have just played guns up and they would have been absolutely fine. But it's fine. They can afford things like that. They've got so many rounds to work with. So,
yep.
I don't think they're too worried about it.
Yeah, Fleck's going to be holding on to the A side alone, and he is looking like he'll very much be tested here. See, oh, spotted. 10 feet. Flash comes through. Flex is just going to have to back it up. Rotation coming through for Gaimin. They're going to be desperately trying to swing across to help this side. But it's not quite happening. A 2-for-1. Anubis running down this A-bomb site.
Oh.
And that is Comics going absolutely insane again. That's 4 kills from Comics. The ace will be taken away by Doom, but it feels like Anubis are living and dying by Comics.
Yeah, Comics, these last 2 maps has had so many excellent moments. Really has. Really looked quite lights out when we kind of want him to step up and kind of show us his prowess. So credit to him. Of course, a long old road, as we've already touched on, but it's cool to get your individual highlight, man, especially against the side of Gaimin Gladiators' stature and kind of name value in a way. But I think for Gaimin Gladiators, they need to just take a bit of a deep breath and see this over the line now. Already had these struggles once before.
Well, run it back. They're going to have to do that a lot, as long as they keep winning. Lex is tagged up. Zane watching mid-connector, not seeing anything. Aware that there's not anything creeping through the warehouse. Unless Anubis decided to walk through the smoke, which they have not done.
$120. Just damage to Flex right now. Nothing too major on offer, but have a look. We're going to pop towards A. Seems to be the play. Nice little nade on towards the Zane. He takes a lot of damage. So both him and Flex are vulnerable. They finish, but of course, that being said, Go towards A, you're testing Spoxy. We've seen them have highlight upon highlight from this spot. Let's see what he can do here. Has to support a Line Claw down below too as well. Line Claw, good for the first, good for the second as well. A lot of ammo in that gun, and he makes sure of the M14 got a huge magazine, and he's making it sing. Up on high, down they go. Gaimin Gladiators close out the map and the series. And this map, Jordan, much, much better.
Yeah, no mistakes from Gaimin Gladiators on this one. Much more like it. Honestly, at the end of the day, right, like you look at that and say, well, I guess a little bit of a mishap on Compound, but it does show that they have that mental fortitude to at least reset off the back of that and come in for map 3 and prove that they are the better team. So, job done. Can't really complain necessarily. Yes, there was some really bad play on Compound. There's no doubt about that, but also some super simple things for them to fix in that respect. So, maybe not the worst time to be having that happen, now that we're going into playoffs fairly shortly. We'll see what the Analyst desk have to say about it before jumping into our final match of the day.
Congrats for Gaimin Gladiators, and it makes sense what Elfish Guy was saying, like going into Game 3 and having to experience or getting exposed to these critical mistakes that happened in Game 1 and Game 2 nonetheless. They can use that information and possibly restructure it in a way where these errors aren't as often as we've seen.
Yeah, well, especially Game 2, if you're talking about things went not
south.
Yeah, went very south. So talking about Game 2, because Game 2 they had multiple rounds ahead. They had 8-3, 9-6, and then 13-9. And we once we said that these guys they ran down the overtime, we still need to give them the credits that these guys did zero mistakes on first half, 8-1, and also revenging how Anubis destroyed them last time when they played Blacklist and they beat him 7-2. So Flex had to top it up, and now he won them 8-1 on the Blacklist. Okay, maybe they played very aggressive and 1-2 rounds on Global Risk, but still, I mean, when they switch it to Global Risk, but still, GG. This time they gave them no window for the comebacks. 2v4s, 2v3s, they still played together and they tried to close this round, and they did, especially that we've seen a very strong, dominant half. And now GG looks scary.
Yeah, I mean, they played mercilessly. The peaks were there, the trades were there. These guys played with zero fear, and it shows because there's a lot on the line for GG, especially that they have somewhat of a tempo to be moving forward, coming from Season 1, you know, finishing top 3. What else could I add? Honestly, who do you think the MVP would be? Is it Lion Claw?
I guess it's gonna be either Lion Claw or Spoxy, because Spoxy had 1.2 KD last game.
Last game, yeah.
I don't remember. He had 0.9 in Black Widow, so maybe it's
Lion
Claw, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean, he was on his tip-top performance, masterclass of Crossfire that we witnessed today. All praise goes to him and his teammates as well. Even though they fumbled one map, it doesn't mean that this team is any less of where they are now as a status in the standings.
Even when they dropped one map, we said that it was GG's clear map. If you repeat this map 1 million times, GG would come on top 1,000,001 times, because every time it was going so good for GG, but one mistake destroys everything. Shout out for the guys from Anubis. They kept their composure and mentality, to be honest.
100%.
Not giving up at all in all the situations. As we said, they were down 8-3, 9-6, 13-9. Yeah, still, it was, by the way, the comeback started from Comics and Doom. Especially Doom, when the guy got the 3 kills in the big minion compound while they were retaking in the 2v5 round. Doom, Comics, both made it very good, but still, very good doesn't mean that you're going to be winning, because you need a consistent performance among all the 3 maps, not only on one map. And that's what we've seen from GG. Even the map that they lost, they still played very well, and we said it was GG's game based on the performance. But unfortunately for Anubis, and congratulations for GG, they have a spot now in the playoffs, I guess.
Yeah, I think GG just secured their spot in the playoffs. As for Anubis, I think it's kind of rough, because they have to now rely on other teams close to them in the standings to fumble and mess up, and TBI.
Yeah, TBI beating PingPongPals.
Yeah. Anyways, speaking of TBI, let's jump to next game, which is 999 versus TBI. Honestly, I have to say I've loved TBI's performance with the new change in the rosters, including Noxon and FaZe. These guys have been putting up a show and trying their best, and definitely playing better than they were in Season 1.
Yeah, well, actually, the guys played very good in Split 1, to be honest. I guess they managed to get all 3 maps among all the losses that they had. No one was able to beat them 2-0 until Split 2 started, and everybody maybe they thought or they understood how TBI is playing, how they are moving, how they are stratwizing, because they usually had a new strat. They usually played very slow, but now they have a strat caller. They have Hans. He's kind of playing aggressive, so. Okay, in Split 1, no one expected him playing that much aggressive, but now they are expecting his aggressiveness and they're expecting FaZe playing with rifle lurking, so maybe the performance in Split 2 is not the best as we've seen in Split 1, especially that because they went 3 maps with all top tier teams. They were very close in getting a lot of rounds, and they're usually very close, but now they are kinda bit, as I said, they are down. Talking about 999, the guys started very good. It's completely the opposite as well. Well, it's completely the same, I'm sorry. They started very good as well, very strong, as TBI, getting a lot of rounds, a lot of maps, getting 1 win on InnerCircle in a fashion way, by the way, just like Anubis win on Compound today, doing the comebacks, having the strong mentality, create stronger, popping off and killing everybody, but still, at the end, they couldn't close the games, their mental went down, their confidence level is not the same as it used to be on Split 1, and then they started crawling backward, and then they got the 8th place.
Yeah, and I think there's a few key factors when it comes to teams like TBI, InnerCircle, 999, where it's a shuffled roster to say the least, and these guys definitely on the individual skill, much respect, and I'm a big fan of any of these teams and any of these players, but then it goes down to have these players play together. Is there a language barrier? Have they scrimmed enough? Have they done enough off-stream games, you know what I mean, to realize who they can rely on when the push comes to shove?
Well, the guys, okay, as you said, both of teams, they reshuffled and they made a new teams starting from Season 2. But everybody started screaming the same time together, but then maybe TBI had the edge because they had more scrims and they have more time to give into Crossfire more than 999. And then 999 tried to do, as we said, we saw them like they're not really playing as a team. And I mentioned this. They play as an individual skills. By the way, it's the same as Swamp Gaming. They usually play as individuals. That's why they pick maps that they can go on individual skills with it.
Yeah, specific maps that they can capitalize on from individual levels, like clearing sites or clearing the entrances to sites and whatnot. There aren't too many parts where you can be in a 2v1 standoff. Anyways, what about maps? I really think like the maps that I would guess is probably Ankara, Compound, maybe Subbase. What do you think?
Well, both the teams play Eagle Eye in Mexico, by the way. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing one of them. And TBI usually struggle versus 999 in Split 2. Okay. That's what we've seen in Season 1, and now it's Season 2. They usually struggle because both teams are have a very bad situation in the league, and then they just find themselves screaming versus each other in competitive scenes. So now, TBI, if they want to be winning this, they need to be banning both maps, Eagle Eye and New Mexico. You do not want to play 999 on such maps. So you want to be playing Subbase as a TBI. You want to be playing Compound, and you want to be playing Black Widow. For 999, I guess they want to go for some kind of new map, New Mexico, Eagle Eye, because that's where they get their chance.
That's where they shine. Anyways, I'd like to see the maps because I'm kind of curious more as to what got banned than what got picked. Okay, so Compound got banned, Black Widow got banned, Eagle Eye, New Mexico. TBI banned New Mexico. That's kind of... I think I saw that once before since the maps came out where New Mexico has been banned by a team that actually can play it.
Yeah, well, as I said, they exactly thought the same because I didn't want TBI, if they want to be playing, to go for New Mexico. Also, 999, their first ban should be Compound, and I really support this because TBI and Compound are very, very strong. That's very good. 2 bans from both teams, by the way, and it's very, that's what I can say. It's very balanced ban and pick system because both teams pick the strongest for each team, and now they're going to be playing balancing games. But Subbase might be maybe...
I love watching 999 on Subbase,
yeah,
bro.
maybe TBI you're going to be struggling a bit, but Ankara, I guess 999 and TBI, they both have chances same.
I mean, just looking at the picks, I'm looking at 3 games back-to-back, honestly, because 999, even if they're last place in the standings, I don't care about that, you know, as much. I'm looking as to how they've performed in the past on maps like Subbase. Same thing for TBI and Ankara, and the Decider, man. The Decider is going to be kind of...
Port.
Yeah, Port. It's going to be unique to say the least, and it's going to have to do with who wins Game 1, as always.
Well, When it comes to port as a decider for TBI, I don't usually see the guys be able to close port into a set win for themselves. So, as I said for GG, and now we're going to be saying for the same for TBI, if they want to be winning this series, they need to snowball it into 2-0, but higher chances for 999 if they be able to win first map.
Yeah, if they manage to secure first map, then we're expecting a 2-0 probably, because unlike the more experienced teams, I feel like teams like 999 or TBI or others as well, when it comes to losing game 1, it's not the same reaction as some teams.
The guys don't have pressure as well.
Just like Anubis, for example, they can lose game 1 and then win the series. TBI and 999, they've done the opposite. They've won game 1 and lost the next
series.
2 games.
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow, it's like they just gas out much sooner than other pro players.
Yeah, as you said, and especially that 999, they have zero pressure. Like, they are going as 8th place.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go back behind. So they can give it all. They have no pressure.
They
But
do this
TBI,
as a learning experience.
they are so pressured because they don't want to be going at 8th place, and also they want to be competing on 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, they're aiming at least to be better than they were in season 1. Anyways, without further ado, let's take it to game 1 to Neokai and Alfishkai, please, our casters.
Cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Heading in towards the final game of the day here as well. And this one, we know we've had Clash of the Titans. This one, maybe not so much. It's Battle of the Bottom, unfortunately, is the two sides who have really struggled to get going in towards split number 2 here in 2025. 999 have looked pretty awful, unfortunately, all season long. And TBI, not that much better, especially comparatively to some of the other times we've seen them. They've been okay at times, but both of them really, really struggled here in split 2 of 2025.
Well, I mean, the one thing you have to sort of take into account here is TBI have actually got some pretty explosive players, Hunt being one of them. Nice double from him. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to TBI here. We'll see what happens. BYK is trying to hold on to this A site from behind the silo. It's not going to work out. King just getting in his face, which is the last thing you want as a sniper. And that is going to be the first round pretty comfortably the way of TBI. What I wanted to actually discuss here is we've obviously seen a pretty messy game so far today, right? Like, across the board, the games have been messy. I thought this was going to be the messiest of the games, but I just do wonder if we can even beat the last one. I think this is a really hard one to call. Obviously, TBI 999, anything can really happen. We've seen good stuff from both these teams this season. We've seen some really bad stuff from both these teams this season as well.
Yep.
Who can find the consistency today, or who can find their level today, is really going to decide how this matchup goes. And so far, it is looking like that's going to be TBI. Now, I will say I have been more impressed by TBI this season than by 999. I think they have showed us a little bit more. Obviously, the phase addition to this roster as well is really, really impressive. So, I do give them the benefit of the doubt. And obviously, the first couple of rounds that we're seeing here on sub basis, not doing a whole lot to change that assumption.
Yes, I'm expecting this to be quite a scrappy game, I think, kind of all the way throughout, and I'm not really too sure kind of what my expectations really are. Oh. Wait, there's one up and down, and I mean, you look at how this kind of game is expected to be played out, and I think probably TBI, you probably assume maybe just because of the bad season that 999 had, you say TBI to 2-0 the series, really, but there's so little consistency from these sides because they've had actually pretty decent maps, just not, unfortunately, the results required. Of course, series results are what really matters, but they've had some decent maps throughout this season. Hunt knocks in, hills a piece, but it's BYK to answer back.
CRS. Not going to be able to do too much there. And so far, this is looking a bit like a foregone conclusion. One other thing I'll say is, I think 909 have almost looked worse as the season has gone on. I know that's really strange to say, but I think we've kind of gotten to a point in the season where 999 recognize they're not getting anything out of this anymore. There's no way they can make it into the top 4, top 5. They're kind of just getting booked all over the place. So they're bringing some pretty unorthodox stuff. And sometimes that can work. They actually pushed ROC in a game on sub base earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
They were playing very aggressive on the GR side. You know, unorthodox plays can work, but at the end of the day, the game is played the way that it's played for a reason. Because those are the fundamentally more correct plays, the percentage plays we call them. And I think 999 are kind of going against the grain in a lot of those instances now. So we may actually see this end up being a little bit less of a contest than what we would have hoped or expected actually as a result of that. But we'll see how this goes. If this game really does start to devolve though, I don't expect that it's going to get any better. And there's a knife kill already in here as well for TBI. So
yeah,
you're kind of already getting the sense that this is getting a bit goofy.
We're starting to kind of get the gist of this one, I think, a little bit. 4-0. TBI. Looking okay. But UJK for a double one. Make that 3. All right. We are so back. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know if so back is where I'd go. But we are back. At least for this round. Maybe.
I just want to believe.
Do you believe in magic?
A little bit.
Yeah?
No.
I could see you being the guy that would just come up with some random story about a magician or something like that. But
hey, I like Harry Potter movies.
oh, I like magic. TBI magic. How about a 5v2? We've already seen one of them today. We might see it again. Or maybe not. BYK. Just as I start getting keen for it. Doesn't happen. Locks it down.
You were a believer for a brief moment there.
I was.
And that's the main thing.
Seconds.
That's the main thing. Yeah, there was a moment. I actually started to kind of believe with you, but yeah, fortunately not to be. Still, first on the board, and 9-9, they're hoping for a bit of a kind of a first of many mindset, right? Let's start to recover this first half a little bit after a pretty woeful start.
Easier said than done, of course. But TBI aren't quite bringing that same explosive pace that we saw at the start of the map. Look at those. In an interesting spot here, QJK was spotted out. Turns on him, knocks and gets BYK as well. And so already got the numbers starting to pile on in the favor of TBI. Once again, some chip damage on Dimension and Creed. Grenades doing that up into the window. Close plant 3v2. FaZe is happy to take this fight. He knows that this game has been going swimmingly for TBI, so he's willing to take that risk. Noxon's going to go down. But you'd think this is going to be tough. Even still, Creed's got to find a 2v1 Booker up on top. I mean, TBI are not shying away from these fights at all, and they are winning. No.
You got to respect as well. This is just a sheer showing of confidence for this TBI side. They generally believe that they are the better side in the server, and they're proving it in the way they're approaching these rounds. I mean, we're so rapidly up to them having, a lead here. Fantastic work. It's Scrappy. Okay. Booker left all alone now to 1 versus 3. And he's seen off. So a real fighting towards jail there. That was messy.
You know what I appreciate at least is the pace that this game is going. Like,
yeah. Especially after the long day.
These rounds might be lasting like 15 seconds in some instances.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Pretty typical of 999 games. And also, to be fair, TBI are a pretty quick-paced team as well.
CRS down towards the silo, but not a lot being offered up. Jay, he's going to be tested in a second. This could be a little scrappy. First shot's good. Any more there, though, was a massive ask.
Has he done enough? Maybe. Maybe not. It is 2v3, though. Now it's 1v3. Booker was in a 1v3 last round as well. That one was pretty tough. This one, maybe doable. He's got some chip damage onto BYK. And he had a chance. He has a real chance. Wow. Vincent's down to a one-shot. Booker's got the 1v3. Oh, my God. The amount of insane rounds we're seeing today is off the charts.
Ridiculous 6-2. This is where we're at here, and my oh my. King and Hunt combine well. Nice find there as well from FaZe on towards Creed. And I was gonna say, I thought QGK saw him. He did take a moment there to react. So back into a 3 versus 2, somewhat doable. A little bit of nade damage on towards CRS, and QJK starting to make a bit of a move, but CRS falls. QJK now in a 1 versus 3. It feels highly unlikely unless these kills are gifted over.
Already seen a 1v3. Why not possible for QJK? Think about those shots that he had in Machine Room earlier on in the half. He was pretty sharp there. Pretty sharp here too. King goes down. It's a headshot. He's one of these HK beasts.
Yeah.
Can he find any more? FaZe is in the vent. Why is FaZe in the vent? This is why. 7-2. Again, like I'm saying, unorthodox plays happening in this match.
Yeah.
But TBI definitely benefiting from it.
Definitely very entertaining, let's put it that way. You were spot on. I mean, these rounds are getting settled, you know, kind of within more or less 20 seconds in a lot of cases, and it's pretty fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie here. Hyper shot. Pop shot doesn't quite connect, but the idea. CRS, you'll get two. So 9 coming out with vengeance in towards this second half. A lot they have to do to get back into it, but this is the perfect way to start it. Get a couple of kills and they get a round two. Chip away the deficit. That's silver linings.
This has been spotted out by CRS. So that kill will be an easy one into Machine Room. Vicar and King are tasked with a push in toward jail. Very tentative about that. In fact, King's just on a little bit of a rotate into connector instead. So you can find a different angle to make this happen from. CRS has now spotted that out. Smokes in their face everywhere. Should be an impossible round for TBI, and it is. So again, there's that classic 999 pace where they go so quickly into the strike.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well for 999. They, as much as it was working maybe against them in towards that first half, they know they've got tricks in their sleeve to be able to say, right, if you can do it, so can we. They fight fire with fire. I've got a lot of respect for that. You know, it's very easy, especially off the back of a poor first half, to be a little bit shelled up and to be a little bit nervy in terms of your approach. But yeah, I got a lot of respect for that. Good work. 4-round deficit though, still a decent amount of work required from them to get back into this. King, he's got the right idea.
Certainly does. He's play aggressively into wood and almost baits out that peak from CRS by tossing the util. This round is an absolute nothing round from 999. JK. Oh, he's got himself a double though. Surely can't get more than that. So low on HP, it'll be an easy cleanup for Noxon in the end. TBI go up to 8. 999 are not going to slow down either, by the way. I'm sure they're just going to keep this pace up.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've got nothing to lose as well. When you're at a deficit like this, you know, you may as well just keep throwing something and see what sticks. It's looking for the first. Chen gonna get caught. All right, I mean, they are absolutely flying into all of these engagements, but not always the most successful. But I keep giving it a go. So you got to respect that at least.
Yeah, they give it a crack. Sometimes you run into a brick wall. Reed's doing some work here. They do have the C4. Who's going to go forward? JK does get spotted out in the end. Now Creed's maybe not expecting another player peeking through. He gets the shot onto FaZe. Needs just one more on the Noxon. Oh, he slipped across. Noxon now aware of that as that shot does come through. This becomes a very winnable round for Creeds. Another 1v3 on offer.
These both so low in this endeavor too, so it'll be a little interesting. Noxon's going to try and look for some information. Here's a question for him of sort of, where do I go now really? What's my sort of choice here? He's going to head over towards B. I mean, plant will come through. Might even set up for, I'm going to say a heaven post plant, but he's expecting somebody to be closer than they are. I mean, Noxon is going for the long rotate.
May not be expected by Creeds. He's definitely a little bit more interested in jail at the moment, but he's going to be cluing into that as that timer ticks away. He'll recognize, look, not seeing anything over here. There's nowhere else really that he can be, and the fact that it's taken so long for me to even spot him probably means he has gone for a long wrap. There's the shots in, though, and Creeds just gets caught on the timing, trying to cross back to the box in jail, and it's a 9th now for TBI. 1 round away.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work indeed. Said 1 away. There's a lot that 909 have got to do now. They're looking, fortunately, a little flat when it's mattered most, and it's their map pick that makes us feel all the more awkward. Inchen gets 1, CRS will fall, and so will BYK. Jordan, I think we might be at our concluding mark. It's just Kreese, and he gets caught. TBI, that was unbelievably quick, the way in which they settled map number 1. That makes up for that second series.
It's just like watching 2 completely different games, isn't it? Like, the game is just played in a completely different style from one series to the next. And, I mean, I guess you pick your poison, but 999 don't have a whole lot of luck in that one, unfortunately, for them. We'll see how things do go, obviously, in map number 2, but TBI have just absolutely steamrolled them on their own map choice, and that's never really a very good sign. I mean, it looks like TBI as well are in pretty decent form today. They're hitting the shots, they're clutching nicely, so I think they're probably going to be safe in this series just based on that first map, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, it's true. We'll have to wait and see, but it's a fantastic show from TBI. Didn't pull any punches, looked really solid all the way throughout. This is a side that we expect really, really big things of in this specific series, because 909's season has been so poor. But TBI, great work. And well, enough from us. We're going to throw it back over to the boys on the desk. We'll be back for map number 2.
Thank you again for the casting, much appreciated, and I'd like to highlight as well, this was a very, very strong performance from TBI, and if they managed to continue on this momentum, I would say they would have been top 4 by now already.
Yeah, well, they played very good, they played very fast, hitting their shots, and as Elfish said, clutching when it's needed. When you clutch, you win, and that's it, that's CrossFire, how it works. So very, very good gameplay from TBI, I would say, but also on the side of 999, the guys are playing so disconnected from each other. You feel that everybody's playing on his own. As you can see right now, maybe one guy pushed in woods, but his teammates is not even close. We've seen how good TBI played. Also the clutches, Booker clutch was insane, honestly. And then I guess they destroyed 999 mental. They started very good, to be honest, TBI. 5-1 and 4-0, so no chance for 999. Also, that's 999's pick, so nothing to say except that fast-paced game that's done by TBI paid off.
This reminds me a bit of how ROC plays certain maps, you know, the Egyptian kind of momentum where they're not waiting for anything, they're not even waiting for util, they're just gonna rush in and take the trades. And this is something we did mention in the Analyst desk earlier, that for example for 999 having a roster that has a solid individual skill level, but not able to find that chemistry and to play together. But I'm starting to see that on the other hand with TBI, that they're managing to peak together, to trade together, to take sites together, to push together, and so on.
Yeah, especially that TBI gameplay fits very well on sub-base. That's why it's maybe 999 didn't do that much good on sub-base, because how TBI plays is actually aggressive gameplay. They usually take control. We've seen them taking woods control in all the global risk rounds, I guess. And still on the blacklist side, when they started on blacklist side, they took the woods control more often.
And the map, right?
Yeah, that's yeah. And they pushed machine. They took the woods control. They did everything aggressive. So they gave 999 no chance to take the 1v1 duels or to play the individuals, as we said, because they are relying on the individual skills. They are not playing as a team. They are not going as a structure. Some teams are winning with such style, but TBI gave them no chance. They countered their whole gameplay and game strategy with just playing aggressive.
I mean, in reality, I think TBI, this match is kind of a wake-up call to themselves and the audience that, hey, if we want to possibly finish top 4 or get the playoffs, this is the kind of quality and the gameplay we need to be witnessing and doing.
Yeah, especially that 999 is not an easy team. Yes, they are in 8th place, but they pulled miraculous rounds, and games versus top tier teams. We've seen how good they played versus all teams. They even took match from ROC Esports. They beat InnerCircle. They played very good versus PingPongPals and Swamp Gaming at the beginning of Split 1. And they still had some good games. So still, Triple Nine is not an easy opponent. But of course, TBI as a structure, as a team, they are better than Triple Nine. And they are practicing more, having more into the game, giving more time to the game. Triple Nine maybe, they are relying on their experience, on Creed's calls, on how good he is in taking the 1v1 deals, separating the team, trying to fight the angles that can be good for himself. So that's how they usually play Triple Nine, but they had no chance. TBI just gave them no chance.
I just really think for Triple Nine, I'm not here to give advice, but I'm seeing from the highlights and the set summary, obviously, mainly the highlights, that a lot of the deaths that happened on Triple Nine's side, there's usually a teammate or two right next to them, and there's at least a 2-3 second response rate until that person dies for them to turn and react. So instead they don't react, and then TBI pushes even more and gets like a free kill of someone who's not even looking in their direction.
Yeah, that's the definition of disconnection in the gameplay, because they are disconnected. They are not playing as a team. They're not playing as a structure. Maybe there are some gaps. Not maybe, there are for sure there are some gaps that's been left by Triple Nine, and TBI just took advantage of these gaps and they crumbled on this and they got the win. Because as I told you, they gave them no chance. This is the main strategy for TBI, because if TBI gave them the way and the map and everything, the 1v1 is gonna go for Triple Nine side. They have one of the strongest individuals in the EU server. They have Creeds, UIK, KGK, and everybody can pull a miraculous rounds and get the headshots.
And this is what's baffling me, because in some sense, when I see other teams, for example, go 0-3 in the first 3 rounds, it's instant timeout. It's just like a pause.
There is no pause.
What is going on? Figure this out. Don't lose any more rounds, or else on the other side, when we swap sides, we even have a disadvantage. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm trying to look at. I mean, even if you're 8th place, and even if you might not qualify to playoffs, at least do your due diligence when it comes to that and beat a team for next season or whatever comes forward in the organization.
Well, yeah, exactly. What you said is right. We've seen it Anubis versus GG. When Anubis was 0-3, they instantly took a tactical pause. Yeah, just let's talk about it. We haven't seen this. It went to 4-0 and then 5-1, 6-1, 6-3, okay, 7-2, I guess, or 6-3 the first half.
6-3,
yeah, then you started the first round. You won it. Okay, that's very good. But then you started losing second, third, and fourth. So if you took a pause, maybe you have figured out, maybe you're just saying, maybe you can figure it out.
I'm just saying it could help, right? Because a pause,
you're gonna lose nothing when taking a pause.
Yeah, if you have the opportunity to take a pause, just and I'm no expert, but taking a pause from a 0-3 lose streak gives everyone a time to breathe, relax, chill, listen to your coach, listen to your other players, take some insight from them, especially if you're in the lower level of experience within the roster, and then possibly at least making not just a comeback, but at least a winner or two into the next rounds.
Yeah,
you know?
I totally agree with you.
Is there anything you'd like to add before we go into game 2?
We're gonna see a spicy game from Triple Nine.
We're gonna wait and see. Anyways, I'll take it away to our casters again, Neokai and Elfish Guy.
All right, I mean, spicy is one way of putting it. Quick might be the other way of putting it too. 909 are holding W, they're living and dying by the sword, and I've got a lot of respect for it, Jordan. It's not quite working out, but I got respect for it all the same.
Yeah, look, I kind of agree with Penguin. I think we're going to see a spicy game here from 999. I think you could make that prediction for the rest of the season, and it would probably ring true, because they are just bringing some shenanigans to the game here in CFWL, I think it's fair to say. But we'll start things off on Ankara and see what we get. It's a 1-for-1 to start. TBI have decided to stack the A site as a result of that initial probe that was sent in by Minchin. By the way, he just kind of like walked in there on his own. Now Booker's turn. C4 has been found out. So he's going to get that trade, but FaZe dropping down. Gets himself 2 into the vent there, and that is more or less a round done and dusted. BYK, of course, still going to have himself a bit of a crack, but unlikely to be able to get it done here in the 1v3.
Yeah, you are right. BYK has to also collect the C4 too in front of them. Would love a little highlight moment here, but unlikely and concluded too. Seen off right at the end there. So, TBI back to their winning ways, back to the comforts that they showed us in towards that first map where they just look excellent. You know, there's no two ways about it. They showed a lot of prowess. They were a difficult side to break down, and at least for Creed, an opener for him. Finding FaZe, not a bad person to drop. Down goes Booker too. You'll take these silver linings, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, I mean, live by the sword, die by the sword. That's very much the mentality of 999 at the moment. One plant's gone down, Hunt's been spotted out. QJK unable to win that duel. He even takes it, but in the end, the trade will come through. So, again, we just continue on with this blistering pace that we had seen in that opening map. And I don't think that's going to change.
I have a lot of respect for it, in all honesty. BYK. Let's start things off with a find on towards Hunt. So, nice work from him or Minchen. That was a little audacious. Don't know if that was, you know, necessary, so to say. He's a 4 once again, though. So, he's trying to found his number maybe a little bit here with... He's opening sniper shots. BYK going to get caught jumping through the window. Booker on for 2, but he can't quite find it.
1v2 for King. Not unwinnable. Especially with how isolated these duels could end up being. He knows CRS is somewhere around here, and he does catch up with him there in GR spawn. Sacrifices a lot of his HP to get that kill over the line, though. And luckily, doesn't end up eating that grenade for his trouble. QJK is going to get the plant down. He certainly has the advantage here. He can go anywhere, really. And he's also got the health differential to make this pretty comfortable, unless a headshot comes through from King. Let's see what King can get up to. QJK just jump spotting. Oh, did he see him? I think he has. QJK saw King. Don't know if King necessarily saw QJK, but either way, he's going to go for the... Oh, what a shot! That's insane. Oh, look at him. He's so chuffed. He's actually so chuffed with that.
Bless him. Do you know what? Fair play. That was actually really nice. And I guess a bit of proof in the pudding just how they can get themselves out of, you know, pretty dark situations. Good work. Even in these post plants, it's scrappy. It's hard to predict as well. This sort of series so far, it's a little bit all over the place, but I kind of love it. CRS, he's got FaZe's number right now. That's for damn sure. And he gets a second behind it too.
Hunt on for another couple as he goes hunting indeed. He lives up to his name. Continues to look for more. King finds the C4, gets him in the back. BYK going to go down as well. This HK is just insane.
Yeah. So strong, man. It's so damn strong. And yeah, I mean, you see it in moments like that. Under super well. Really well played from him. Very calm under the pressure that was sort of right in front of him. It's very easy in those situations to maybe kind of shell up or panic a little bit, but he doesn't. Holds his nerve, holds his ground, and I think does really well. 3-1 for TBI. Good little spot that they are in.
Oh, Hunt wants to go again. This time punished for it. But he's still got multiple members here outside of A. If they all swung together, they find the C4. There's 3 players working middle. QJK and CRS, they have such a job to do to try to maintain this position. He's going to go down, but that trade should come through easily. And that is now C4 lost, and I don't know if it's going to be retrieved. Good coverage from Noxon. 2 on 3 here. And 999 looking like they're a little bit out of this round, but BYK's position could be an interesting one if he can slip his way into the vent.
Yeah, well, take a look and see. Yeah, BYK gonna have a little look in. He's pushed far forward. Oh my god, he Goomba stomps Noxon there as he jumps on his head. He gets instantaneously punished, however. No way, Creeds will also fall in the end there. 1v2, but not to be. TBI, yet another round for them, and continuing to prove just how solid they are and can be. TBI pulling away now as they did in towards map number 1.
Yeah, 4v5 though in this round, and it's going to be 3v5. Which is not necessarily a done deal as we've seen today, but it's very favorable for 999. Surprised though, 999 actually slowed this round down after those couple of picks, and they might actually try to win this one.
Oh. He's holding. A huge run off. Booker's got the right idea. It's just about his timing here. UJK should have been heard, but it's a very quick shot. Nice find. Really nice find. Minche can add to it as well, or down to FaZe. He pulled out the pistol, and he will get a second kill behind it. Anymore is unlikely, and he's denied. Nice effort, but we weren't expecting the heroics there in the clutch.
Well, Nade's gonna just miss 999. But it does indicate that TBI have a pretty reasonable idea that, again, 999 are going to be setting up outside of 8. We've got 3 players dedicated to this to push on through. Noxon, prepared for QJK out the vent. Hunt was doomed inside of that smoke, and Booker as well. So just a really rough timing, actually, there for TBI. The flash completely missing as well. It's not irretrievable, considering King and FaZe are kind of hitting their shots. FaZe, though, will be flanked from behind, and that will mean that King probably will be too. Another one on the board here for 999.
Yeah, not bad. At least showing they've got moments of prowess, but it is still a very solid spot that we're in for TBI, especially if they can just see any sort of lead over the line in that second half. They'll be fine. 4-3 though. It is that one-round game that is open the door for 999. Like we said, living and dying by the sword, but they're very much doing it here. You know, they are still flying into every single fight that's in front of them. They're not slowing down at all, and win or lose, I've got a lot of respect for it. And this time, looks like maybe win. CRS and Creeds, one apiece.
3v3. All spread out across the map as well. This is going to come down to individual rules and timings, and QJK has found one of them onto Hunt. Noxon goes down 2. That's big from QJK. Booker's gone, and that is a round for 999. So, all right. TBI have fallen off a little bit, and 999 are picking the pace up.
Yeah, they've kind of figured out their number, it seems. This is actually kind of a spicy here. Where, you know, if we're seeing 999 start to come alive into the kind of mid to late part of the second map, you know, it's going to have a bit of a series on our hand here. It's scrappy, but Hunt's got other ideas. Oh my, Hunt, that is so well done.
Got one more too, by the way.
Yeah.
Be on for the ace if he decided to push on through here. Oh, and BYK, he might actually need to give this one over to Hunt because he's hitting everybody else. Booker eventually shuts him down. It's TBI to get 5 at the end of that half. 5 on the GR side of Ankara. Look, not a bad place to be for TBI. Probably would feel like they could have had a little bit more given the start, but either way, they do still maintain the lead going into the second half.
5-4. Already a better showing from 999 than in towards the map pick, map number 1. And Creed will start well. He looks for a second. He can't quite find it. FaZe on for the trade. And CRS and Min Chen. Good work from them as well. Kills a piece. BYK will get caught, but Min Chen adding his second. It is going to be tied up. That's great work and a good round from 999.
Certainly looking a little bit more comfortable here on Ankara, which is strange considering Subbase was their map pick. One for one.
Nice shots.
This triple sniper setup here for TBI, they're really hunting for some picks, and they are kind of getting them.
Yeah. FaZe is not lost any sort of confidence, despite a really slow start from him. Going for the trade there on towards Min Chen too, so keeping that numbers advantage for TBI is good.
These sniper rifles are really working out. Noxon's got himself one as well. Everyone wants to have a piece of the pie.
It feels like there's some sort of like gentleman's agreement here of let's all just bring out the snipers and see what we can find. And yeah, so far so good. Been a while, a little wonderful, but I back it. Yeah, BYK.
We're still going A here? Okay. Noxon wants to keep going A. Booker wanted to turn around and go B. I can see this turning into 3-1v1. Now, come on, don't. No.
Oh my god, don't do it. Don't do it,
You
BYK.
can't be doing that, man. Like, you just can't.
Don't feed him. Do not feed him. BYK's hitting the shots.
Oh,
Oh, Sky,
okay, so
BYK
it's
knows.
Booker can't really plan here, though, can he? Like, now that he's
Not really, no.
Oh, he's going to chance it. Ballsy.
Wow.
Gets it down. But he can't cross. So BYK knows exactly where he is. He's on the right side somewhere of this site. As soon as he swings, Booker's dead. Don't swing. Oh, he swings.
Oh my god, why is he swinging?
Shots missed. Oh my god. He's just banking on the fact that BYK is going to miss that shot. That's crazy work. I've got to be, though, if I'm Booker here, I'm yelling at Noxon. I'm like, mate, what are you doing?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Question marks being asked without... Oh, a shadow of a doubt. Creed's going to find the first. Down goes Hunt, who obviously has been fantastic so far, so losing him early. There's not a bit of a chance, maybe even, to tie this up again.
I mean, it's kind of goofy from Hunt, though. He just goes jumping in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, he's unleashed. CRS set up as well. He's been spotted out. Gonna have another crack after this flash pops, and it works out nicely.
Oh.
Well traded by Noxon, but still maintaining numbers here for 999. And Noxon, he's got to be prepared for the peak from vent. He's not. He's not. BYK's fallen in and gotten better of him. So, it's just individual duels happening all over the map. And honestly, 999 are sharp. Like, you can give them that at least. They play a crazy style, but if you just put them in a 1v1 duel, they're liable to win.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's
999.
due.
I think TBI actually have to try to find a way to mitigate that strength for 999. Like, we shouldn't be just taking this down to the base aim duels. You know, we got to be, as TBI, a team that is trying to push a little bit higher in the standings, is trying to be a little bit more serious. Maybe not make the playoffs this season, but that's an aspiration for down the track. How do we actually make this game a clean win for us? That's what they're going to be thinking about, because this will give you some kind of benefit later on down the track, rather than just running around trying to aim duel at this point.
It is true. They've got to find easier ways to overcome these sort of situations. Swap. Let's see, we're barreling in. Oh, out for Noxon. Flashbang over and he'll opt for the HK. On backside, BYK though. This guy is not missing right now. Hunt could be in trouble too. Gets one. Let's get out. Luckily, before that touchdown, HE came through. They know where Hunt could have maneuvered to. They overlooked the close angle. Hunt gets one more before falling. You believe that if anything's going to happen in this round, it all comes to the back of BYK, who has continued to hit shots with this sniper. Oh, and there it is again. Oh, BYK, he's not missing. Ace, you've got to hit these, and he does, thankfully. 2 versus 2. Back level as this C4's planted. 20 seconds left on it too. BYK on the swing gets caught, and down goes Creeds as well. TBI, they get it over the line, but my god, they are being made to work for it.
Yeah, this is a completely different ballgame to Subbase, where TBI was just kind of running over 999. They are holding on to the lead here, but it's really quite a close result. Once again, TBI going to default back to the outside A control that they've been employing at the start of a lot of these rounds. Hayes will be working middle. Not really seeing too much yet anyway. Ooh, it's crept up close. QJK did not see that. Hayes will be aware. He's heard him, but the shot comes through from QJK anyway. That is going to be the go signal, surely, for TBI onto the A-bomb site. Great headshot from Noxon. They can scale up onto the site before QJK even gets there. Smoke him off. Should be able to plant, but go back for the C4. That is going to cost him some serious time. Where's Hunt going to set up?
Yeah.
Oh, he's out in no man's land. Oh, he was playing a dangerous game there. He knows there's multiple players heading in his direction. Wasn't quite anticipating a third there of Creeds. So
They now know,
it's
though.
Noxon that picks up the vent position. They do.
Oh,
Knowledge is one thing. The execution's going to have to be another one. A 2v3 this time to hold out. Booker has been solid. Not quite solid enough for 2. It's on to King now in the 1v1. He doesn't know exactly where Creeds is coming from. Spots him out now. Time. Ooh, King's going to take the swing. He wasn't sure if he was going up left or the right, or if he had moved at all. If he ended up just backing off into GR spawn, I think King may have just won that based on the time factor.
yeah.
Not to be aware of that, to be honest, so...
It felt a little unnecessary on the swing, but I think probably what prompts it more than anything is just how low he was in terms of his HP. He probably just believed that, I don't know if I can fight properly here, or I can set up properly here because of essentially that, so... I can sort of understand it. Still. 7-all. We are getting gifted a game here. Deep in towards that second map. And Kara is anybody so far. It's tough to predict. TBI have also looked at has to be said. They're popping in towards A, and the good news is, guys, red carpet rolled out. Nobody is home. It's going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. They're dropping all of this util. And I don't blame them. Of course, you expect somebody to be here. But yeah, no one is home. They gamble stacked B. And it's not paid off.
Indeed, the bomb has gone down. And 999, a 5-man retake through GR spawn is not going to be fun at all. There's a flash in their face. It'll cost them some more time. Just going to have to charge their way out through this smoke and hope for the best. This will turn into a blender in a second. The shots are through on all sides. Hunt for one more. Brings it back to the 2v2. Great shot onto BYK. 15 seconds here, though. No defuse on. FaZe has crossed to the stairs. Minchen's just going to sit it. FaZe got a swing. Will swing. And wins the round. That's, again, a bit close. But they get it done.
Yeah, little closer for comfort, but a round is a round. That's all that matters. Back into the lead as well. And I think because it's been so back and forth, it feels like the first side to get kind of 2 in a row, that might be enough. Especially if it's TBI here. If they're able to get that second in a row, push it on to 9, mapping series point. That should be all she wrote. Creed's doing really well, though. Look for the third. And he'll get it. Creed's. Hello. He's back, and like we said, back and forth, back and forth. Neither side able to get real consistency here. Cole pulled out by FaZe as he gets one. Looking for a second as well. He's dancing around the window. He's really desperately trying to stay alive here as well and fight for his life. And he's still putting pressure on, but he'll fall to the hands of Minchen, leaving Hunt in a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I don't think Hunt really does him any favors there, to be honest. If he sets up on the line, maybe he gets a shot in from the ramp, but... just decided to go for the wrap back in, probably to inevitably, obviously, try to back him up, but yeah, it's not enough. So Hunt now has to try to secure a 1-on-3. Well, he's going to go for a big wrap. He knows he's got time.
That lack of C4 makes this so difficult. Colts and BYK again. He is not missing right now, BYK. Every single opportunity has been offered up. He's delivering them. 8-all. Back and forth, back and forth. This feels like a map with overtime written all over it.
TBI are going to go straight into the stack site this time around, and you can't imagine that that's going to go very well for them. As Hunt will drop. Knocks him 2. But he's trying to find trades. He's working pretty hard for them. He's been able to get himself 1. FaZe in there for another, but this was just the wrong call ultimately for TBI. But yeah, how can you make the right call against 999? Because they just do whatever they want, you know? Like, there's no rhyme or reason necessarily to that stack. They've just got 4 players on A for some reason.
There's no uniformity to it, but it's working. I gotta respect them. I don't know how they're playing an unbelievably loose and fluid style of play, and it's working. At that point for them, they're looking on the brink to push this to a decider. That'll port again for a decider. CRS and Minchen playing together close up to the door, but no one's committing to a fight just yet. Must be too soon. But he's just tempted by it.
Yeah, I wonder if TBI can push this through to an OT, and even if they do they look like the better team on Ankara right now? I don't really think so.
Yeah. It's true.
This is going to be a really good setup for 999 if this ends up being a B hit from TBI. They might make the wrong call again. 3 players dedicated on that side of the map. You got 2 holding hotel. You can come in sort of as a late lurk, late flank. You may clear out the 2 players on the B side, but you won't be expecting someone so quick from hotel if they peak on the timing. So we'll see how this one ends up playing out. Safe position for Creeds to be in. Unlikely he's going to go down. Util's getting tossed out now. He'll pop his own flash to slow TBI down. Here they come. So 1-for-1. Minchen will be cleared out, but CRS is the one that really has piqued my interest. If he pulls push through at the right timing, he could actually win this round for 999. Hunt's also on the flank. We have Noxon watching for CRS, and that's a good pickup from Hunt. There's a lot of layers in this round at the moment. A lot of intimate timings that can really make a big difference. Yes. It's 2, and all of a sudden this round looks doable. That's a really, really poor setup in the end from Noxon and Hunt. They can't be allowing that to happen. CRS will go down. QJK on his way forward. FaZe has heard him. FaZe knows he's pushing, but he's low, and QJK knows it. It will be 999 that will put it through to a map 3. And for TBI, I think that's got to be a disappointing result given how things started there on that first half.
Yeah, that's got to be a real tilter. That is a TBI side who have completely fallen apart. Credit to 999. They were looking completely down and out for the count. They weren't really looking all too favorable at all, and they've somehow made something out of that. So really, really excellent work coming through from them, and they've pushed it towards a third. We're going towards Port as a decider. They're a side who looked non-existent in map number 1, but they've stepped up when it matters most. We'll throw it back over to the boys on the desk. We'll be back for map 3.
Thank you again so much. I feel like every time I watch either TBI or 999, I'm just confused.
Yeah.
It's like the players, one game, they do exceptional, like picture perfect. And then the next, it's just like somebody else playing.
No, it's just the overconfidence from TBI that's usually pops up in their heads.
Cockiness.
They think that they're the best in the world, so they go on
So
the
you
game.
think
And
they go in overconfident and then
we've
they
seen
get
3
punished
snipers. Three snipers from TBI in the blacklist on Kora. That's nowhere to be close to serious. So I guess
unrealistic.
maybe they try to have some fun, but 999, as I said, they're very strong when it comes to 1v1s.
Yeah.
We've seen 999 every time stacking 4B side, and TBI every round stacking going inside into nowhere defense can be found. But still, 999 came from the back, did the retakes and won the round. Still, to be honest, they played perfectly good 999 into how chaotic TBI played this map.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 999 that I like to see. You know, more aggressive plays, playing patient, playing retake 5v5, very confident in how they can execute on a site when it comes to retake, especially, which we saw multiple times, if not once. I just want to I have a question though. After we've seen both performances of both teams on both games, what is gonna happen in game 3?
Well, BYK, to be honest, this guy played this map so good. He had some good clutchable rounds, and he did a lot of multi-frags. This guy, when he hits shots and gets multi-frags, his team wins.
Yeah.
It's all about BYK in this team right now.
Or Creed.
He's playing very good. Yeah, or Creed, of course. Creed is one of the best in this team, but still, BYK, this guy, he played very good. 1.5 KD says it all. So I guess now we're going to port. TBI is going to be starting on global risk. It's either going to be let's say a stomp from 999, or it's going to be a stomp from TBI, because as you said, we cannot.
It's not going to be equal. Yeah.
It's not going to be equal, especially that both teams. This guy played very aggressive in this map, and the other is played very chaotic. The other played very aggressive, and TBI played very chaotic.
Yeah.
So now, who's going to be playing chaotic? and aggressive.
And whose mental is just gonna break
Yes.
after exerting so much energy to make a
Yes.
comeback on either side.
Exactly.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, we want to see a good, strong game between both
Alright,
teams.
then let's go to a quick break before we start the last game of the day.
back. Final map of the day. We've had a marathon of a day here in the CFWL, and TBI falling a little flat there, but credit to 909. They look sharp as hell. BYK hitting so many great shots with the sniper, and we're heading towards port, and quite literally anybody's game. The boys on the desk said it, they think it might be one-sided. I agree. It's just, who is it going to be one-sided to? I can't really tell you.
Yeah. Your guess is as good as mine, mate. All I'll say, though, is when it comes to the sniping, 909 look like they've got that one in spades, I reckon.
Yeah.
I reckon they've actually got the advantage in that respect. So, Port being a map where typically at least A and middle can be really impacted by the sniper rifle usage, even to an extent B, I think there's definitely a world where you could say 999 could get up to a bit of a ruckus here. I want to see TBI play a little better than they did on Ankara. I think the problem with teams when they're playing against 999 is they get brought down to 999's level. We saw it that series that I was talking about where 999 played ROC and they almost beat ROC on a map. And I was like, this just should never be happening. But 999's like running at you. They're doing goofy stuff. Obviously, they're pulling out in this game a bunch of snipers on Ankara. And TBI's like, well, we're going to do the same thing. And it's like, You're supposed to be the better team here, right? You're supposed to transcend above the shenanigans that 999 are bringing. I think that's how 999 find a way to win a lot of these games that they do win, or want to win a lot of these maps. It's not super consistent in the long term, but if you can bring your opponent to this chaotic game, you know, they sometimes can fumble, and that's what TBI did on Ankara. Let's see if that'll be the case here again on Port. Quick entry from Minchen does get the better of King, and up on the bomb site, FaZe himself is just eating all of that util. CRS is going to take him down as well. And straight out the gates, 999. Again, Chaos is their ladder as they climb their way up onto the A-bomb site and start to maybe climb their way towards a victory here against TBI.
Yeah, they are flying into fights. You got to respect it. This is chaos, it's carnage, but it's fun. It's insane. Nobody can take that away from them. This might be a bit of a bloodbath as well. QJK going to get the first. Down goes Noxon. Booker under a lot of pressure, but Booker gets two before dropping. So you'd argue job done in that sense. BYK going to get one of his own as well. Make that a second. He tried to transfer, but King with two. What is happening? This is carnage.
This is 999 at their finest, mate.
Yeah.
I'll take this every day of the week. This is just some fun Crossfire to watch. And it's probably also, honestly, a pretty good test for a team like TBI. You know, this is the kind of round where it all just comes down to your protocols, right? You need your players who are on A or in middle, like pre-rotating when they hear there's the push coming towards B. What are they going to be doing? Are they going to be throwing flashes over the top as they're on the rotate? That kind of how they're swinging into the site based on the situation that is happening on the site. So it tests a lot. So it's actually quite valuable for TBI to be kind of going up against that kind of play from 999 on occasion. And really getting tested in what essentially amounts to just a reaction game, really.
Yeah. It is a wild game, but it's a fun one. 135, a lot of spam early. Not a lot really behind it, though. I'm going to tuck myself up towards the box. I don't hate this idea, honestly. I give him a little bit of room to work with. It's quiet, though, as we keep towards that minute mark. Inchen's up, and he's has the potential to drop down, so this could even be the start of a setup for an A-long split, which obviously did work for 909.
Yeah, BYK cleared out warehouse. Jump spotting from Booker. Spots them on the way out. Noxon doesn't quite get the memo. He's fully flashed, can't see anything. And so 999 are into the B bomb site. Booker will try to do anything he possibly can about it, but overwhelmed by numbers. Wow. Good for one trade, but there's just nothing there for him. And it's down to only King. He's got to get through this absolute gauntlet run. UJK will bring him down to heel, and that is 999 who take the lead.
Yeah, credit to them. Back to winning ways, and actually with a A chaotic, sure, but a really solid round. We're again seeing just individuals like BYK. He was lights out into that previous map. He's looking good once again. Minchen and Creeds do so well. I thought Oxen gets shut down. The pace is overwhelming TBI. They can't keep up.
They cannot. You know, at this point, you're going to have to start stacking sites just to have numbers somewhere and give yourself like that 50-50 chance of winning these rounds. Because if you just keep going 2-1-2, it seems like 999 are just going to keep running you over. QJK drops a lot of damage, but not enough to be finished off, and that's a 3-1 lead here for 999. We're looking great on this BL side. This might be a tack timeout for TBI. They're thinking, well, what do we do about this, guys?
I don't even hate that idea. If there is a tag timeout, I really don't even hate it. I think that's not a bad choice at all. This is such a funny showing from a side who, if we're being frank, pretty non-existent in towards map number 1, right? They get completely blown out of the water. The first half of map number 2 as well. Again, not really loads on offer. And then we're here where they are overwhelming and overrunning a side that they're, well, on paper, according to the sort of leaderboard, they're meant to be considerably worse than. So, yeah, funny game, a cool game, and an unorthodox one, but it's refreshing after some of the lengthier series we've had today.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what TBI are going to come up with here, because ultimately, like, what actually is the answer? How do we stop these rushes? Do we just pre-smoke everything? You know, pre-smoke warehouse, pre-smoke middle. Can't really smoke over towards A to prevent a rush, but it's much harder to rush A because you've got such a long sight line to cross.
Yeah. Yeah, it's valid. It's not exactly the easiest thing to answer to. So what's the approach to shut down a side like this who are relentlessly quick? Because it's also a playstyle that TBI adopted themselves a lot and to very decent success, as we saw in towards that first map, right? But I think the issue is with TBI is when they're the ones who have to sit back and defend, they actually feel a lot more uncomfortable. They don't like it. They're not the ones setting the pace.
Well, speaking of A-site rush, this is how you would do it.
Wow.
Dump util over the top, make it impossible for the player on the site to peek. The flashes you can see in the kill feed doing some real work. Trade back in from FaZe and Noxon, but the problem is you sort of lose so much when you lose that kind of control that it's very difficult to recover, even if someone comes back through for another quick double or something like that. So another bomb plant down, another round for 999, 4 on the board. They've got to be having a good time with this round, this one.
Yeah, you can tell they're a lot of fun as well. The approach that we're getting. It's crazy, it's funny, and it's, as we keep saying, it's super entertaining. My oh my. 4-2-1, TBI. Oh, here, kind of scratching their heads thinking, what do we even do? When they try and get proactive, things aren't working out too well for them. And when they try and sit back, it's a similar sort of story. But this time it's FaZe to open things up, catching Minchen.
Yeah, this time it hasn't quite worked out for 999. He hesitated a little bit. That pick came through for TBI. And that makes a big, big difference when you don't have that extra player to throw the util. When you don't have that extra player to look for entries, it significantly neuters that kind of a play. And if you don't get the entry, well, it falls apart pretty quick after that. So you're going to go for those kinds of rush plays where you're just full 5-man sending it. You need to get in the open, and they didn't in that instance. See how it turned out.
Yeah, definitely killed him a little bit. My God, it's the fights never seem to stop, do they? Oh, wow. This is carnage, Jordan.
He's got another one. Got this QJK bloke on a better team. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to say, though, he has actually been legitimately so crisp.
Yeah. Well, Reeds. Oh, he's just going to stand and deliver. 999 are not shying away from these fights at all. There's another one for them. So 5-2 is going to be the scoreline. TBI obviously don't have a pack timeout to fall on anymore.
Yeah.
It's looking very grim.
one of the games of all time right now. Not exactly the cleanest or the best, but it's definitely one of the most entertaining. This is crazy, crazy stuff. This also has, you know, a little bit more of that look of what we see kind of international as well. A lot of those teams do like to play super quick and really kind of show off their prowess a little bit. And this is kind of what we're actually getting here. Don't often get it in the West League, so it is quite refreshing. A shot from King. Catch CRS. These ones open things up with CRS and a lot of moments in towards that previous map as well. I know we've been talking a lot about BYK, but CRS was super solid too. Very consistent. Good opener, but Hunt and Noxon both taking damage, especially Hunt.
Going down. 999. TBI very close on this retake attempt already. Minchen and Creed chiming in with 1 or 2. Minchen for a double. And King, an easy kill for him as well, trying to phase out of that smoke. And incidentally, it is just FaZe left alive. Very low on HP. Cleaned up. And 999 have another. What a crazy first half we are seeing.
They just don't pull any punches at all, do they? So fun to watch there. Somewhat lackadaisical approach, but not a care in the world. Chen, 2 for him.
Doesn't stop, bro. Just
Creeds.
can't have these replays anymore.
Yeah, we literally finished the replays and were straight into the action. It's a 3 versus 2. UIK taking a lot of damage, but he actually has got towards A, but getting up on A is different. Also, I haven't got the C4 here. Nobody's got the C4.
Wait, what is going on in this round? C4's just out
in the open.
I can't even speak.
Creeds. Oh my god, they don't even need the C4. Who needs the C4? We'll win it on raw firepower alone. This is hilarious.
Yeah, that is the mental. Can they do it on the GR side here, 999? Like, you can't keep this pace up necessarily so easily when you're on the defense. It is possible. They can play aggressive. You can play aggressive out of warehouse. You can be aggressive in towards middle. Typically, you're not really going to see it down long on A. But there are options for aggression if 999 want to continue to go for it. And I just wonder how effective it's going to be if they can continue to, first of all, maintain the pace. Second, make it work. Well, this game might already be over. But if TBI can find a way to flip the script now that they get a bit more of an opportunity to dictate that pace, then, or yeah, again, all of a sudden, this could end up being a pretty interesting map. But this is pretty bad for TBI, is it not? Like, look, they're not a team that's going to be making it through to playoffs, probably not to top 5 either. But as Ades was saying, they want to be improving upon what they had last season.
Yes,
To be honest, I think they have done that. This team is looking to me a bit more threatening than the team that we had for TBI last season. But you don't want to be losing to 999 like in the last week of the season or second last week of the season. Like that's pretty egregious. You should be winning this series.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. 3 more rounds is all 999 need, and well, we both said that we've seen how these sides have struggled when they're not the ones setting the pace of these rounds. They're not the ones on the attack. I do wonder whether that might be the same case for 999. They've obviously had, they looked a little off their game when they're playing defense, and TBI, that's where they look considerably more confident. They're setting up for a long pop here towards A. Minchen and BYK were the ones to meet them, but in BYK, I trust. He's had, obviously, a fantastic couple of maps.
TBI starting off the half well. 999 struggling a little bit more on the GR side.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the tale for both these two sides. They look considerably weaker when they're on that BR side. The GR side. They just don't have the ability to really be able to overwhelm as they like to and are used to. So, back to the drawing board a little bit for 999.
Nade down to the bottom of long. Again, you can kind of see the intentions here from 999 are to play aggressive. I mean, this is a nice line to get on as QJK once you get out deeper, and that's exactly what he's been able to do. So FaZe needs to be very careful here. He's not expecting it. You've got to be expecting that against 999. Like, they're going to do some goofy stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be somewhere. It's going to happen. And they're doing it again. CRS into middle. It's 2 players already down for TBI in this round. They do get 1 trade back at least, but 999 have given themselves a good shot in at this one.
It really is just pure prime time from them at the moment. There's not a lot they can do to find comfort in the approach. Still, first time in a while, this game's actually slowed down and showed a bit of patience, really. It was all very quiet. Reads. The right idea he's holding just in case attempts to jump. He does catch him before falling. Minchen on of his own as well, looking for a second, but he will be denied. Spammed. 1 versus 2 for Booker, but half HP.
Yeah, tough ask. Going to the incorrect bomb side as well. TBI gambling on that B bomb site, which is where BYK is. Another round up for 999. And they may well be getting themselves a map victory here on port, which for 999 would certainly be something of note, because this would be only their 2nd win of the season.
Yeah. I mean, sure, it's against another side who have obviously had some serious struggles of their own, but yeah, you are right. It would be very, very commendable. CRS. Spam for 1. Creed's good work for himself as well. King gonna get caught. And that leaves Booker and Hunt with it all to do to deny 999 from finding 9.
I think it's written in the name, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Map 3, round 9, 999. And TBI will be saying 999 after this, because I don't know if you know this now, but that's German for no. And 999, of course, is a German team. And TBI are thinking, no, no, no. This is not what we thought would be happening today.
And they might also call 999 for some help. That's the police in England.
Yeah, it's true. Exactly. They need all the help they can get right now.
Exactly.
Oh, and that even as well. Jeez.
Beautiful.
This might be over.
Beautiful. I think you're right. I think this might be over. This is looking pretty dire, to say the least. And in quite the spicy fashion. 9-2-3. 1 more round required here. I don't know if they have it in the locker face. You will find CRS. That's at least a solid start. Minchen on the fadeaway. That is cheeky.
Yeah, he's just bullying him. 4v4 though, as that first kill went over to onto CRS, I should say. Minchen's not stopping. He's pushing his way down long. That was being held by Booker. You see, it does become a little bit formulaic from 999, and TBI reading into it. Get themselves some platitudes at least.
Yeah, they've been figured out, but it's been there just yet. Reed's just still here. Not a lot required of him, actually. In all fairness, it's a 1-for-1. It's not good enough. It's BYK, who we've lumped a lot of praise on, but that's one of those that we don't expect a lot from. I mean, man, still the wildest, weirdest game that we are kind of getting here. Well, for TBI to recover in towards us, they look so mentally checked out now.
Oh, BYK. Not like this. Not with the Orm. Hunt's going to come alone. Where's the rest of the team? The spacing was so nice. That was almost doomed for BYK, but then Hunt just walks out on his own. No one's there to trade. CRS has bottom and long control. They are aware there's multiple players outside of B. You've got to be putting 2 and 2 together here as 999. CRS is in BL spawn. They're not checking it. How are you not checking it at this stage of the game? Man, they have been pushing the whole time. TBI, you cannot be making that mistake. They lose 2. CRS picks them up, and it's 9-9 now with a 4v2 here to close out the series.
I feel like it's sort of destined in a way. Surely Noxa needs something quite miraculous and something that I just don't feel like they have up their sleeve. They're so isolated too. I mean, the C4 could get dropped there. Oh my god. Okay, so QJK gets caught in the back by Booker. It does give him a somewhat free-ish run, but there is Min Chen there, and they are testing each other. And Booker makes quite the smart choice to fall away, but now he's a known quantity. There's last man left. What do you legitimately do? You can pull away and go for a long rotate, but you're inevitably going to be found at some point. Tapping Booker, tagged. Min Chen is so confident. He's staying up on high, and he wins the fight at range. 999. What a map and series victory for them.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. 999, like, they're shook. I don't even know if they expected that one. TBI, I would love to have seen the player cams, because we might have got another hunt moment. If you catch my drift. That would have been a painful one to lose. This should have been won by TBI. They're going to be very disappointed, obviously, not having been able to put that one over the line. So, I don't know what the implications of that are going to end up being, but I'd love to hear what the analysts think about that last game, because that was certainly something.
Fantastic performance from
Fantastic
999.
comeback.
Yeah, tough luck for TBI, to be honest. They came in really strong, fist swinging, guns blazing, and then all of a sudden it just shifted towards 999. And that's where I think the experience really plays out. Nonetheless, yeah, their roster may have found their tempo, their synergy, and the chemistry needed to win a round as a team.
Yeah, well, when you have port on Decider, as a TBI fan, you wouldn't go for port, because your port is one of the weakest maps that you have on your maybe pool. So, okay, you expect it 2-0, but still, they kind of, we don't want to be saying maybe underestimated 999 a bit in Ankara, but they surely did, because we've seen also in the first split where 999 almost beat TBI, but then TBI took a pause and did a comeback when they had their mental up together, but now they couldn't. 999 is with the fashion. These two wins that 999 have is always in fashion. Yeah. Always in games that we're saying these guys are nowhere getting this win.
It's like a Crossfire Classico, you know what I mean? Where you win home, you lose away, and then all of a sudden things completely fall apart for the winning team.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, tough luck again for TBI. Much respect for the members of 999 and their organization, and definitely their coach. You can tell those timeouts came in clutch. It came in the right time for them to close the game at such a big gap between 10 and 4, which is, in my opinion, outstanding.
Yeah, definitely, especially that they beat them 7-2 on the Blacklist side, where it should, the Globalist side should have the advantage, but still 999 came on top on the first half, destroying TBI and making a statement for themselves. These guys deserve the win today for their mental. As we said, these guys should be mental coaches when they retire, maybe, because they have the strongest mental. Coming back from this sub-base game, winning Ankara, destroying Port, this is something not every team can do, especially that we've seen also the same from them versus InnerCircle when they came back 2 times 9-5. MVP definitely creates one of the best in the European scenes, and the leader and actually the captain of 999, very good performance by him. Mention in the last map he played very good as well. I guess he had 2.0 KD or 2.1 KD. He played very good in the last map. He was one of the best clutchers, and the entries, he shaped Blacklist very good for 999 because his entries and multi-frags.
Yeah, I mean, even in sub-base, you know, like he did really well in all maps. I think Reeds was really locked in today. He showed up for his team when they really needed him the most, and definitely a great addition to this team, to say the least.
Yeah, and also how BYK played Ankara, to be honest, single-handedly. This guy, BYK, played very good, and he got a lot of rounds. So we don't want to be forgetting BYK. Yeah, we don't want to be neglecting his efforts in Ankara, because Ankara, it's where it all started. Yes. Where the comeback started from 999. Yeah, they played okay, they played good, but then they come back and they got their mental and they won and beat them on port.
I'm upset, you know, to see them in 8th place if they can perform so well, and I do wish them the best of luck in general, because this team, I believe, can compete for top 5, if not top 3 at some point. But nonetheless, there's huge competition. And looking at the standings, I feel like InnerCircle is close enough. They're kind of tied with PingPongPals in a way, but Gaimin Gladiators and ROC, I think they pretty much secured their place in top 4. What do you think?
Yeah, especially that GG played very good today. They had a very good win versus Anubis, and I guess they have the momentum and mental to do it. They are the top 3 from the West League Season 1. Anubis, we're going to be seeing more from them. We're going to be seeing these guys stepping up, and also PingPongPals. We want to have the good competition between both teams.
Definitely, yeah. It's a very competitive league, to say the least, especially for CrossFire West, man. And I watched the other, the other tournaments as well with regards to CrossFire, and I feel like there's something special in each one. Each one has their own way of entertaining the crowd, and it's like the competition is everywhere, you know what I mean? And this is what we're aiming for, the EWC, and who's gonna be there and who's gonna be there who's not just gonna be there because they want to be there. No, who's there to actually win it, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to add that. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Penguin?
I guess everything is good.
Thank you so much for being here today. We're gonna see you again soon. We're gonna see you all again soon. Special shout out to our casters, New Kai and Elfish Guy. Everyone, have a great night.